All right, welcome everybody. We're here for the Thunderpick World Championship here for 2025, the South America Series 2, and it's myself, Laz, and I'm joined with the lovely Travis and, of course, Zola. Gentlemen, how are we feeling this, well, it's a fine morning for me, but how are we feeling on this fine day, we should say?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, I feel like this is the first time that us three working together at the same time. So, I'm just excited to kind of get on with you guys and just have a good time here in South America. Obviously, it's, the quarterfinals. And look, I feel like in a couple of days' time, we're going to have the victors here. So I'm just excited to see how this region plays out and see how the games go today.
Yeah, we've already got Imperial going through, right, from the first series in South America. Now we need to find the second one, or there's one spot available. It's pretty cutthroat, as you can see with this bracket coming in here, right? I mean, I think if you to look at the names, you've got your favourites here. You've got your Fluxo, your Bestia, your Red Canids. I think that 9Z should be on good form, knowing the kind of roster they have, but they have question marks about what team they're going to have going forward as well. So have to see how that goes in the future, but either way, of course, a lot on the line, and looking forward to seeing who makes it.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, there's a lot of good matchups like you guys were kind of alluding to, and look, let's get right into it. Like, I definitely want to kind of know your guys' thoughts. Like, we have a lot of matchups here on the screen, but, for us, we're going to be starting things off with the Sharks taking on the Red Canids, which, I don't know, I mean, for me, it's definitely one of those things where I think Sharks definitely have themselves, I think, in a more of an advantage, I could argue, in some degree, just considering this roster when you kind of look at all the players here. But look, Trav, I'm going to let you start things off, and I'll let you be the expert to explain to me how you feeling about this matchup right now.
I like the Sharks team. They're actually the one team in one of the ESL Challenger League South America seasons that I covered toward the beginning of the year that I thought would be like one of the underdogs that could make it to Pro League, but in the end it turned out to be Fluxo very, very comfortably. They're still a cut above the tier 2 in South America. They're still a cut above the likes of, like a Keyed Stars, like W7M, like teams like this who are applying their trade and trying to get better. It's that next step, which I'm not sure they've got just yet. Against Red Canids, I think they've got that step absolutely all fine, because the Red Canids roster is in a weird place, which we'll get into in a minute. But I do like watching Doc. I think Koalo and Gafolo, those two, and even Ardienzao as well, that sort of core four that they've stuck with for quite a long time is very, very solid. It's Angelo, of course, is one of the newer players in the mix, having joined in May. So I think they're good, but I do need to see that next step up to really make them show and deliver against the likes of a Fluxo or even some of the higher tier teams in South America.
Yeah, and again, I think it's really good points to bring up to this because, there is a good factor talking about the Sharks itself. Just, again, a roster that's been together for quite some time. But, on the other side of the coin, we talk about Red Canids, and, I mean, this has been a team that have just been pretty much reinventing themselves, right? I mean, a whole new roster that's different. So, Zola, look, I got to get your thoughts on this because I feel like this is the hot topic right now, just because what are we going to expect from this?
Yeah, look, obviously they're going to be sticking with Cold and Venom's era. Both players have been able to consistently put up numbers, and I think obviously with the kind of removal of both Henny and Phelps, it's clear that this team was no longer kind of, I guess, South American players no longer in their prime and kind of playing for fun. I feel like sometimes you see that with the South American region where you have these kind of, I guess, legacy players that have been around the block for years and they're still trying to do it in tier 2. And I think Red Canids, they actually realized, okay, well, Venom's era, Cold's era, both still putting up crazy numbers. If we just inject some kind of firepower, some young talent, this could be a roster that could actually make it, much greater to where they were sat. You can kind of see, yes, there's been a bit of a downward trend, but that's always going to happen with roster changes. But I've actually been really impressed with the two kind of newest additions in both Ponta and Cowers. Obviously, Cowers a bit more of a fragger, can provide the goods when it comes to kind of just the rifling and the potential that he's got. And I actually think there's a lot that Ponta offers that you don't really see in the stats. When it comes to kind of his opening duels, he's always got a buddy. They play the buddy system here for Red Canids. So Ponta will go in first, usually will get that kill, and then the trading is always there. You'll see that Ponta always has kind of a player in his back pocket ready to activate. And the amount of times that they're able to just take bomb sites with such speed is just because of that kind of simple game plan. And I actually really like what Red Canids are offering here. Just to kind of jump the gun with the Veto, my favorite thing about this Veto is both these teams, they hate us too. Insta bans coming through. And it's kind of a game of, look, are we going to play chicken? Are we going to have some fun with this Veto? And the fact that Sharks have just gone, look, we don't care if you're going to get this slight upper edge in this Veto, which I guess means that Sharks are going to be feeling so confident in this series overall.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one, right? Because again, that was going to be my next question, and I'm glad you jumped the gun, right? We talk about the map vetoes and saying like, look, the first one is going to be Train, and then moving things over to Mirage, and you know, if we get to that third decider, it is going to be Inferno. But you know, for me, like in history, looking at a team like Sharks, I felt like I wasn't always overly impressed with their Train. If I'm going to be honest, like I know things have probably improved over time, but I mean, for me, I think there's going to be a lot of expectations. But Trav, I mean, a little bit curious about your thoughts about this, because I mean, Train is probably a must, but I mean, Mirage for Red Canids seems like kind of an obvious one, just considering their roster shuffle they just had.
Yeah, it does. I think the thing is that you have to look at the most recent matchup between them, right? It was a BO5 final in the ODDIK Cup in Brazil. It was a LAN final as well, important to mention. And Sharks won it 3-0 very easily. Sure, Train was actually the tough one. They actually got taken to a 16-14 there. That was a very tight map in that what was third and final map in the end. But the map which Red Canids are historically a little bit better on Mirage, that was still a Sharks win 13-9. So I am genuinely concerned about Red Canids recently. Like, I understand at this level, coldzera is still playing well. He's still doing absolutely fine, right? But I do think just even with the Henny Phelps team, there's just something with coldzera right now where even if he plays okay, there's just something that him still being on the team holds this roster back in some way, shape, or form. You're bringing in Drop as a new in-game leader who's got recent Tier 1 experience. You're bringing in Cowes who's got recent Tier 1 experience from playing with Pain. That's great, but I still think there's really messy Counter-Strike that Red Canids can show on the server, and that's what I'm worried about when you're playing against a team that has been consistently beating them lately.
Yeah, I think as well with the kind of the coldzera issue is you see it in kind of all aspects of sport, all aspects of esports, where you've got someone who's always been the star. Let's be honest, coldzera has been the front man in nearly every roster that he's been in. And I think now when you're looking at kind of the position that he's in, okay, yes, he's still performing, but it's not as though he's dominating tier 2. It's not as though he's putting up 1.4 ratings because he's just finding it easy. And I think the issue is maybe there's still that slight identity of, look, we're going to play around Cold because he is coldzera, right? And I think this could kind of hamstring Red Canids maybe in, 6 months down the line if they are trying to look to push to that kind of tier 1.5, tier 1 maybe. But I think for now, I think it certainly can work. But as you both picked up on, recent form has been brilliant for Sharks. And obviously, 2 most recent games they played, both gone the way of Sharks. Red Canids haven't got a map. And look, you said it was a LAN. Surely that's where coldzera is going to be living and breathing. He's got all the experience there. Yet even still with that kind of slight advantage, Sharks are looking as though they are the better team. So honestly, look, I'm thinking Sharks 2-0, but honestly, Red Canids could do it on Mirage. They could even take it on Train. Who knows?
Yeah, wow, you kind of beat me there to it. I was just going to ask your guys' predictions, Trap, before
Sorry,
I go on my little bit of a rant. Hey, no, it's good. Hey, it's good. I was going to say you're one step ahead of me. I like it. But Trav, what about you? You got any initial thoughts, like in terms of like just looking at the veto, like what we've really been talking about? If you had to make a bold prediction here, what do you think?
I think Sharks have more synergy. The core 4 have been together for longer. I think, the Red Canids are just in a state of... Sometimes I watch them and they look like they're in a state of disarray. And I'm talking about the core 4 on Sharks right now. 3 of them, 2 of them have been on the team for 2.5 years. That's Cafolo and RDN. You've got Doc and Koala who've been on the team for 2 and 1 year, respectively. It's only Angelo who's a new player. For Red Canids, they've been swapping and changing and trying to find a formula that works for so long. As I touched on, bringing in Drop and Cowes, that's 2 great players with recent experience, especially Drop as an in-game leader, right? I'm sure coldzera will still have some good secondary calls from the AWP role that he's now in, of course. I mean, when we saw that headline on HLTV, coldzera to pick up the AWP in Big 2025, I think everyone was like, what the hell's going on here? What year am I in? But look, it's fine. It's just the issue of the one game that I've seen this current Red Canids play when I've covered them. Like, Henny was such a better AWPer, dude. I understand they wanted to move on from Henny and Phelps. That is what they had to do to try and, find some results that haven't been coming. But I still think, like, if Henny is there on the market, he's still an AWPer in South America, which is one of the best out there. You've got such a few and far between list of AWPers in South America that are actually quality. And I am surprised that they moved on from him.
Yeah, and I'm glad you guys bring that up because I think we talked a lot about, for Red Canids, we said, look, there's a lot of veteran players like Cold Zera, where the expectation's quite high, right? Like we know he's been able to do good things in the past. I do want to get your guys' thoughts though, because I mean, when we look at this roster, I mean, even at the LAN when they played against each other, like, Ponto didn't really have himself the best performance. We kind of saw that Venom Zera was also not really putting up the big numbers that we were thinking. I'm going to put you guys on the spot a little bit here. I want you to pick your 2 top players from each team. And Zola, I'm going to let you start things off here.
Look, I feel like for Sharks, I feel like Doc's the easiest option of the lot. He's probably number 1 out of all 10. I feel like the amount of impact he has is just actually so impressive. I'm actually going to highlight a bit of an unsung hero for this roster. I'm going to go with Gafolo. I feel like, yes, okay, there's other players that are going to have a lot more frags. There's going to be players with more impact. But I actually think the kind of the stability that he offers in the calling, and it's clear that he's got kind of a great mind of what he wants to achieve with this roster. So I'm probably going to say he's going to have a lot of impact. Maybe not from the frags, but look, if they win the series 2-0, if they win the series dominantly, you've got to praise the in-game leader, right? This is his team that he's built. This is the team that he's tried to kind of synergize well. They've got protocols in place, and I actually think Cavolo offers so much here for Sharks. On the flip side, for Red Canids, I'd probably just go Coldzera and Cowers. I think Venom Zera might feel a bit hard done by because he's had decent performances, but I feel like, as you said, Trav, I think Cowers not only got this recent tier 1 experience, but I feel like there's still a bit of freedom in his gameplay. I feel like there is still a bit of creativity that he can offer. So I'd go for those 2.
Yeah, for me, I'll go Doc and Koala. I think probably people will be saying, RDN, what's he done to you? But, Doc and Koala, I think for me, that duo has been playing pretty well recently. When it comes to Red Canids, I'm on same sort of path of that one. I think Cowers, he was always, when Payne was at that slightly lower tier, right? Like before they moved on from him, and they were still playing in these qualifiers and trying to make it in tier 1. He used to farm tier 2 South America pretty hard, right? Which is a good sign when Red Canids are in that position right now. So definitely Cowers. I would probably have to take Venom Zera. The one game I've actually had a chance to cover him lately, unfortunately, he played really badly. But other than that, he's played really well, and you just have to look at the Sea of Green in quite a lot of his recent matches to see that. So that's what I'd have to go for. I actually agree with Zola that Ponta, I've always thought Ponta was a really weird pickup for Red Canids, but in the games I've seen him play, he does do a lot of the grunt work, like a lot of the tough roles, a lot of the, as Zola said, some of the entry roles as well. You don't expect him to have a wonderful rating or a great game every single game. I think he's a fine addition. He's an important player. If he plays well and the other pieces play to their normal ability, then Red Canids can compete here. But Sharks, like, it's a BO5 and a BO3, recently. And even the BO3 in that Fire League Buenos Aires thing, right? Which was a qualifier for the main LAN, I believe, back in 3 or 4 months ago now. That was again a 2-0. So I don't know what to say. I think it's going to be really tough for Red Canids to find an answer here. They have historically found wins against Sharks earlier on in the year, but that was, of course, with Henny and Phelps. It's a totally different roster. So yeah, it's really hard to call. I personally think that Sharks have a better team right now with the synergy, having been together for longer, and Red Canids need a lot of time to... Because some of the rounds that I've kind of seen Red Canids play when I've had a chance to catch them recently, is they just seem like they're not on the same page sometimes. There's like some A-site takes on Nuke that I've seen where they're like totally disconnected. They're not going together. Utility is at weird timing, which doesn't seem to be right when you look at teams who actually know how to play Nuke, right, as a roster. So just as an example, we're not going to see Nuke today, but if you just keep an eye out for that to see if you see any obvious examples of Red Canids being in disarray in a way, because there's definitely a possibility of that compared to Sharks.
Yeah, and I think that thing that's really interesting about this too, and you guys have both really captured this well, is the fact that there's been so many previous matchups with these guys, and the fact that Sharks have been able to get this so convincingly, right? It really hasn't been Red Canids to be able to find themselves an opportunity to get even a map. So, I mean, I'll ask you, I guess, another random question onto this is, like, do we think that maybe Red Canids have been able to have enough time? Like, Drop has been in IGL for quite some time. I know differently with this team, but do we think he's maybe had enough tape on, to be able to watch against Sharks to be able to maybe throw a little bit of a surprise Hail Mary? Or do we really just think it just should be a Sharks 2-0 regardless of the vetoes of what's happened here today?
Yeah, look, I think for Red Canids, I think it's a tough opponent as is. I think when you look at the bracket overall, we can kind of bring that up as well if we want. I feel like when you look at some of the invited teams, when you look at kind of the level, I feel like Sharks are one of the better teams here. And I think they probably are going to be one of the teams that we say are maybe one of the favorites to take it. Maybe that's a bit outlandish, but I feel like they are a really strong looking team. I think for Red Canids, it's not really a thing of time. I feel like there's going to be great synergies between players like Venomzera and coldzera, which they're going to hopefully be able to activate. Drop's been on this roster for 4 months now. Okay, yeah, Cowers and Ponta, they're fairly new, but it's not as though they're players that require so much kind of molding. It seems like they have had this experience at a decent level. It's not like they're new guys on the block. So I don't think it's a thing of time. I think for Red Canids, obviously they did well to kind of get through the Swiss stage, but they now need to do it here in the playoffs, and it's not going to be easy.
Well, it looks like I got production in my ear. They're saying the game's ready to go, so we don't have to ramble anymore. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to sit back and watch you two take the wheel here, but let's get things on the way. This is the first quarterfinals of the day, and it's Red Canids taking on the Sharks, so this is going to be a banger.
It should be, and I'm really looking forward to it because I think there's a number of teams in South America right now which actually have something about them, right?
Yeah.
And that I think Zola, I've done a couple of South American games with you, toward the beginning of the year, where I kind of said that there's so many roster moves in South America that are so uninspiring, and it all feels like much of a muchness. There's no one really taking their roster to the next level, and I want to see that. I think Red Canids are trying to do that at least with Drop and Cowers, and Drop will start off the game with a dually headshot.
Yeah, nice find. Bomb will go down. Disadvantaged, but for the time being, I think Red Canids, they've got the numbers on this retake. Cowers, if you can find Dog. Dog seems so unaware. That's a second kill now found with these dualies. And this should be a fairly simplistic round for Red Canids, especially with coldzera chiming in. Angelo on the bomb site needs to find plenty, but Ponta just through con. Gafolo found, and it's the dualies finding 3, and just so clinical there from Red Canids. They just suffocate the A-bomb site within a matter of moments. It feels like Sharks, they go looking, but they just can't find anything because the setup is so disciplined from Red Canids. They know that the T's are disadvantaged. They know that they're going to have to force their way into these fights and kind of into safer ground. We saw it with Doc looking to push into Pop, and I think little moments like that are going to breed some confidence here for Canids, but with them kicking things off with the pistol round on the favoured side, the CT side, at least it's a positive start, but we do know how potent Sharks can be here on Train.
Yeah, talking of Train, like you just said, I do think, nice spawn spoke there, by the way, I do think that it's going to be a relatively high-quality Train, knowing they've played against each other before, that was on LAN, it was a 16-14, I think it could be very close. Red Canids, just because we're saying that Sharks should win this game, they've won all the 5 previous maps between them, don't count Red Canids out, considering how close it was last time. And we saw in that pistol round, they played it very, as you say, very disciplined. Got that opening pick, weren't unhappy to allow Sharks to bomb plant. No issue there. And then just hit the retake perfectly. And they're going for the 4 A1Ss in the following round as well. Just worried that with the plant, Sharks are going for a Galil or even more for Spy. But they're actually not. They're going for an eco.
Honestly, Trav, this is the first round in quite some time after a pistol round where I am so happy from both teams' investments. We've become, as broadcasters and talent, we've become numb to this second round force. It's just a feature in every game now where if you get the bomb plant, you just have to go for it. But all it means is, okay, yeah, you've got a risky investment, and if it doesn't work out, you go 4 down. They get the bomb plant, they're going to have an AWP in the next, which is just going to be so helpful on Train. And then secondly, Red Canids don't do that silly thing of getting 4 MP9s out, and then when facing off the AKs, they just lose. So I'm so happy with this investment for both teams. I've got, honestly, production's going to see I've got a massive smile on my face. Red Canids, they're able to deal with it very effectively. Drop getting the quad kill there. But this is where it really begins. We don't have like 7 rounds in a row where neither team can get an AWP because it's continual investments. We're going to have the full buys from round number 3.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? It's funny how rare that actually is now these days, to actually think that a second round purchase for either team is actually, what we'd favour, what we think is the right call. Especially T-side Train, right? I mean, since they moved since they moved the T-spawn back, right, to stop those ridiculous fast A plays every single round that was pretty much T-favoured every single round. It's definitely become more CT-sided again. So to get everything you want on the T-side early game is very important. And yeah, keep an eye out for the likes of Cowers in this game, especially on pistol rounds. I mean, we saw it already with the dualies. He was just very, very good with the dualies. Always has been, Cowers. So, and we know how good he can be in terms of the gun rounds as well, from what we've seen on Pain over the last couple of years. So, let's say round underway.
Yeah, look, obviously there's been kind of a lot of positive talks and negative talks about the changes to train. I feel like a lot of people are kind of either loving or hating the change to pop. I feel like you do lose some of that kind of crazy shotgun, I guess, T-side nature that you sometimes get. I feel like JW is a player that always comes to mind when you think of plays like that. But I really like the changes in kind of camera, because you're going to see it in nearly every round on the T side. So much more stock is actually being put into pressuring Ivy and kind of, you know, maybe even taking Ivy on the T side, which I feel like was always a position where you'd kind of just half check it every few seconds. Yet now it seems like the T's, they put so much weight in it that coldzera will find one. Oh, the kill feed just so easy here. The trade will come through. Ponted will find two.
Oh,
I was rambling about Ivy, and it's come down to a 1v1. Angelo, he's on the AWP. He's on his premium and specialist weapon.
Yeah, but he's not necessarily been the guy that has delivered all the numbers on Sharks recently. He's the new addition. How does he play this 1v1? Venomzero's got that defuse kit. He can lure him into the open, but Angelo hits it. Well played, Angelo. Really important opening round for Sharks. Sure, there's always a caveat of, look, you've won your first going round with only one player alive, but you've kept the AWP up, you've won the clutch. It's something to work with.
Yeah. Obviously, though, I feel like it's a tough round whenever you're trying to kind of get in position on that CT side, whether you've got a player towards Olof, one close E-box. And obviously, it can be a setup that works really well. The issue is there wasn't really enough attention taken away from kind of back red. And I think when you don't have a player there to either just fire through the smoke, send some flashes, help out, that's where those close angles can, you know, be a bit of a double-edged sword. Is yes, okay, you can get not only early information, but maybe get the kind of the drop on your opponents. But at the same time, if you don't have the support needed, it never really works out. And I think one of the only reasons that round looks so competitive at the end is that Ponta gets that double from Hell. And I think without that, we're looking at that round with a very different look. It would have been a 3 versus 1 as well. Obviously, the HE grenade was what started that 1 versus 2. But Sharks, not perfect buy. A couple MP9s in play. Utility, not perfect. For Red Canids, sorry. It's not a perfect buy for Sharks either.
Yeah, it's an awkward one, right? MP9 charging its way in toward Pop there to try and find an answer, and Koala's actually done really well to find one. Kawa's got his one with the MP9 in return. And considering he was kind of getting double swung, that's not too bad to retain a 3v3, and that Doc is 19 HP in the meantime. So the Red Canids have a slight advantage here. They're going to do the good old Bogdan, get the AWP on the low HP player. As you say, utility not in a great place. You've got a couple of smokes here, Sharks. It's enough for an A-site play and actually get a plant some way, somehow. But Ponta and Cold are still around this site and lurking.
Yeah, obviously Venomzera has taken a lot of positive space towards upper. The problem is because he's not actually swung. This is why coldzera has backed away towards B, because there is always that idea that they could have just made their way down, obviously lower. Ponta has been smoked off. Might take some pot shots here. Oh, Ponta's... feel like he's going to take a huge risk by going through this smoke, but it could pan out perfectly. Timing, absolutely everything there for Ponta, and Angelo just going to have to save. Won't even be able to retain that AWP into the next. And Red Canids back to winning ways.
You mentioned that Ponta gets some really important impact kills, and his numbers, like on HLTV, don't necessarily do him justice. That's the sort of situation where you see him make sometimes crazy calls, but they very often seem to work, actually, from when I've watched him play. Like, that is a very, very risky move. He knows one player's low, probably called from earlier on, and he hears them running around all the way toward the back of the bomb train. But at the same time, it's like, there's a third player. There's a third player that could just dome you as you try to creep your way through that smoke. So it was certainly very risky, but he got away with it.
Yeah, when you look as well at kind of Ponta's stats over the last 6-7 months, you can just see that his CT side is slightly better as well. And obviously, it isn't actually as large as a disparity as I've seen in the past. His CT side, kind of the HLTV firepower rating, I don't really know how true that is to kind of actually determine. I feel like it's just one of those things that now we just have to accept it exists. But a while ago when I checked, it was kind of like he had a 67 on the CT and his T side was like 40. And I think because maybe when he came into this roster initially and kind of on previous teams, he does a lot of the heavy lifting on the CT side. Look, he's 6-2. He'll probably end the half, maybe with 10 kills, maybe with 12, something like that. But there will be a real drop-off in impact when it comes to the kills on the T side, because as I mentioned before, he does just go in first. And that's just how it goes. Sometimes you are just going to be you know, maybe dropping your stats, maybe not having the best of games overall because of the role you facilitate on the T side. But look, Red Canids, it's their opponent's map pick. They've started off really nicely. It's going to be a 4-1 start. And the fact that Red Canids have looked pretty decent here, not only because of their kind of calling and decision-making on the CT side. Look, we're seeing a flash into A main. This is brilliant. Just taking this positive space, finding a free kill, can double down as well, and it's going to force the T's out of Pop Dog. Not only do they have such great space in A main, but they've got everything covered. This is brilliant from Red Canids. Obviously, I feel like a lot of teams against these half-buys, against these ecos, tried to play timidly. But Red Canids, they're not shying away from this fight, which I really like to see. The fact the individuals are looking good as well. Maybe Sharks need to be a bit more scared, because Red Canids are looking very good so far.
Yeah, this is a good sign. One of the better performances I've seen from Red Canids lately. To start the game, at least. They seem to be on the same page. They seem to be knowing what they want to do against every type of round that their opponents are playing. And, Sharks some of the buy available to come in now. It's got Mac 10 on Angelo, no AWP available, which is obviously a little bit rough, but got enough utility to try and make something happen. Only just enough. That incendiary in toward Pop will take a tick on RDN, so they might know he's in there. Cowards can play close with this smoke and be a bit of a nuisance with Drop's position.
Dog's pushing out here. Steps have been heard. Aggression coming through. And oh, this is so simple, so easy, so effective from Red Canids. The setup's brilliant. 2 points of damage is all that came through. Yeah, look, I know coldzera has just got a double kill in this round, so it kind of leaves my point a bit moot. But I was about to say, before he gets the double, Red Canids, they're winning this game. They were 4-1 up without venomZera or coldzera. These are the two kind of pillars of this Red Canids team. These are the two players that have been so heavily relied upon in the past, in these kind of previous rosters, when, you know, when you think back, it was kind of before it was I want to say it was Nathan and David Deuce, Henny and Phelps. Even with these different roster changes, it's seemingly always been venomZera and coldzera to kind of dig them out and kind of really perform in these tough games. And the fact that these two are not really needed really just goes to amplify. Not only have these roster changes been so important for Red Canids, but it also means they've just leveled up the firepower all across the board. Because we know that venomZera, he's 1-2, but he could be 15-1 in a different game. He's got that ability as well. Same goes for Cold. So this is where Sharks, okay, you might just say it's a bit of a slow start, maybe just kind of first map, a bit slow, a bit kind of early in the morning. But this is their map pick. They're 5-1 down. Yes, Train is CT-sided, but with the move to CS2, it's nowhere near as CT-sided as what we've seen on this map in the past. So I feel like Sharks, they've got to start putting pen to paper. They've got to get themselves at least 3-4 rounds here. Otherwise, we could see not only a map trade, but the fact, or not only a map pick taken, but the fact it could be Red Canids doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the riflers as well, right? On Red Canids, Cold and venomZera not necessarily being required until that double kill from Cold. Even if Cold doesn't get either of those 2 kills, the setup with the riflers on A was pretty much impenetrable. Sure, the push from Sharks wasn't great. It didn't have enough utility really to make it play like going through a smoke like that, especially considering that Red Canids had those forward positions near Pop, near main, near T main. But still, I mean, Kawes is looking like he can just do that all day, right? Like, he's got that ability to continue to perform with the AK or the M4. Saw it against the Eco, saw it against the gun round. Just holding down mouse 1 with it as they come out through that smoke with Drop's position close right as well. It's just impossible to get through. So any more of that from Sharks would be ill-advised.
Well, obviously as well, we saw that kind of similar setup from Red Canids a few rounds ago, and that was the round that they lost when they had a player close towards Olof, one kind of on E-box. The only difference here is not only did we have coldzera on the AWP kind of acting as a bit of a turret, but we also had Ponta there firing through the smoke, just taking attention away. I don't know about you, Trav, but I always feel that whenever a team doesn't get any kills on these half-buys, doesn't really kind of create much pressure with the Tech-9s, I always feel very worried for them. Because don't get me wrong, you're not expecting the Tech-9s to win the round. You're not expecting them to kind of absolutely dominate. But the fact that Red Canids go flawless, the fact that they have no casualties there, is a little bit surprising, especially because of how strong these kind of Tech 9s, these pistols are in the current meta.
Yeah, RDN got out main like very early that round and was near the mid site train, but like couldn't grab Ponta. Ponta took a dink and actually I think one more bullet to the body maybe because he got taken down to 1 HP. So yeah, I think that was pretty lucky for Ponta to stay alive. And you're absolutely right. I mean, doing no damage at all, it's not just the fact for your own confidence. We all know it's for the opponent's money as well, like you pointed out. So, you know, all 5 alive a couple of rounds now. They've got around about 7 to 8 grand between every single player. So
yeah,
that's 2 buys in arrears once the loss bonus accumulates as well, right? Even if they are to lose the next couple of rounds. So, you know, Shark's going to have to make the comeback into this half the tough way.
Yeah, and the fact that Red Canids don't seem as though they're slowing down in the kill department, you'd imagine that if Sharks do kind of eke out a victory on this T side, any of these rounds they'll find, you assume are going to come close. It's not as though Red Canids are easy to roll over. It's not as though you're going to be able to win a round with, you know, 4 or 5 players alive on the T side. And obviously it means that Sharks will be facing off with weaker weapons. You know, we saw it with the MAC-10. We saw it kind of with weaker utility in many of these rounds for Sharks. So they need to be in a spot where not only do they win a round, but they've got to keep at least 3 players alive so they have a good buy in the next. But coldzera's positioning is brilliant. Drop can take attention away. RDN gets the double. But again, as I mentioned, coldzera, great positioning there. 2 versus 2, though. Angelo on the AWP, aware of coldzera's positioning. He is going to get taken down. Koala has a free kill in his sight. Don't really know why he's taking his time, but maybe didn't realize he was already chipped away and wanted to secure the headshot. But as I said, look, they win the round, 2 survivors. There's going to be a limitation here, whether it's utility on RDN or a Galil. But at least Sharks have put something on the board again because it was looking very bleak.
Yeah, and it comes with a different type of play as well, you know, forcing the issue toward B late into that round anyway. It wasn't necessarily late on the clock, but late in the round.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can keep that sort of dynamic ideas up and stay unpredictable. Because right now, Red Canids, the majority of the game, have predicted almost their every single move. So Carrier's getting control here of Pop, pushing up toward Brown Halls. Got utility, holding the off angle with the A1S. Pretty awkward angle. You've already been netted down to 44 HP, obviously.
Yeah.
So he might not be long for this world in this one. But important round now. Red Canids, Sharks will know that if they win this second round in a row, they're starting to whittle away at that economy. They're starting to get something going in this game. 3 on T, 3-6 behind would be acceptable, considering the start they've had. So just need to be careful here. There are at the moment 3 players sort of encircling B, with 2 on the site itself and 1, as I mentioned, with Coward's position.
I think the difficulty here is Sharks are looking, by having the success in the last round to on the B bomb site, they could condition Red Canids to play a little bit more towards B, and obviously it would weaken the A defensive massively. Drop gets 1, Angelo with the trade. But the issue I have with that round is we've got Cowers so deep towards Pop Dog. I don't know why we haven't just seen both B players look to play from upper. Just play a double upper setup. Okay, yeah, it means they can push down lower B, but if they do that, you're in such a good position. You've got such a fast flank. So I don't really know why they're so heavily conditioned towards B, and then the half HP Cow is kind of just left alone, but out towards ramp, and look at that. That's one way to deny any ramp aggression. It's Gafolo and Doc now. They've got 1 belt of utility combined, but disadvantage, 14 seconds on the clock, and there's going to be a flank from Ponta eventually. And right now, Red Canids don't actually need to fight. They know that Sharks are going to feel so locked in on the bomb site that a flank is going to be the last thing they're thinking of.
The Shadow, easy, surely for VenomZera, and even if it's not easy for VenomZera, it's going to be easy for Ponta. Lovely cleanup, good teamwork, good patience there from Red Canids, and it wasn't even the fact that they got those 2 picks by their positioning toward B to recover the man advantage and flip the script of the round. It's the fact that when they are in that 3v2, the last 2 players are trying to look for a plant. They're trying to get into after plant positions that are actually good. But there's an incendiary on the default plant spot. There's a nade that follows up after that plant eventually comes through. Gafolo, well, that incendiary is burning. He's forced wide to have to try and fight into the open. Trying to look for a kill to actually return it into an even standpoint. But not allowed to do any of that. They didn't peek. They used their utility correctly. They waited for the flank. It's too good for Sharks.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're at the point where Sharks are going to be feeling, very, very worried about this game. But I think if Red Canids can get to 9 and, we still don't see Sharks find around, I think that's when the real breaking point of the mentality comes through, because you just have to look at Shark's most recent games here on Train. 13-6 victory against Keedstars, 13-1 again, 13-7. Obviously, we mentioned it was a very close game on Train in that LAN final, 16-14, and the one beforehand, 13-11. So it seems like Sharks, not only are they looking really good here on Train, but the most recent games, they haven't really been met with much contest, much conflict. So maybe coming into this game, they were feeling far too overconfident. You look at their two most recent T-side starts. They won 11-1 against Keedstars on their T-side. Then it went 6-6. And maybe they were just thinking, oh, well, our T-side's perfect on Train. Let's maybe not focus on that over the next couple of weeks. Let's look at our Mirage, because we know it's going to feature in the Vetos against Red Canids, and make sure we kind of secure that. And I think realistically, it could cost them. I'm not saying that's what will happen. I'm not saying that's what kind of Sharks will have done, but it's certainly something that could be a reason for this kind of lack in the T side. And obviously for Red Canids, they knew that Train was going to be played, and that's probably why they've done so much work on it. So I think right now, Sharks, it's not the greatest of starts. There's certainly still time to turn things around, but the sands in the hourglass are slowly falling.
Yeah, so I'm really glad to see Red Canids play the way they are at the moment. Cowhead's, oh my word, look at the position he's playing in. He's so confident to get himself into the action and into the madness. Like, again, Sharks are running through a smoke. Like, it's ill-advised, whichever way you look at it, but Cowhead is punishing them every single time. The round's still a slight glimmer of hope, as Angelo will burn Ponta out, and he's still full health. He's still got the bomb on his back as well. Ooh. But with elevated angles from Cold, like reacting to that and predicting that is going to be so difficult. They know they've got him locked in. Cold is looking to see if he can even play closer to main. Keeping silent.
Like this. Yeah, double pop could work out perfectly. Cold's arrow. Oh, we've all had moments like that. The second you turn around, that's when they swing. I like this from Cold's arrow and Venom, though. Not only the shoulder-to-shoulder approach. The only issue I do have with it is that Cold's arrow would be the one, well, no, needing the trade, but holding towards A main he finds. Yeah, look, I'm really liking what Red Canids are doing on this CT side, because they've kind of got this like 1-2-3 setup on A, where it would be drop taking first contact, then Cowes as the kind of the, I guess, the trap, I guess you could say. He's always playing an angle that is always going to be overlooked. He's not going to be the one taking first contact. All that attention is going elsewhere, and he's getting double kills in nearly every single one of these rounds. And then even after Cowes is eventually taken down, that's when Ponta comes in. And I'm really liking this kind of 1-2-3 setup that Red Canids have got. Whenever they get a kill, they've got a player ready to swing, ready to kind of activate, which I think has worked so well, especially on a map like Train, where there is this kind of, I guess, indifference in CT defenses. There is this 4-1 or 3-2, which is quite a rarity on most maps.
Yeah. Zera's got a lot on his hands here, and obviously playing that jiggle position, you are going to probably get tagged if you get pushed by a couple of players. It's always awkward, that one, because you can't really see much, but they can see you when you're playing that sort of angle. Got Cold in position now to help out. So utility is available with these Tech 9s to make this round awkward. They do have an extra player in drop, and the nade will do a lot of damage. He actually controls the spray well as Gafolo falls down toward the site. Plant can come through, and Koala may find one, but it's a quick trade from Venom Zera. They're still alive with the riflers. It should be all well played, because Cowards is flanking as well. And there we go. It's all falling into place. Doc with the Tech 9, stuck on Oil Train. Not allowed to get out. Damage done and a plant, but it's not really enough at this stage of the half.
Yeah, look, even if it comes down to a 1v1, Red Canids aren't going to care. They're going to get a buy in this last round. The finances are just impeccable. And I said, look, okay, panic alarms won't start setting in for Sharks until maybe 9 is found. And now we're there. Red Canids, what a CT side they've had. Obviously, we know the Red Canids, they do massively prefer the CT side here on Train, as do nearly every single team. But it's not as though their T-side's useless. It's not as though it's ineffective. And they've put themselves in such a good spot now to take this map. The kind of crazy outcome of this game. We expected a Sharks victory. We were thinking 2-0 possibility, but at worst, they'll find Train in Inferno. And now, their game plan, it's going to be a real shock to the system here for Sharks.
It is indeed. Finding something a bit faster without going through a smoke this time, but even though the flashes are delayed, and they're delayed to a decent level, there were a couple of blind players out on the A-bomb site there. Once again, it's Ponta and Cowes just holding the line. proving to be pretty impenetrable outside, it has to be said. I mean, you mentioned Ponta could end the half with 12 kills. He's got 14.
Yeah, he's had a really good game. And that's the thing. I feel like Ponta, look, he's got what? I think he's got a 1.00 rating in the last couple months, or maybe a 1.04. I'm not too sure, but it's not
like
as
that,
it's not as good as the rest of his team. It's decent, and I think it's the type of rating that you expect from a supportive player, and especially with the names that Red Canids have here, it's not bad. But this is a perfect half for him. There's nothing more you can do. Now on the T side, look, he could have the T side where it takes them 9 rounds to close out this game, doesn't even get a single kill, but the fact that he's getting traded, he's finding impact, so important. But 1v3, come down to the 1v2. There's a low HP here on Ponta, and it will be dropped to take first contact up on top of the train. Oh, he's not been spotted, but Angelo not been capitalized upon. No damaging utility to force Angelo out into the open. They are playing back-to-back. There is a chance of a collat, however rare that might seem. Angelo's wasted so much time here, but the trade will be seen. There is enough time on the defuse, I believe. Yeah, we will see that come through. Red Canids get double digits heading into their T side. What a crazy performance.
Yeah, hugely impressive. And I mean, I think it deserves to be said. I'm just going to quickly paint the picture of what they have obviously played before on Train. It was a game on LAN. It was that Odyssey Cup Brazil finals, in Sao Paulo. It was a tournament which they came to the online stage to make it there. It was the only match, I believe, that was actually on LAN, that BO5 final. Sharks won 3-0. The final map to win the tournament for Sharks was Train. It was a 16-14 for Sharks. They exchanged 8-4 halves. So, sure, Red Canids got 8-4. That was the recovery half to recover it to overtime. This time they've got 10-2, and they're on CT first. I do think 10-2 should be too much this time.
Yeah, look, I think only needing 3 rounds on your T side, the fact that could just spell from the pistol round alone, if Red Canids win the pistol, I don't see a world in which Sharks don't go for the force. You're 11-2 down. Are you really thinking you're going to win 10 in a row on your CT side? Look, however quality your CT side may be, however good of a team you are in comparison, are you really going to be leaving it all down to 1 round? Look, I think if pistol round goes the way of Red Canids, it is done. And for Sharks, this is now where we think, okay, well, what would have happened if they didn't ban Dust? I know it's such a minute factor, but maybe the vetoes would have been a little bit more favored. Maybe they could have banned out Mirage, seeing as Mirage is, I guess, the one weakness to Sharks' map pool. Yes, okay, their Dust 2 isn't, they barely play it. Well, they've never played it. But every other map, Trav, every single other map, they've got above a 60% win rate on. They've got far better sample size. This is where, if you're Sharks, okay, yeah, you're trying to flex your muscles and say, look, we don't care. We'll ban our Instaban. We'll let you have the upper hand in the veto. Now they're going to be looking very foolish. And the fact that we have got Mirage featuring here for Red Canids, not only one of their better maps, but Sharks' worst, this is where we could see a crazy upset. Especially, as I mentioned before, Sharks probably coming into this quarterfinals as one of the favorites to take the whole thing.
It's funny, isn't it? You mentioned crazy upset. Like, if you were like a casual fan of South American Counter-Strike, or even Counter-Strike as a whole, you come in to watch this game and say, okay, look at Red Canids. They've got the name value, baby. Like, they should be winning this game 2-0. But recent form and how they've looked with their new composition of the roster is not as good as what Sharks have looked. So, like, it's totally reasonable to say that Sharks are the strong favourites, really, going by what's gone before. But yeah, this is what Red Canids can look like. Now they've got Kawes, now they've got Ponta playing well. We'll see, as you sort of brought up earlier, like, if he drops off quite a lot on T-side, which he probably should, right, knowing the roles he plays. Yeah, Kawes just playing superbly well. Everyone doing the right thing at the right time, everyone on the same page. So we'll see. The pistol round is where it all matters, though. Obviously, they're grouping up toward Pop. We've got 3 players there at the moment. Utility will become flying through now. The smoke for that in the IV, and now we're forcing our way forward. There is that smoke con as well. There are plenty of players around the back of the site for Sharks to retake at a good timing. They've got a kit on Gafolo. They can afford to take their time and allow Red Canids to set up for now.
Yeah, obviously this round started with a great HE grenade from Gafolo. So much damage dealt, and the CTs are going to be spamming through these smokes. Oh, I like the idea of this from the T's. Just take this space. You don't really have an exit strategy, so look to fight forward, and now Koala under so much pressure. We'll get the first and the second. Gafolo finding Kawes on the bomb site in time, and Ponta found as well. Coldzera has let Ponta die there. He's holding for kind of a long Ivy flank If he's just sat in A main, Ponta doesn't go down there. It's a 2 versus 2. coldzera gets a free kill. Red Canids. Okay, yes, the bomb plant was in a very difficult spot for both coldzera and Ponta, but you're never going to have the confidence to take a full stick of the defuse if you're in that 2 versus 2 with the unknown knowledge of Ponta. But the second that kill comes through, coldzera couldn't be further from it. I've got to say, Koala does really well there as well to get that double. It's disappointing from Red Canids because I think after they get that initial kill in Con, after they've still got the smokes down and the setup in place, Red Canids should be winning that pistol every day of the week.
Yeah, I feel the same way because like coldzera's positioning, as you say, is definitely a mistake. Like that's just a little bit too baity from Cold there, without a shadow of a doubt. And also with where they planted the bomb to begin with, having the players in those positions wasn't exactly ideal. Like you have to assume Sharks maybe have a defuse kit on the pistol round. So yeah, if you planted open, I could get it, but yeah, it's a very easy defuse in the end.
I think as well, the real big issue with that is coldzera's he's holding back for, I guess, a brown horse flank or an ivy flank. And look, I get it. You don't want to get taken down from the back lines. No one does. It's annoying getting killed from a flank like that. But the issue is Ponta's holding for the kind of the late pop rotation. There's no way that coldzera doesn't get killed instantly from A main if he is getting flanked. Whereas he can help out Ponta on the bomb side. He can find that pick, obviously, on the player progressing down red. It's just a little mistake that could cost Red Canids in the future. Obviously, they've still got a 7-round lead. I don't think they're going to be feeling all too disappointed, but they have gone for that second round force. I feel like Red Canids, not only have they identified the value of winning this round, because if they do win this one, in my opinion, the game is done.
Yeah.
It's 11-3. Money's shattered for Sharks. It is finished.
Yeah, it's the right way of thinking about it for sure. Unfortunately, there's only a lot of damage. And yeah, again, it seems like Red Canids maybe haven't necessarily learnt from what Sharks did badly in the first half. We're running through smokes. Yeah. And that ain't going to work, I'm afraid. 4 alive for Sharks. They're alive now in this game as a whole. Suddenly, it's a full eco for Red Canids. It's going to be 10-5. They're going to have some money built up on CT. There's a world in which this could become close once again.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it seemed like Red Canids had their game plan. It was, look, we're gonna send some flashes over. The issue is, it was just kind of one good flash that half blinded Gafolo. He was playing at range with that FAMAS. He was never really going to feel the full effect of the flash, so he can easily kind of reset his positioning and find those frags. Obviously, the double kill on the bomb site is so helpful. But yeah, I've got to say that Red Canids probably should have won that pistol. Should have played that half buy or force buy, sorry, a bit better. And although they still have a 5-round lead after this one, look, I think Red Canids, they need to realize that if they don't pounce, if they don't find success, things could get difficult. Koala in the opener top. It's first train, but so effective there. Just so simple dealing. After we see that first Deagle shot come through from Kawez, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe Sharks are going to need to be the ones to reevaluate how they play against this half buy, but great triple from Koala.
Dealing with these pistols pretty comfortably. Angelo will manage to find Ponta, and there we go. They managed to keep 4 alive again for the second round in a row. M4 recovered as well. Good teamwork there at the end to not lose anything extra special, anything a little bit more worthy. Keeping into the next round. Red Canids will not have enough money to buy up the AWP, obviously, just yet on Cold. I do wonder how often he's going to pull out the AWP on T-side train. I think CT obviously makes more sense than maybe any other half in the game, but maybe Dust 2 only. But yeah, I think there are some teams and some players which I do think shy away from being like the primary AWP at all on some T sides of certain maps. We'll see if he decides to do a little bit more of that today or not.
I actually think getting the AWP out on the T side is going to be really important. And look, Angelo is kind of newer to this Sharks roster. He's still wanting to find kind of his place in the team and how to play. And I think when you do have a player that maybe is a little more inexperienced and maybe not so comfortable in the team, he is going to be playing quite rigidly on this CT side with the AWP. I've seen it from Sharks in their recent games. I feel like Angelo, he's quite systematic. It seems as though he plays kind of the right way to play AWPing. It's not as though he goes for those flashy early pop peaks. And I think, actually, if coldzera can get the AWP out, if they can identify where Angelo's playing from, I actually think it'll be a really easy way to get kind of the opening kills, just the early frags. venomZero, though, he's going to be dropping the smoke for Con there. There's 3 players on the B bomb side. This is a perfect call here from Red Canids. They're going to activate towards A. Not only are they going to be on a favored bomb site, But look where Angelo's playing from. He's playing deep, kind of on the right-hand side, deep in camera, which means that if they just throw one smoke, Doc is here completely alone. coldzera should get a freebie onto Koala, but maybe looking at the mini-map, maybe kind of just too busy focusing on the comms. Yeah.
You just got owned, I think. I think that's a case of like holding an angle on CS2, and you know, sometimes it's hard to react. That is a great reaction from Drop though, and that one headshot suddenly allows a plant on B and an opportunity to win this round, because you've got Doc still low HP, he's been given the AWP obviously. That does make sense, but
what is Ponta doing?
venomzera and Drop in this 3v4, he is quite a way away, I agree with Ponta, but if they just make sure to stay alive, this retake is taking quite a while. This flank behind Con should guarantee at least one kill. What's the trigger discipline going to be like here for Ponta? Ardian's now made his way through. The angle might be a little bit harder now they've made their way through, but it might not matter because so much damage is being done. He's got 2 free kills. He's whiffing his lines a little bit, but he gets his one, but he can't get a second, and in the end, that's how it all falls apart. But it's not going to fall apart at all because there's no kit for the defuse. They're both going to save. But it's Red Canids who are going to find the round.
Yeah, look, I think the second that kind of kill comes through from Drop and it goes down to the 3v3, I think that's when actually Ponta just needs to swing and find a kill. Obviously, timing just going against him, player going up the ladder, bit of an awkward fight, a very, very missed spray. Yeah. But I still feel like sometimes it's a 3v3, there's what, 15, 20 seconds left. If you look to play 2 discipline, there's always going to be a player coming down, you know, a ramp, I guess, or stairs, whatever we want to call it. And he's always going to be getting contact from kind of multiple positions, maybe getting caught out himself. But they still win the round. It's not a massive issue. Even with a kit, I don't actually think they would have had time to defuse. I think there was like 4 seconds on the clock when after they got those kills and were on the actual bomb. Either way, look, Red Canids, they were disadvantaged. It was that kind of 4v5. It was a great kill from Drop to bring it, or it was a 3v5 actually at the time. Yeah. And Drop gets the kill 3v4. They had actually quite a lot of utility. But you mentioned it. Sharks were very slow on that retake. Very, very slow. And I think sometimes when you've got the numbers, when you have kind of some utility, you tend to play retakes far slower because in your mind, you're thinking, well, we've got a flank coming through. We've got great space. Let's just take a breather. Let's just play this one slow. And in doing so, it's cost them massively.
Yeah, again, like, I actually can't remember. I'll have to maybe check the stream to see if I'm right on that one or not. But I think only one player had a kit, and maybe it was dropped somewhere where they couldn't find it. So yeah, last 2 players not having one made the difference in the end. Really, I think there was 4 seconds on the bomb when they're anywhere near it, so maybe even a kit wouldn't have made the difference, and that kind of just tells the tale of how late they actually were overall. So
yeah, my biggest issue with all of it is, yes, okay, RDN, he was the player with the kit, it was kind of on top of the bomb site. Every single other one of the players alive in that round, Trav, every single one of them had above like 3k. That's why they've got a 4x here. They've got a decent investment, even after losing a round. Okay, yeah, there are a couple of players saved. I hate it. Why is there only 1 or 2 defuse kits in play when you're sat on 6k, 5k?
Exactly.
It's $400. What, you're missing out on 1 smoke grenade, 2 flashes? It's cost them the round. It really has. Yeah.
And it can make the difference when you're trying to make the comeback happen, right, on the comeback trail from quite a big deficit. And as you say, still a buy available in this round, but Red Canids have enough, even though they kind of won the round with nobody, of course, which is one of the roughest ways to win a round. They have just enough utility to try and make something happen here. Again, surely we're not going through a smoke again. This hasn't worked once this game. But this time, they've got good timed flashes, and they've got Carrows and Drop on the entry. They now know where Angelo is. They shouldn't be fighting him more. That smoke finally comes through toward that big position. And now they're going to flash their way through it as well. Break that smoke open. Deal with one more. Koala's trying to make a nuisance of himself here, though. Jumping around the site, but not allowed to get more than 2. It's a good trade from Cold. And Red Canids have a full force coming in from Sharks to play against. It's going to be 2 M4s and a max to win the game at 12-5.
Again, though, I think the real difference between what we saw from Sharks and Red Canids with that push through the smoke is there was the molly to Doc's angle. So he's forced back, and because that molly comes through, he's conditioned to hold that line, because you can't just run towards back green, towards kind of hell, without having a look, because you know they're going to be coming through that smoke. So he has to stare at the flash. Great utility damage onto Koala, and from a difficult round as is with limitations, they now are a man down. Red Canids, they are so well poised to take this game. They have such an advantage in this round. There's 2 SMGs, a 5.7, and one of those M4s has been taken down already. But Sharks, they are making the correct play. They are making the right call if they want to win this round. A bit of a crunch towards upper B.
Yeah, it's the only way they can try and recover this game, isn't it? At this point, it's a case of try and make something happen with this weaponry we've got, but they didn't go far enough to find one.
I don't mind it. They kind of jiggled to clear the whole of the kind of the upper B, and in doing so, because they saw it clear, they're just going to gamble towards A. Obviously, there was 2 players kind of tucked away that they wouldn't have spotted, and it seems like Red Canids are going to make their way towards B. So, if anything, look, it's gone very wrong here for Sharks, but I don't mind that kind of quad info play, because let's say there were 3 players from Red Canids getting ready and set up to take, obviously, some space towards B. They would have been really well poised to defend against that, but looking at the minimap, looking at the positioning of Sharks,
This is great.
I want to say this game's already done.
This is a really good call, man.
Yeah.
Like it's so simple, but they're just happy to wait until like pretty late in the round. What is it, 28 seconds or so before they made that call? They molly off that pot position, that long dog position, and they get a full path straight to a B, no hesitation. As soon as that molly is thrown, they know the jig's up, and they're going to go straight in for it. And the site was clear. And they're going to have deep smokes in play. Everything is coming up Red Canids right now. This has been a great performance. I'm really, really happy with what I've seen from them. And as you say, when you've got no kit, the weaponry here for Sharks is not great at all. Karis has found one more. He's going to end the game with 20, and it could even be one more than that. It's only Angelo left, stuck with the MP9, and he gets dealt with. Look at the kills across the board there from Red Canids. A really good team performance, and that is what I thought. There's a slight glimmer of a chance that could possibly happen, right? Because they were so close last time around. Up against Sharks on that LAN game when they lost 16-14. So a really wonderful performance. And now we've got the lovely Laz to talk about how good that was.
Thanks very much, Trav. And yeah, honestly, a lot of good things that came out of this game, right? I mean, the obvious thing is that, look, like when we were talking about this matchup initially, is that I was kind of worried for Sharks. Like in history, their pistol rounds have not really been the greatest. I mean, they sit themselves at a 28.6 win percentage on the pistol. So that was kind of clear in this situation. We saw that they didn't really get the best start. And then it really just kind of felt like the whole time Red Canids were able to put themselves with a barrier on the CT side, right? I mean, they were able to put up a really good wall. We got to see some really good discipline from them. And it was just getting more and more difficult as time was going on. But you can just see the score from these highlights just keeps, increasing more and more. And this is where I feel like for Sharks, it just felt like the T side was kind of abysmal. There wasn't really much execution. There really wasn't much utility work that I was overly impressed with, if I'm honest. Even one of the specific rounds of, round number 6, I mean, they just were trying to slow push out a T-con with no utility. They used one smoke to block off the left-hand side, and they were hoping that would be just enough for them to get it through. It really just put Red Canids in such a prime position, because then the score turned into a 6-1 situation where the money was just overly increasing. It just really felt like the whole time that, there was no reply here from Sharks. It felt like the T side was just, a little bit weak. There wasn't really much creativity. And that's something that we were kind of expecting from maybe Gafolo or somebody on the IGL side to really bring to this. But we saw really good teamwork for Red Canids. We saw even, for round number 10, I think it was, Zola was talking about this, is that, Cold and Venom, they both played Pop Dog. They were playing the instant trade. They just felt like they were steps ahead this game. It really did feel like the teamwork was just a lot better. The comms just seemed a lot cleaner. And then we're talking about a 10-2 half on the CT side. And that's where, again, we got to see, players like, Calwez was putting himself at like a 15-7. Drop was sitting himself at a 14-6. And even Ponter, right? I mean, there was a lot of, chatter here from the commentators talking about like he really did have himself a better performance. And I definitely agree. It felt like everybody from Red Canids were able to put up some really, really good score lines. And honestly, when we got the second pistol in the second half here for the Sharks, they were able to find the win, thankfully for them, but that just wasn't enough of much of a start for them. And then again, it just kind of felt like there wasn't much that they could do. And I think the one big round for me that really kind of changed the pace, even though the scoreline was getting so big, was round number 16. And that was actually the misplay I felt like from Sharks, where, I think Zola and also Trav really, captured this really well, is the fact that there was a flank that was coming in from Ponter. And, the Sharks were just taking so long to get themselves in that bomb site. and it just essentially it created a bit of a thorn in the side for these guys, because then he was able to get that flank kill, and then they got completely sandwiched on a retake. So I felt like the positioning was phenomenal for Red Canids. We felt like the op actually from coldzera was actually making the connections it needed to. Utility again wasn't overly like crazy innovative, but at least brought a lot to the table, and their outside takes were great on the T side. It just felt like they were fully prepared, and I got to give a lot of kudos here for Drop, because it really did feel like he did a lot of homework. That was a slight comment I made at the desk saying like, do we think maybe he's had enough time, enough tape against the Sharks? And it kind of feels like he did. So this game ending with a 13-5 is definitely a great way for Red Canids to be able to get, in my opinion, and I think the commentators would agree, is that this is a bit of an upset win in the sense that Sharks, you know, have been able to have five maps against them. They've done quite well against Red Canids, but now maybe this performance of this roster is starting to come into full picture. But I guess we'll find out more, right? That's the first map that's going to be done. We're going to take a little bit of a break here as we get ready for the second map, so don't go too far. It's going to be a good one. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we got the first map of Train done, and now we're going over to the second map, which is going to be Mirage. So a little bit of an upset here, guys, right? I mean, I think we're all in a little bit of shock and a little bit of awe that Red Canids were able to find themselves a pretty convincing win here. But now the question is going to be, can they get it done? Can they clean up with a 2-0, or do we really think this thing still is going to go all the way the distance? And I'm going to take this to Trav, because you look like you're ready to say something here.
I'm always ready to say something. I talk too much as it is, but that's thankfully my job. Yeah, Thunderpick, I think for Red Canids is really important. They have to qualify to this close qualifier, right? It's so important for them. They've made these changes. It's meant to make them like a contender toward like the upper tier 2 South America with likes of an Imperial, for example. They should be beating a team like Sharks, just not on current form. That's why we've been saying Sharks are the favourites, because we've been seeing what Red Canids have been playing like, and we've been pretty uninspired. Today, so far, that is the best map I've seen this particular Red Canids play on any map, actually, in the pool for quite a long time, even when they had Henny and Phelps, right? So that was really clean. Their individuals look super good. They made the right decisions nearly every single round. Cowers was brilliant. So that's exactly what you want from this composition going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I think something that was so huge actually for Red Canids, and if you take a bit of a deeper dive to the stats of the 18 rounds that were played, 14 of those rounds they got the opening kills in. So not only were they playing nearly every round with an advantage, I said on their CT side of Train, they had that kind of 1-2-3 system where it was someone taking contact. There's always a player kind of hidden in the smoke, ready to pounce. And I feel like they clearly had done so much research, so much work on what they need to achieve here on Train. And I hope we've got a similar level from Sharks here on Mirage, because I mentioned how maybe the vetoes could have been a bit different. Maybe they could have banned Mirage, forced Dust to be removed by Red Canids, and maybe we'd be seeing a map where at least Sharks could say, well, this is our second best, this is our third best map. We feel confident here. Honestly, I feel like all three of us are going to have a big mentality shift in our favoring. However weird it might seem, I'm still going to back Sharks. I feel like a game like that is just going to really open their eyes to what Red Canids can do. They've had, 10-15 minutes to mentally reset. I'm sure they're going to be able to provide a level of threat. But again, if they really still fumble with the decision-making on the T side, pushing through smokes, making these kind of risky decisions that, okay, yes, is what we love about the South American region, but it can be capitalized so easily. So I hope we do see a comeback from Sharks. I hope we get to a third map. But like, just the way that Red Canids played was brilliant.
Yeah, and that's kind of the one thing that makes me wonder about this too, right? Because in the analysis I was bringing into this, I really felt like the firepower from, the Sharks really just wasn't there. It felt like nobody was really popping off. Nobody really had their big moments, really, when you're kind of looking at the scoreline. But a map like Mirage, I always kind of say it's a bit more forgiving in the sense that I don't like saying it's puggy, but like there is a bit more forgiving pieces. Like Train is a very heavy utility map, I would argue. Whereas Mirage, a bit more forgiving where you can get away with making some, big plays. Sharks, I felt like were kind of like trying to tackle Train, kind of just dry without utility. I don't know. Do we think that Mirage could be a little bit different here? Like, do we really think now that they got a bit of a beating on this first map that they've woken up? Or do we really do think that, Red Canids' performance can actually push them over the edge here, just because it really felt like they were hitting the shots. Everything just felt like the stars were aligning for these guys. So Zola, I'll take this back to you just to get your thoughts, because I know you said you're still backing Sharks, but are you still really that convinced, or are you still worried that this might be a close Mirage game?
I think it will be close. And I'm backing Sharks in the way that I think that it can happen. And I think Sharks are a type of team that if the individual stepped up, I think Train would have looked much better for them. It seemed like they had nice protocols in place. It seemed like Sharks had an idea what they want to do, but they looked for the risky plays and then the kills weren't coming. And I think that was the difficulty. So I think if the individuals can step up, I think that's definitely what Sharks need, especially because they're a team that are quite relied upon individuals. We talk about how Doc usually has kind of a crazy performance, puts up those like 2.0 ratings kind of on every other series. Very missing in Train, very, very missing. And I think that's clearly what affected them. Hopefully Doc can perform, because Mirage is one of his better maps.
Yeah, well, look, Trav, I will let you say your point, but it looks like the game is ready to go. So I'm going to let you guys take the wheel here. We're going to get ready to go for Mirage. The second map, now the big question is, can the Red Canids close this out? I guess we're about to find out. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting because like, I think with Mirage coming in, if you just look at the recent results, there are two arguments of it. It's Red Canids, they like got a slightly inflated win percentage from beating lower tier opposition, teams they should be beating. And Sharks have lost to teams like Imperial, you know, twice, one of them being at the Austin Major RMR, MRQs, you know, once against Bestia.
Yeah.
So, like, they have had some of these, like, results which you'd expect them to lose to. So, yeah, I think it's pretty 50-50 despite that percentage win rate disparity.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on the money. I think that's something that I think a lot of the time we might overlook. We might say, okay, well, Red Canids, they've got 2/3 of the time they win this map. Sharks usually lose it, but yeah, it's the fact of the weight class that Sharks have been fighting in, and I think that really is going to have an effect here. But Red Canids, the way they played on Train, the setups they had, the kind of the positioning and the trading was really, really important. And I think the issue is Sharks didn't have that player to have the big moment. We saw it from Cowards a couple of times. We saw it from Ponta actually on that CT side, where they'd get kind of 3 kills where they really should have only got 1, or kind of getting doubles when you really shouldn't find a kill. And I think if they don't have big moments like that, things could fall flat. But Cowards getting on the score sheet early on, traded by Angelo, but VenomZera finding the player a bench, and VenomZera doubles. Obviously, the bottom performing player for Red Canids in VenomZera. Having a good moment here on the pistol. Oh, Gafolo finds Coldzera in the smoke, but VenomZera again with the trade. Triple on the pistol. Disappointing here from Sharks. They had a triple B setup, which, honestly, Red Canids evaluated and destroyed.
Yeah, almost a chance for 2 there as they tried to retake. Saw the second player near the window, near that smoke that was up, but only allowed to get the 1. It's a great round from VenomZera. And as you say, like, bottom performer from Train just doesn't really matter, does it? Because like every single other player played superbly. VenomZera didn't have much to do really at all. He went 6-9. The other teammates 16-11, 13-6, 19-11, and 20-11. For Kawes topping the score sheet with a 1.93 rating and 124 ADR. So it doesn't matter. He will step up immediately on map 2, which is great to see. And yeah, reminder that whoever wins this one plays the winner of Furia FE and 9Z, who we're going to be seeing just after this series is complete. So you obviously favour probably 9Z in that one, and I think 9Z are kind of just not all that right now. They're really up and down form. So whoever wins this game would really fancy themselves against 9Z.
Yeah, and I think as well, for a team like Red Canids that have made recent roster changes that are kind of yet to fully formulate and, find their kind of consistency, a win like this against Sharks, they're going to feel unbeatable. They're going to feel untouchable for the rest of this whole kind of playoff bracket, because not only have they kind of faced off against one of the top teams, obviously you've got Fluxo, you do have ODDIK as well, which are, really, really strong teams as well. But they don't have to face them until a final. If Red Canids do win here, they've got the chance to beat 9Z, certainly a beatable team, and then all they need to do is just win that final best of 3. So I think if Red Canids can find Mirage, if they can look good here and obviously take this series, it's going to be a level of confidence that's tough to rival.
Yeah, for sure. So far, they've had no real adversity at all to have to deal with today, Red Canids. They've been, their game plan has just worked to perfection.
Yeah.
There should be no risk here, even though they are going into a stack over toward B. It's only USPs. Dropper scene 1 should check those left. He does sort of half check it, and a half check was enough for him to be able to react in time. USP does get 1 more, and then they figure out what's going on, so they're going to escape from that possible risk. And they'll allow Angelo and Bolo to keep the AK and the Galil for now. Kara's going to try and hunt them down, but Angelo will stop his advance. So, acceptable damage for Sharks on this round.
Yeah, it's really important, actually, that Angelo saves here, because it means that he can get the AWP out as soon as possible. Won't need to reinvest in a weapon. He's going to be able to save at least 2k in the reserves by having full util, obviously full head armor, diffuse kit, everything. And it means can get the AWP out. And obviously we know how impactful the AWP can be on the CT side. I feel like we have seen a bit of a kind of a maneuver to how the AWP plays on Mirage. I feel like there is still a lot of freedom. There is still kind of, the ability to go for an early con peak, whether you want to jump towards under or kind of get posted up in B apps. But it does seem like the AWP has been more of a kind of well, more of an anchor now. It seems like the vast majority of the time, it's kind of these AAA setups with an AWP, whether you're playing towards triple, whether you're playing kind of from ticket. But we know the value that that brings. And I think if we can get Angelo on the big green as soon as possible, maybe didn't have the best of games there on train, but you're now backs against the wall. You have to find Mirage. And the best way to do that is get on your specialist weapon as soon as possible.
Yeah, of course, and something we haven't really touched on just yet because we know that it's only really a prediction. It's like a forecast, right? How important the VRS points would be for Red Canids if they are to win this game, because they're pretty similarly ranked, but they're the ones who are slightly lower ranked overall. So of course it gets you a bonus if you do find the win. They would get 22 points, and your opponents would lose 18. So yeah, I think it's that's also a very important thing to mention for the second BO3 we've got coming up today as well, which I'll get into later. So yeah, there's everything on the line. Any sort of monetary reward you can get for getting through these sort of series, getting a chance to get through to the closed qualifier, it will mean something. Second place, of course, gets $5,000. Winner of this and that closed qualifier spot also gets $20,000. So that's a little bonus. What we're fighting for right now.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like in some of these kind of tier 2 events overall, you kind of have the mega split prize pool where the top team might get let's say 12, and then it's halved all the way down, even sometimes to kind of round of 16s. I quite like the fact that not only do you get the close qualifier spot, but you actually get kind of there's a massive prize there for you as well. I feel like it's just gonna make these teams want to fight as hard as possible.
Yeah. The dry swing from drop towards short, and that cost him his life, and that's one of the first misses we've seen from Kawes in the entire day's play so far. Fair enough. He was bound to miss one at some point, and it's going to be a very comfortable opening buy round here for Sharks. They're going to survive with all 5 players alive, Ponta and Venomzera with no time remaining and looking to have no other option than to save with the bomb dropped in mid. So something to work with here if you're Sharks.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think for Sharks, they needed to get on the board early. They needed to find success here on Mirage, because I think if Red Canids go maybe 4 rounds up, 5 rounds up without Sharks putting one on the board, not only does it make it so difficult for them, but it's just going to bore a hole in their mind of, look, why are we playing so badly? What's happened here? We got battered on train. We're going to get battered here on Mirage. And you always see games like this where you can see kind of just the just the players' confidence and I guess their mentality completely crushed. So I think it's important that Sharks get to winning ways here on the CT side. I think they are actually going to need a very dominant CT side here, just because obviously we know that their T side isn't perfect either. Both have been pretty weak. Obviously, we've mentioned reasons for why they have played against some really top tier opponents, but we know that obviously for Red Canids, they massively favor the CT side. So this is going to have to be, at least I want to say for Sharks, it's going to have to be a half victory. I think 7-5 without the lead going into their T side, I'd be very worried if I were Sharks. Venomzera fast there towards short, a double swing scene, missed shots from both parties. And just backing away.
Pull back off that for now.
Yeah.
Venomzera's got bench control with the Deagle, but it's been a number of years since I've seen Cold have one of his famous Deagle moments. There's been many over the years, but it's been a while. We need at least one or two maybe in a round like this. Already tagged down to 37 though. Awkward. Of course, putting yourself in bench means you're very susceptible to those nades that can come over from short. Very common. Koala putting a few bullets through the corner of the wall in apartments as well. Support flash towards mid. He'll be heard jumping down. Actually, that's going to be the cue to go if we're Red Canids. And that's the perfect time to call that. But they respect the incendiary, surprisingly. They could have had 2 players pushing through there and maybe taken some control. But the incendiary is so bad, they say, okay, well, fire is hot.
Yeah, the big issue as well is they catch kind of the player out in short with util in hand and they don't collect the kill. Red Canids have kind of lost their threat potential here massively. If it were Trey, that would be them getting the instant headshot round is done. It seems like Red Canids, maybe that kind of break just in the games has kind of cost them their momentum, hasn't kind of kept them so fresh and so ready. But I'm loving this setup here towards B. It's going to be Koala to take contact. RDN's going to be an unknown factor, and this is so simple. RDN gets the triple. coldzera all that remains, and Doc will be able to find this one quite comfortably. So not only is it another round victory for Sharks, but with 5 survivors, money at an all-time high.
Yeah, suddenly they're in a great position, and they're probably going to survive with 4 or 5 alive in this coming round as well. So, time for Sharks to show what they're made of. They're in a good position now to really put their foot down on CT Mirage. One of the maps, of course, I mentioned in that previous LAN final they played. They did play against Red Canids. Was the first map of that grand final. With a 13-9, they're able to nab. Pretty simple win, really, overall. I mean, it was first half was close. They got a 7-5 CT half. Managed to win the T side 6-4. So, you know, 13-9 sounds comfortable, but it was a little bit closer than maybe sounds.
Yeah, like I feel like it's weird now. I feel like because of the kind of change to MR12, you know, they have won it by 4 rounds, but I guess then when you think of it, that's like a 16-12. That's still pretty close. I feel like you no longer have really dominant games anymore just because, or not, you don't have more dominant games. It's quite tough to see whether a game is super dominant because you're thinking, oh, okay, well, the opponent's only got single digits, but obviously we know that game was actually a lot closer than just the scoreline as well. Yeah, I still believe that Sharks are going to need to take the half hit. I know, obviously, in that game they did have that 4-round buffer, but I think you do have to take into account as well that, you know, they were very, very positive. They won both pistol rounds. We actually saw a bit of a streak from the CT side of Red Canids, but the game was kind of too far gone because of it. But
Ooh, can I get
a couple
a plant
kills
here?
have come through. Yeah. Look, not only could we get a bomb plant, we could find another kill. Gafolo's very isolated. There will be the rotation through market now, and coldzera will be found. Angelo with the double. There was a moment there where I think we both believed, okay, there's something more that meets the eye here for Red Canids. There could have been not only the chance of the bomb plant, but arguably the chance of the round.
Yeah, getting control, like, on bench there, even if you've got no armor, like, there's a chance you can do something with that, playing the headshot angle, ducking and diving, you know, not going to take too many bullets necessarily. But in the end, they were pushed down, and it's good positioning, actually, from Gafolo to just get that angle from the sort of short area of the bomb site, where you can put plenty of bullets through the default box and probably get the wallbang kill if the plant is attempted. And it's not like he was alone in the end. He did have a support to come in and help. So, all good. They've got a number of AKs still on that CT side. Make it 3 now in total. Your pup on Angelo. That round lead and money in the bank to work with. It's time for Red Canids to find an answer.
Yeah, like Angelo didn't have the kind of the best of games on train. For a map that's very AWP-centric and one of which, you know, did have the AWP quite a lot. Couldn't really find that level of impact that you'd hope on that CT side. Obviously, we do know that Angelo is, you know, one of the younger players for this Sharks team, and you'd anticipate that maybe doesn't have as many reps on a map like Train, so certainly could be a reason for that kind of difficult game.
We'll see. Perez with the top con smoke to push up with Drop. Drop peaked short dry on one of those previous rounds, and that didn't work. It was kind of what got Sharks in the game. Got them with a clean first gun round victory. RDN in window, checking that low position, but is he ready for them to be up short so quickly? The answer is no, and they're going together here, Red Canids. That's the difference. Pack-based play up towards short, but Doc could still be doing something, and Koala could as well.
Ooh.
They're completely holding off the B push. No way in for the T side. Koala with a couple, Doc with a couple of his own, and even Angelo coming in to help out at the end of the round. That was a very, very quick reaction from the CT side, and one that got them a deserved fourth.
Aquala does really well there, not only to reposition, but gets the first, then re-swings on the second. Obviously, Doc, he finds a kill from Con, and that kind of really forces Red Canids into a difficult scenario. They realize, well, there's going to be a flank coming through very shortly. We need to still deal with Koala, and we need to find this fast because there's going to be rotates coming through. And in doing so, they play kind of very wide angles, looking to try and catch him off. But the problem is there's just a real lack of trade. And the fact that Koala can get two, keep himself kind of situated on the bomb site, the rotations from Angelo and Doc, they're just going to find those final ones. But Red Canids, this game started off nicely. We kind of expected good things, but that's now 4 rounds in a row ever since the weapons are in play for Sharks.
And I think sorry, I just wanted to say, like, as you rightly mentioned on Train, right? Like, it's really important for Red Canids to do damage in rounds like this. That's something Sharks didn't do. It allowed Red Canids money to swell very quickly on Train. So if they're able to get something done on rounds like this, even if it's just like 3 kills and a bomb plant, something like that, then it'll keep them in touch.
Yeah, look, I think for Red Canids here, I think many of us would have anticipated, look, it could go a third map, but it should be Train for Sharks. It should be Inferno for Sharks. Mirage is where we say, okay, Red Canids, this is your one chance. The fact they take Train, it puts them in such a good spot to find this series overall, to push to the semi-finals. If we don't see them win their next gun round, we're going to be seeing it's going to be a 7-2 scoreline.
Yeah.
And it's just all the hard work on Train, all just the incredible performance on Train means nothing. You're in that final map of Inferno. It doesn't matter that you took your opponent's map pick. If anything, it's worse. They started off the series, they took Train, a map that's been really difficult for them, one that's been really potent for Sharks, and then they still fumble. So I think as these rounds continually go the way of Sharks, not only is there going to be the idea that Sharks get closer to victory, but there's the added pressure that every single one of the Red Canids players are going to be thinking is, we took Train. How are we not winning Mirage? What is going on?
Yeah, very true. I guess it's weird, right? Sometimes games can go like this in online Counter-Strike. Great round from Doc there. I know it's up against the Pistols, getting 4 kills, stat padding a little bit, but he had a bit of a rougher game on Train. So to see him get some confidence going is great. Dealing with those fast-moving Tech 9s very, very easily. Almost got the ace, but it was stolen away from him. How dare you? It's all good. All 5 up. Money is completely booming. I mean, goodness me. They've got 3 players on quintuple digits. It's going to be pretty chill for Sharks for the rest of the half almost at this point.
No, I think they kind of are at that spot, because I can't see a world in which Sharks don't at least keep rounds competitive, and in doing so, not only are they going to be getting kill reward, they're going to be getting the loss bonus. You know, Sharks should have finances for the majority of this half, let alone the whole rest of the half, because, well, there's only 5 rounds remaining. Timing on the double nade. A little late. Cowards has had a really tough time. They're 1-7. Kind of the bright light of Train has been put on a dimmer here for Mirage. And for Cowards, this is not going to bode well for his confidence. I feel like there was a level of kind of lack of fear throughout the whole of Train. That CT side, it seemed like he was always in the eye of the storm, kind of the center of all the chaos. Yet now, struggling to connect the bullets, might be going for a bit more of a disciplined and kind of slow approach, which might not work. But out towards ramp, a strong setup here towards A. They are playing a bit disciplined, just leaving Koala to take contact and to swing off of it. Angelo will be rotating in time. Where's the utility here from Red Canids? They're trying to just do it with the weaponry alone, and they're getting peppered by util themselves. And obviously, by every second that they're still stuck here in ramp, it's another second that the CTs can rotate in. There is no need, though, for RDN to peek on out. Angelo will get one, though, and Angelo doubles. Okay. Doesn't really go the way of Red Canids. We saw it go down to the 2v2. I think there was a slight level of belief, but even with the swing from RDN and Koala, it doesn't matter. 6-2, expected 7th as well. Red Canids from hero to 0.
kind of what I was touching on in some of our pre-game stuff, right? Like, sure, they actually got it down to the 2v2 in the end, like you mentioned. But that's kind of the school of thought that I was talking about when it comes to Red Canids having some poor decision-making and just poor teamwork on some of these T-side rounds, right? They didn't have to play too much T-side on train. We're seeing a little bit more T-side now, and they committed the cardinal sin of going out A on Mirage, getting stuck in Tetris too long, and Drop went out very, very early, all by himself as well. Like, sure, it's unlucky to get caught clearing sandwich when you get caught from under, but utility usage wasn't great. They took too long. It had all the rotations to come in. Despite VenomZero doing his best, it just wasn't to be. So a quicker play coming in towards B to follow off the back of that. Drop can only get a trade. He goes down. RDN will hold the line well. Now Gofolo here to help out, to secure the round on the board coming in. Going to be at 7-2 that you mentioned. And of course now, we reached a point where I mentioned the money was fine a couple of rounds ago. It's even more fine now. There's no way they need to worry about it for the rest of the half. They can buy everything. They can buy upgraded pistols on every single rifle and not have to worry. Like, it's a luxury right now.
I think as well, when we look back to kind of the round prior, the Tech 9 round, you know, there's not really much to talk about. It's just Sharks had good B defense, rotations were quick. We mentioned the poor utility. There should be a molly under balcony. Koala then goes down to drop, and then it's a 5v4. They can then set the smokes out. They're going to be able to get out Tetris because they can just cross paths. There's no Koala under balcony. The round becomes so much easier if one Molotov is thrown in. It's not that they didn't have one. I think they had 3 mollies at the time. They just misplaced too many players with weaponry in hand, looking to kind of win the round before it's even begun. But this is really tough now for Red Canids. Worst case scenario for Sharks, it's you know, 7-5. It's still a positive performance, and as you said, it was that 7-5 scoreline where they found success in that 13-9 kind of fashion. So right now, Red Canids, at best, it's looking as though they will probably still lose Mirage, but hopefully there's some twists and turns. Hopefully we can see Red Canids come back, because after the brilliance of Train, I didn't expect this level of performance, especially not on Mirage. Drop. Oh, lovely double from Drop, and that's the type of play. That's the heroic moment. That's the manic moment that spurred Red Canids with so much success from Train. And Drop, oh, missed shots, okay. Still alive, and if anything, he's creating more pressure towards jungle than apartments. Ooh, great awareness from Drop here. Doc's gone so loud. Where do you think he's gone? You've not seen him back in Murder Hole.
As soon as I saw the 5 bullets after doing this spray in CT and he hadn't reloaded, I was like, okay, you made the perfect play, but sure, jungle control on such low HP, you're going to need to use some utility to help out your teammates to force their way up con. Look at Gofolo's position. How do they get past him? The nade is okay, but doesn't really do considerable damage. And look at the time. This is pretty much, how do they get to the site and plant it safely? There's so many players here. Coltero's about to go down. There we go. Push from Angelo. Again, so like kind of what I was mentioning to you, just complete miscommunication and in disarray. Red Canids on this T side right now.
Yeah, look, again, I feel like it's a tough position to be in. You mentioned that only 5 bullets. There's not really much that can be done. I think you either go for the shot initially, or you just look to flank. And, okay, yes, it might mean that your teammates might go down, but there's like 25 seconds on the clock, I think, or about 30 seconds when he takes contact. If he just shifts through Murder Hole and his teammates throw utility out of apartments, it's going to keep attention there from Market. He's going to get a freebie, will be able to back away and get the reload off. And then at least, okay, you can head back towards A and he's towards Market so they can't rotate into CT. Or you can still just go towards the B bomb site with perfect information. I feel like it seems like Red Canids, because they're trailing, because it's not really gone well for them, they're making these poor decisions on these kind of split-second calls because they're so frantic. They're scrambling to try and find a victory, a kind of a moment. And I think if you give that opportunity again to Drop in that scenario where he has 5 bullets, he's low HP, he's in jungle, and I think if the scoreline was, let's say, 5-4 at the time, I think he plays it differently. I really do. I think maybe he has a bit more patience, maybe realizes, okay, well, we don't need to win this round. I don't need to hit this shot. And I think that's when maybe he'd go for a flank from Market, or at least a more informed decision of what to do. Even just a Molotov was poor. If he sends the molly into the kind of the entrance of Market, at least it gives him enough time for the reload, then can repost on CT and create a bit more of a problem. But it just seems so frantic in that moment from Drop.
Honestly, it's kind of the thing. it's maybe an unfair way of like summarizing him as a player, but I do feel like it's kind of the thing that has summed up his career in a way for me from whenever I've watched him. Because look, Furia, that was a little bit earlier in his career. He obviously took some time to grow into that role and grow into what was eventually, being an in-game leader for different teams in the future. He was in very tough anchor roles, I think, for a long time of his period on Furia up until mid-2023. Then straight into MIBR. Spent 2 years in MIBR, did a pretty good job, got them to pretty decent heights, right? As an in-game leader too. I still think he struggles individually, not just because he's an in-game leader, but also because when he's under pressure. When he's in pressure scenarios, I see him have those whiffy moments like that all too often, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he is a good player. There's a reason he got to where he is, because he's a good player and he's got good ideas and he's got good leadership qualities. Look at his stats against some decent tier 2 like EU opposition. He played in big events under MIBR, like a FlyQuest or like a Liquid or whatever, like he used to play at that sort of tier. Then you look at how he played at the next tier up, like no rating to speak of at all against the likes of a Na'Vi, a Vitality, even like a Wildcard or a 3D Max or an Astralis, right? He would struggle really badly against teams of that upper tier. So I still think, unfortunately, he's got that factor to him. This is a great tier for him to show what he's made of, and he can still play, he can still deliver something for a roster at that, like, tier 1.5 level, as we saw with MIBR. But he's still under a little bit of pressure. He just has that whiff factor, I'm afraid.
Do you think it's the kind of the game and the style of play from Drop is because of the tutelage of Art? I feel like he's got that similar nature where he goes for a dry swing. He might make the kind of the 1% play because of that kind of was embodied by Art. And I think that's surely something that you're on your first main team. You come from Furia Academy. You're now kind of learning and wanting to grow under Art and his leadership. Do you think surely that's got to be a factor for why there's so many risky plays from Drop?
I don't know. I really don't know. It's a case of, for me, I think he's obviously learnt some things from him and understood, like, risk taking is necessary in Counter-Strike. I mean, any in-game leader knows that, but yeah, I wouldn't say he's modeled his in-game leading off of him or his style off of him. I just think it's his own way of going about things.
Yeah.
It might be similar, but I think it's kind of his own way.
I think actually you can pinpoint this game. I feel like this game is kind of a bit of a reskin of Train. And it's something that Laz brought up. Realistically, Red Canids, it's not as though their game plan's been really poor. It's not as though they've kind of really struggled to figure out what to do. Kawes is 1-10. Ponta's 2-7. Coldzera's 2-9. The individuals are just so missing here. It's exactly the issue that Sharks faced on Train. And I think that's the really sad thing to see, because Red Canids had such a good chance here, probably coming in as the underdogs. The fact that they took map 1, it looks so positive, but this round's looking good at least. But RDN rotating in puts Ponta in the 1v1. Gafolo swinging out wide, steps to her. Spam is seen, but a lot of damage there. Excellent. Ponta gives himself a real chance in this one. Gafolo, his position's made known. Ponta, is he just going to take the wide swing? He is. I like how he plays that clutch. I think a lot of the time you can cross the CT and then maybe you overcomplicate it and you don't go for the full swing on the tap of the bomb or something like that. I actually really like when players just go, look, you're going to mess around, spam through the box, you're going to be caught in the open, I'm just going to swing you and instantly kill you. And I think moments like that, I always like when you see a player kind of play a clutch with confidence. So at least Red Canids, and at least for Ponta, there's some confidence to take away there. But best case scenario, they find 4 rounds on the T side. I just don't think it's enough.
No, it's a scrappy round as well. I do think Gafolo doesn't really play that clutch as well as he could have as well. And from his POV, Ponta played it fine, but Gafolo was kind of in the open for the entirety of the clutch. He allowed himself to get swung. He revealed his position very, very quickly. And I agree with Kawes as well, because he had such a great map 1, but now 2 and 12, gone completely missing. Sure, it's a byproduct of the Red Canids system not looking too great on map 2. You can't expect someone to play really well if the team's calls or like ideas aren't going too well, but still, I do agree with you on that one. Angelo with a good pick toward under. That's Kawes removed once again, and a chance at a 9-round CT half.
Well, look, I think it's a perfect kind of embodiment of Red Canids this series, is when the individuals are looking good, that it's completely fine. The game plan looks good. It looks as though they've got many protocols in place. The issue is, and what you'll see between kind of a good in-game leader and a great in-game leader is they'll have so many different strategies in place when someone isn't performing. Because Cowards is 2-12. It's clearly not playing very well here on Mirage. You can't go for the same game plan. You can't go for kind of more of a frag-based approach, maybe where you're looking for defaults, you're looking to kind of play a little bit slower. Because you can't play slow and not hit your shots. It just doesn't work. The CTs are going to be eventually taking some space. And you see it there. Just so late to go into the site. Gafolo, he's just going to have his gun out. He gets the easiest double. Obviously, he gets his 4th in the round, in fact. But surely there had to have been kind of a moment where Red Canids, halfway through that map, halfway through Mirage, they say, look, guys, it's not working. How are we going to better this? Is it a fast B? Is it a fast mid? Is it something that we play as a pack? Because this split approach just did not work at all. 1 round is all they found, and it came from a clutch. Very difficult now it is for Red Canids, and Sharks just needing 4 here on their T side. Very easy to achieve.
Yeah, and I think as well, you mentioned like going for a fast play or something to change at the pace or whatever. Can be a little bit more difficult on a map like, or a bit easier, sorry, on a map like Nuke or something like that. If you go for a fast A, because it's more lends itself to that, especially Ancient as well. Even though it's a map they play sometimes, they're going for a fast B or just a fast rush toward A, considering how the map works. On Mirage, you need a little bit more than just a pack-based mentality.
Yeah.
You need a little bit more utility. You need to block off these sight lines, especially toward A. The 1 round they do try and go for like a group push toward A and a bit of a dry, not dry as such, there was like 1 or 2 flashes, but go for like a drier swing and push. Is that 1 round where Drop goes out kind of alone to begin with, and then his teammates bring up the rear and get stuck in Tetris. They bring it down to a 2v2 because of Zera's nice transfer, but like you can't rely on that with a take as poor as that. So yeah, like it kind of just shows that their T sides often look pretty poor, and they rely on CT every now and then in these sort of games to get back into them.
I don't like. I'm looking at those live odds up top. I don't know whether that's bugged or something. Like, I'm feeling very unconfident for Red Canids.
Yeah.
It's 9-3. The bookies have been watching this game, have they? Right?
Maybe it's for the series.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Venom Zera certainly going to be changing those odds with the performance in this round. He gets the 4K. Venom Zera, he for triple in the last pistol. He's got 4 here. That's 7 of his 10 kills found on the pistol round. Pretty poor,
pistol
actually. When you think about it, okay, yeah, you're getting the pistol round and you're having success from it, but it just goes to show he might be having a similar kind of kill threat as Cold Zera or Cowes without these pistol rounds.
It's quite funny. He's got all his kills, really. It's a good round to have impact in.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
2 for 1.
But yeah, let's see if they can actually put their foot down on it now. If there's ever a game where I could see them recover on CT and actually make a game of this, I think it would be this one, honestly. It's not a bad map for them. Bad T-half, but no, it's a total different kettle of fish, and they should be back in. I mean, they are back in the game already, right? I mean, 9-5 is not a huge deficit. It's not like Sharks are on 11 already or something like that. So it's definitely game on. Sharks looked a lot better to begin with. See if they can look a little bit better on their T side.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people might look at that round from Sharks and question, well, why aren't they playing slow to burn util? Why aren't they looking to rush towards B or A? I actually really like the fact they go towards middle. It's always going to be defended by those 3 rifles. You just deny the kind of value of the SMGs in that round. I don't know how Cold Zera hasn't been taken down there. He's fully blinded kind of with the naded window smoke, but can count himself lucky in that scenario. But I didn't mind the kind of decision from Sharks. They just negate the success that the MP9s can have. Obviously, because there's no loss bonus here for Red Canids. If they do lose, okay, Drop can invest, but the rest of the team will there'll be limitations, won't there?
Yeah. Doing the right thing, I think, at the moment by taking their time a little bit, just being a little bit chill. Knowing that Red Canids might have a couple of MP9s in play, knowing they could go for something a bit more aggressive to look for information. Kowes toward short, playing this off angle. I'm ticking down with basically no information gleaned at all other than the fact that Sharks could be all over mid. Comes some utility finally. Itchy will miss to get to them toward damage toward those under players, unfortunately. So no chip damage to make these T players one-shot headshotable to the M4s. And the time is incredibly low here. 12 seconds as they try and push their way up connector, and it is going to get munched up. And honestly, that's how it should happen. Like, if you're going up con with 12 seconds to go, you shouldn't be, with like no information about where anyone is playing on A, you shouldn't be expecting a plant in any round you ever are in that situation.
Yeah, look, I think a round like that from Sharks, it looks really easy to kind of call the disappointment of it, and you look at it and it's so simple for Red Canids, but I don't mind the idea, just playing really slow, trying to get a bit of a lay of the land of this T side. I still do have to say, though, Sharks, okay, yes, it was a great first half performance. They've now given Red Canids 3 rounds here on the CT side. It's going to be a 4th as well as it's the Pistols. And I'm just thinking, well, right now, Sharks, that amazing lead you found on that CT side has, so heavily slipped away. And I think for Red Canids, they now are kind of right back in this game. I think we said it with the pistol round victory, and I think with the first gun round, it just leaves them in a real probable or possible chance now to take Mirage. And obviously the series with it.
I like that from Coles, throwing that nade in a position where it gets completely blocked by the wall, right? So it does no damage to himself as he breaks that smoke. It's quite a simple idea, but it gives you a chance at an opening pick toward window. I'm gonna try that in my next Mirage game and see if I'm watching.
You play Mirage?
And watch me take 50 damage to the HE. I promise you.
Honestly, I can't believe you're a Mirage player.
Well, I mean, I'm forced into it sometimes, mate. What can you do?
Yeah,
Drop will hold from Palace and get himself 2 as they wander through the smoke. 2 quick headshots. Good hold from him. Tech9s will do a little bit of damage, but not too much. They got some van control, but Kara should be fine here. Look at the damage he's done. There'll be a bit of nading to come through toward that position as well with the incendiary, and it forces Koala into the open. Angelo last alive. And yeah, I'm not just a Mirage. I'm not just an occasional Mirage player. I'm also I always play B. I'm always a B anchor on Mirage, and that's the hardest role to play. So there we are. Listen, maybe I hate myself.
I'm sure there's many B anchors out there that will be clipping that little moment, showing it to their in-game leader. Look, Trav said it's the hardest. That's why I'm not getting kills. How dare you?
Well, you are like if you push out, you can die. If you push short, you can like if you're a short player, it's different. But like maybe you can get something done there. If your A players die, you're rotating into death or saving more often than not. So. Yeah,
it's kind of be on train back in the day. I feel like now I feel like you get a bit more support because of kind of how pop dogs change and little things like that. But yeah, honestly, it's not easy. Not easy being a B player.
It is not. He'll do it again. This time does take some damage to his own nade. He managed to avoid it last time, and unfortunately, he's a split second too early to be able to break that smoke and see what's coming at him in mid. And Kowes will get caught by Gafolo. So first opening kill that Sharks have found in a hot minute on their team side.
Oh, nice nade there. Drop down to 19 points of health. Look, Sharks, they've got a good chance in this round, but they have to capitalize. They've got the advantage. They've dealt a lot of damage to drop. Obviously, utility's a little bit dire for Red Canids. And this is where if I'm Sharks, and if I'm the coach for Sharks, all I'm going to be thinking in my head is, look, guys, we've got a great chance of winning this round. Let's just group together, hit a bomb site, play this correctly. Let's not have kind of an extremity lurk that can get caught off. Let's not lose a pick for no reason. They need to be just perfectly synergized, and this should be a fairly easy round. Ponta, how has he not spotted the players in con? Well, they certainly know about him. Yeah, seemingly not. Okay.
Unfortunately, I think because he wasn't seen and he didn't see them, that actually consigns his A-site teammate to death. So that's like kind of what can you do at the end of the day. They were screwed either which way of it, I think. Red Canids in this round. Cole's going to try and do something, but Angelo will make sure he can't do anything or swing him out of the round there. He tried to push forward, try and play at an angle that maybe was unexpected, maybe hoping that they thought he'd fallen back to save, but could have maybe got one more kill. He had a kit, I believe, still, so could have maybe tried something crazy.
Yeah.
Cold
Zera classic.
Yeah, true. With drop going off to save. So there we go. It is going to be 10 eventually. Of course, the good thing for Red Canids is they've got plenty of money to buy straight back in.
Yeah, that's the kind of usually the real crippling thing of this CT side is, okay, yeah, you want to make a nice comeback, but when the rounds aren't perfect, when you're not keeping 4 or 5 players alive, we know how easy the finances can drain. And I think for Red Canids, that's something that is going to be in the back of their minds is, look, they're still not leveled up. They're still not kind of close enough or in touching distance to Sharks where they can really give this game a go. But they do need to realize that in the rounds they win, let's say they're in these kind of 4v1 scenarios with a minute on the clock. They don't go searching for kills. They don't try and look to close out every round there and then, because their finances are going to be so important. Because again, Sharks, they only need 3 more rounds here. Let's say there's a scenario where Sharks, they win the round and Red Canids don't have the money. They're going to be on a force. Sharks could win this whole game off one mismanaged kind of economy moment from Red Canids and a round victory. So I think if you're Red Canids, you've got to be very cautious in these advantage scenarios to not give up kind of give up those kills.
Doc creeping up under. Doc about to creep forward himself. Needs to be careful. Doc worried about pulling out utility at the wrong time, almost the decision to nade him, but very, very tight from the information standpoint there. And Ponta, well, he's hit his headshot, but tested by the AK. Venomzera needs to hit another headshot of his own, but only some damage, and then Drop will get caught as well. Kowers is going to be here pretty quickly, should catch one, but he needs one more from jungle, and he's been mollied off. That will finally dissipate. Bit of a slightly lazy swing there, I think, from Doc, actually. He was kind of in the midst of throwing utility. He should have known Carol was a bit closer than that, but it doesn't matter. He actually got his gun back out in time faster than I thought he would. No worries there at all.
Look, the moment there from Cowers in ladder is the exact same from that T-side pistol from Red Canids on train. It's Cold Zera sat in A main unnecessarily. Look, Cowers, if you're going to go to ladder, you've been mollied off. There's no way that Gafolo can get into window silently. There wasn't a boost. He jumped up. Not only does Cowers let Drop die, he's then not instant to get the trade. He's a little bit late, and that it just forces a little bit more of a difficult chance at that retake. But I don't know why he's sat in ladder and not just holding window. If he holds window there, it's down to a 3-on-3. Sharks have kind of given up an opportunity there, and Drop's in a really good position to find the players aggressing out of con. The fact Gafolo gets that kill, that's what leaves for such an easy A site take. Look, Red Canids, it was the kind of the real simple things. It was the basics of Counter-Strike that they were getting so right on the CT side of train, kind of always being tradable, always being in a position to kind of hold every angle. Yet now they are forgetting the basics. They are making these simple mistakes. And the real difficulty is not only are they making these mistakes, Sharks are capitalizing on them. But now just needing 2 rounds, a bit of a worrying investment from Red Canids, no AWP in play, a FAMAS on Cold Zera, Ponta with a 5-7. Sharks, this could be the one to do it. I really want to find out if that is actually the live odds of this map, because how are Red Canids being...
It should be the series, shouldn't it? Because it's very likely we're going to go to a map 3 here.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Inferno being map 3, that is a pretty much a 50-50 call on who's going to win that, right? So that would go along with the odds we see on the screen there. Right, Red Canids, I'm afraid you've got to win this round, and it's not a round where you're at full strength. And Kowes has no idea that Gafolo's over toward Delpan, so that's a crazy quick headshot for Gafolo. A lovely opening as well. Big threat removed. Kowes was a threat on map 1, not really a threat at all on map 2, I'm afraid. And waiting for Inferno to really show what they're made of. Again, Kowes has been a bit of a menace on Inferno in the times I've watched him play. Whether it's been on Pain or a new project on Red Canids. So I'm expecting an improvement there. But here, Sharks are making the right call. They've just moved their only B-site defender, Red Canids, over toward the opposite side of the map. That's Ponta. Picking window.
Yeah.
If he's going to be open. It's unfortunately a bad gamble.
Yeah, look, but I think it's still the right call for the gamble. I think Red Canids, if you go for a systematic approach, go for maybe a 1-1-2 or a 2-1 or a 2-2, it's never really going to work. You just, you're probably going to lose too many players. You actually just need to keep these weapons in play. But I like the idea from Sharks going for the hunt here, realizing, well, they're going for the save. If we can take, a couple of these rifles away, we are just going to win this final round because the money is so poor. Nice find from venomZera. Does not need to go searching anymore, and Koala will find it. It's all on coldzera. 1v4. We'll get the first. Searching for another here, but Koala just playing with his food, and will find coldzera. And the most money in play here for Red Canids being cowards with 2850. 5 opportunities now for Sharks to take this map, and surely they're going to do it. Look, I praise Gafolo, thinking that he's going to have a lot of impact in the cooling. You can look at that last round to be kind of a perfect embodiment of that. But also Gafolo in the frag department is the top performer here for Sharks, which I don't want to say is a real rarity because he can have these big moments. But a lot of the time, you look at Doc. Again, honestly, I don't think we've even seen the kind of the Doc we were expecting, which I guess means that if we get to Inferno, surely that's going to be the map where he actually does something, right? Yeah.
And you would hope and you would think. One should be ending here pretty quickly though. Kawes should... Oh, actually, surprised he didn't take that much damage to that HE. Still 31 HP, but RDN is going to exit the situation ASAP with his teammate with the bomb. And go back toward mid to team up with the other two. Ponta and coldzera, both with the MP9. Be difficult to find any way back in, and there you go. They're just trying to go for risks, right? Cold actually does well to find the one, but Bolo was there to hold the line. They have a free path up short now. Sure, there's going to be a quick rotation, and both players are going to be here pretty quickly, but Kawes on that 31 HP. If they can clear this out properly, they shouldn't get punished here, but hang on. Ponta's MP9 is doing damage, but not enough damage, I'm afraid. Sharks do bounce back. They do take Mirage. We mentioned that the percentage win rates are a bit deceiving between these two on this map. Red Canids have beaten a lot of teams that are worse than them, really. And Sharks have played quite a lot of teams that should be beating them on the map. So that's why we thought it could be close. It was close in terms of the series now, but not really that close on Mirage at all. Sharks take it 13-7. We've got a map 3. We've got Laz.
Hey, thanks, Trav. Yeah, and honestly, just a really interesting matchup, right? Because again, we get this situation where, Red Canids, they looked really good in the beginning. They had themselves the pistol round. Things felt like they were kind of going in the right motion. Even when Sharks had the right stack, like you were winning those fights, I felt that maybe we were going to build off that momentum. But no, that wasn't the case at all. It actually was kind of, it was really just Red Canids. They got themselves a bit of a start, but really it was the first 2 opening rounds. And then we're talking about a multitude that just goes in favor for Sharks. Like they get it from the 3rd round and all the way to the 10th. And then really we see one additional round that's going to be gained here from the Red Canids. So it became problem after problem, and we got to see a little bit of this inexperience of the team, the core aspect of the team of Red Canids really just kind of getting demonstrated here and fully exposed, right? We had a moment where, both Zola and Trav really, again, capitalized on a good point is in round 8. We had the CT economy where Sharks, they had a player with 15,000, 2 of them with 11K. Like it was just something you can't allow to happen on the T side here. So it just kind of felt like it was just getting worse for wear here, and they could never really build off any sort of momentum. We finally got to see that Angelo was able to get the op into rotation a little bit more, which was great to see because that was something I felt was a bit missing on Train. We didn't really get to see the op effect here from the Sharks. We finally do here on Mirage. And honestly, it just kind of, felt like, in the sense of Red Canids, they kind of took a bit of a playbook on Train where they couldn't get any frags. They couldn't get them flowing. Nothing could get done. They couldn't seem to get trades. They felt like their positioning was just off pace the entire time. I mean, it was really down to the crux of, Ponta were able to find himself a 1v1, getting closer to that, swing that they were able to get themselves that 9-3 first half. But really, it just felt like, again, the game it just felt over. And then when we kind of switched things over here for the second half, again, venomZera put himself in a great position with a 4K with the USP, which was very much needed, where they needed somebody to step up and they finally get something done. But then again, we got that money building up nicely. And then all of a sudden, it just, again, kind of collapses. And they kind of lost their control out of 2, critical rounds where they had lots of money. And that's where, for me, I felt like that was kind of the turning point, is that, we got to see Sharks really just putting their core teamwork into play, the roster that's been together for quite some time, you know, obviously without Angelo, of course, but there really was just kind of a good demonstration of the teamwork these guys can bring to the table. And it felt like, you know, round 18, 19, that's where we saw some really bad positioning, some, you know, miscomms that were kind of in place here for Red Canids, which I think, you know, the Sharks were able to take full advantage of. So look, it was a good experience that we got to see from the Sharks being able to bounce back into the series. Now we get to go to the third and final map of Inferno, and I agree with the commentators. Like, this is a tough one. I think I still would give the edge here for Sharks, just considering of the teamwork and the core together, but maybe this will be a little bit of a wake-up call here for Red Canids to be able to figure out what they need to do differently. There's going to be a little bit of a break as we get ready for that third and final map, so we'll find out in just a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit. right, well, welcome back. We're ready to go. So we had that little bit of a break, and now we go to the third and final map here for this first quarterfinal match. And yeah, gentlemen, I got to thank your thoughts here because look, we thought that this, first map win of Red Canids, we thought that was going to be a good case for them to possibly get the 2-0. Mirage was their pick. Did not go their way at all. Sharks were able to, have a bit more of a bite onto this one. So now we go over to Inferno, and I know you guys were lightly touching on it, but I got to get your thoughts. Just given what we've seen in this best of 3 so far, how are we feeling about this one? And Trav, I'm going to start with you this time.
I think there's a couple of results that Red Canids have had on Inferno recently that give me a little bit of hope for that they could look pretty decent, right? I mean, they've beaten Elevate, which aren't like an absolutely terrible South American team. They've beaten Bestia in Thunderpick already about 4 days ago or so. So that was a 16-14, went pretty deep on that map. So you could say maybe I'm expecting something close again. But yeah, that's actually progress. It shows that when you have players like Kawes and a Drop on a map like Inferno who have that sort of more recent tier 1 experience, that can really make a difference. And Kawes historically, bad map 2, great map 1, bad map 2. But he's been very good, actually, on Inferno as a pistol round player with the dualies. I think he uses the dualies to great effect nearly every single time. And, of course, on the sort of lurks around the apartment area as well. On T-side, always been pretty good at that. So I'm expecting more of that.
Yeah, and look, Zola, I'd love for you to be on the desk here with us, but I'm going to let you two take this one because it does sound like we're ready to go. I thought there'd be a bit more of a delay, but that's not going to be the case. So we're going into the third and final map of Inferno, so let's get it going.
Yeah, look, while the pistol round's kind of rolling through, I can give my 2 cents on where I think this is going. And I think the real difference and the kind of catalyst for this game is going to be DOG. Didn't really have that much to do on Train. Wasn't the top performer on Mirage. We're so used to screaming this guy's name whenever he gets the quad kills. He's not really had that moment yet. And I think if it features here on Inferno, that's where we're saying, okay, Red Canids, we saw what happened when you were lacking an ability on Mirage. It looked pretty devastating. And now, if there's that similar sign and you've got Doc who's fragging, that's where we could see a very one-sided scoreline. But I'm liking the idea from Red Canids on this pistol. They go slow. They're going to be maneuvering through Banana. It's just going to be Kawes probing initially because it means that, okay, yeah, if he gets taken down, well, it's not going to be an issue, but it isn't. Kawes taking down as he will find Doc. Already we've seen 3 rotations just because RDN's taken this deep space in second middle. So we're going to see a bit of a bloodbath on B. Elevated now is Koala. Another flash coming through. They spotted him towards Pillar. Koala jumping down. What was the point of that? You've got to play it in CT. You can make that risky play through the smoke. But why is he jumped off the boost? What was the point in it? So unnecessary. And it's RDN in a 1v4. Surely this round found by Red Canids. They've got a good setup in place. One towards Dark, one towards Nubox. And Coldzera has already maneuvered through Ruins to hold if there's any pressure from RDN looking into CT. But Dink as well that is seen. RDN just going to look to save the Kevlar. Great pistol from Red Canids.
Yeah, that's just a good execute. And sure, mistakes made by Sharks without a doubt, but I do think even without that, maybe they just win the pistol run anyway, Red Canids, honestly. RDN's going to be able to get away all the way toward the T apartments and save the Kevlar. He took a goosh, but still got 100 Kev. So he might be able to get a 350 helmet if he survives, and he will. That's actually pretty nice. Getting 1 kill.
Kills big.
2 total. It means he can get the helmet and the MP9 and decent util as well.
Yeah, look, obviously he's got good util, which is going to be important because we know how heavy Inferno is, especially towards Banana regarding utility. I don't mind actually the MP9. I think a lot of people might be saying, well, why is he not bringing out a FAMAS? That's got to be the operative weapon. There's 2 SMGs, 5.7s in play, 3 5.7s, but it's a formidable buy, especially on a map like Inferno. We know how good these 5.7s can be. I think the only issue that we are going to see is I don't really know, again, I've got to say, why are we seeing the player boosted up, just jumping down?
Yeah.
I like the triple nade, just in case there's anyone towards sandbags. Red Canids, their utility has secured top Banana. But look, you said they probably wouldn't win the pistol round anyway. It's going to be tough, but they just make it 1,000 times harder for themselves. It is going to be this initial play through B from Red Canids. We have seen the smoke dropped here from Doc. seems like Doc's going to be operating as a bit of a solo B defender in a lot of these rounds, which honestly, I don't mind. I like when players kind of juggle utility across and you just have one player dropping the continuous smokes and mollies to strengthen up the A bomb site. The only issue I have with this is when you have it kind of continuously, yet space isn't being taken towards A. Obviously, there's not much util. There's not really the weaponry for Sharks to feel confident to take space. But in future rounds, if we see Doc as that solo B player and it's still very static towards A, that's when I might be a bit worried for Sharks. But yet to see a kill. Could change in a matter of moments as Drop's taking contact towards short. That smoke has faded on long, but instead of RDN looking to pounce, he will back away towards B, and it's a good call, as that is where Red Canids are going to be heading.
Yeah, always dangerous. Going into the stack of 3, it's going to turn to the stack of 4 as well. Mac 10 is already close. Flash will be coming through. Smoke CT early, leaping his way through. It's a good take. The fellow actually does really well to get 1, and in the end, the fact there was a couple more players in play has made the big difference here. Koala, does he push through the smoke? Does he go through that smoke? There is a re-smoke in, and that's when he goes, but Cold's ready. Very, very aware of that, and Red Canids have done a really, really good job here of recovering the madness, dealing with the stack, and getting into a 2v1 in this afterplant.
Yeah, look, it was a great flash from Koala. And I think once his teammate takes contact on the bomb site, that's when you do need to swing. Obviously, Coldzera was holding, so I think he'd go down anyway. But Angelo 1v2, so tough. Needs to try and isolate these fights, but the second contact's made. Cold swings as well. And Venom Zera, good round there, gets the triple. Obviously, I highlighted Venom Zera. A lot of his success on Mirage was from those pistol rounds. But a great triple in that one has given Red Canids this 2-0 start, and with it being the force from Sharks in the last, it will just be the eco here. So, at least for players like Angelo, try and get the AWP out as soon as possible. We'll be able to invest in the AWP at the cost of Kevlar, or at the cost of head armor and utility. And I think we've got to see Angelo on the AWP.
Alvarez has dealt with Gafolo. Good entry toward top banana, and shouldn't be as scary in this sort of round, but RDN has found one on the DESEMPREGUEIDOS. That's something to work with. Close left player, good little creep up, and then actually another kill. Other side of the map, RDN's out doing a brilliant job right now, making some damage happen. 2 kills with the Deagle, 3 Galil to pick up, but Koala spotted. Tracers through the smoke. Oh no, Cows has gone down too. Suddenly there's a risk. RDN's already pretty quickly up banana. Smoked off, unfortunately, though, and I think he realizes now that with the damage done, damage is really good overall. He's got a Galil, he's found a Molly, and he's found an HE. Keeping all of that would be very nice.
Yeah, look, it's going to force such a heavy reinvestment from Red Canids, and not only is it going to bolster up their finances with the lack of kind of needing to invest in a rifle and, you know, half its util, I think the real positive thing for Sharks now is they find victory in round number 4. Money's going to be broken for Canids. They're not going to have a loss bonus, so they are going to have to go for the force. You know, Sharks could be right back in this game just because of the damage that both kind of RDN and Doc have dealt here. But again, it's a moment where, yes, you've got a good chance to capitalize on this success, but it's a question of whether they will. And actually, the fact that RDN saves utility as well, he says to Angelo, well, I can actually just drop you the AWP. I've already got a couple pieces of util. You can get full utility yourself. And a very strong buy here for Sharks. Obviously, the big green on Angelo. Yet to find a frag so far on Inferno. With the AWP in play, might feel a little bit more confident. Ooh, nice utility damage. Look at Red Canids. They've been chipped away at. Doc will find Cowes. And this is what we need to see from Doc. Getting aggressive towards Banana, just getting these kills, being so clinical. And that's a 2-man advantage here that could go third, and Doc, the spray, just luckily connecting to the head of Venom Zera. And this is where if you're Ponta, if you're Gold Zera, you're questioning what has happened down in Banana.
Crazy. Already, I mean, the start of the round was actually pretty good from Sharks as well. I mean, Angelo has not got a kill, but he delayed that deep HE toward the bottom of the TT set just a little bit, right? Had a smoke top mid to play behind and just chucked it as deep as possible. Got a 50 damage nade. Often you can just don't want to expose yourself to any wide swings in mid too early, and you usually just throw it as soon as you get to mid, put down the right-hand side of it rather than trying to get it as deep as possible. But yeah, Sharks overall with 3 kills from Doc. You mentioned you want to see him deliver in important rounds. Well, he has here, straight off the bat, in one of the first important gun rounds for his team. Unfortunately, for the whole 45 seconds, all Ponta and Cold can do is commit to a full save. They've got good util to save as well, which would be critical going into this following round, knowing that Drop can drop 1 weapon and by himself. So, definitely worth.
Yeah, look, it means the Drop won't have any utility, as it is just a 1.4 loss bonus. I guess Ponta maybe a bit fortunate that he dies before time, I guess.
Oh.
Caldera nearly having that same fate as well. Yeah, look, Drop, he could drop over an AK and then obviously reinvest in one, but as mentioned, no utility would be there. It's where actually I think maybe you've just got to bite the bullet, go for a Galil, because you know there's going to be utility issues on the rest of your team. And yeah, has been that approach. I believe it's actually a Mac 10 that's been dropped across. But right now, Red Canids been silenced by Doc. Obviously, I said right at the start of this series, Laz asked who I would point out on these two teams are going to be the real difference maker. And I said Doc's probably, the top out of all 10. Coming into this map, he's got the least kills on the whole server, which really just goes to amplify that not only has Doc struggled individually, but also I guess it goes to praise Sharks and what they were able to achieve. Obviously on Mirage, Doc didn't have a bad game. He's 14 and 10, positive performance, but 5 and 16 on Trey, and that's just a really disappointing game from him there. So hopefully we can see the heights and the brilliance that is Doc, because I don't think I've ever seen a series. I don't think I've ever been on the on the cast for a game that Doc hasn't kind of lit the world on fire.
Yeah, he's always been pretty solid, right? I mean, even in some of the older compositions of Sharks when they had different pieces around him. I think going back to his history as well as a player, I mean, he's still only 22.
Oh, it's crazy, right?
He's been on this team for 2 years or so now. Actually, I think it's just past the anniversary of his 2-year stint on the team. Wasn't really on any big team before that. Just like a random mix in South America. So he's been a stalwart of the scene for a long period of time now. And it looks like Koala RDN on the A-bomb site here. I've got a bit more work to do. There's a bit of a setup for Red Canids in toward the apartments. Plenty of utility drawn. Look like they could go for a pop when they're ready with these fast-moving Tech 9s and Mac 10. But I think Sharks are pretty well set up for this one.
Yeah, they are. And look, I don't know about you, Trav, but I always feel like a great way to determine whether your team's going to win a map of Inferno is to kind of show how strong your A anchor is. How good is that pit player at doing their job of finding a kill and just being a nuisance, just staying alive, kind of keeping themselves, as this heavy bit of conflict and contact. And I think Koala, if he can have a good round here, if he can have a good game, I think it's going to force Red Canids into going towards these plays towards B, and that's where things can get really tough. Shot's not really connecting, but Koala eventually finds Kawes. Obviously, there is a Max 10 already in mini pit, but the lack of continual aggression for Red Canids makes this so easy for Koala, not only doing more damage for Venom's Era, but finding Ponta as well. And RDN, again, it's really nice here, this kind of composition. Koala gets 4. Okay, yeah, well, that is how a pit player kind of wants and is meant to play, but it's just RDN taking contact, Koala swinging time and time again. Brilliant there from Sharks, and yeah, pit player does very well.
Yeah, it was almost a bit nervy at the end, right? There was a bit of a back and forth with the fact that there was a player through long behind that smoke, not visible really to Koala, but he was able to still find him. Good communication there from Sharks to figure out where the last couple of players were, and a good pounce, considering that I think second to last player was also very close to Koala in toward pit. Angelo happy to try and look for a proper pick here with the AWP, even though it's against pistols. Good delayed nade from Koala. Yeah, Ponta down to 22. That's a very nice timing found. He knows how and when to throw his util on Inferno. Looking at the time on the clock, thinking, when can he actually be there most normally? Good find. So a good chance now to even ourselves up back at 3 apiece. Every single round in this third map decider will count, knowing, of course, that Most likely a game against 9Z to come after this particular round in the semi-finals, thinking that 9Z maybe aren't on the best form, probably making changes. We'll talk a lot more about them a little bit later. They play Furia FE. But, yeah, I think it's both these two teams will know that getting through to that close qualifier for Thunderpick is really the main goal for the both of them. Already we've seen Imperial make it through South America Series 1 with their new signing SHR from, of course, ex-Saw. And Cello returning to the Imperial lineup after his stint on Furia. Legacy made it through NA Series 1, of course, not a full Brazilian team, but playing in North America.
Nice damage dealt here. Just to the sidearm is Doc, but realizing, well, I've got my teammate of Gafolo. I don't really need to swing. Let's wait until he gets taken down, but that doesn't happen. Great from Gafolo there. Is that 3 rounds in a row that we've had quad kills come through?
I think so. I think you're right.
I think Doc got 4. Obviously got the triple, and then I think he got the player saving, but obviously the eco, I guess, the easiest of the 3 to find. So Gafolo, you're against the Glocks. It's I guess an asterisk next to that quad kill, but with the 3rd player towards B, it's Angelo. He's going to go for an early pick. Important flash sent there by the T's, but Angelo, it looks like he might give this another go. In fact, going to be flashing his teammates in, but Doc takes the timing shot and will find Kawes. And it's going to force the T's to head towards A. They don't really have the space to work with at all towards the B-bomb site, and that's why RDN, he's already rotating into the site with the knowledge that, okay, well, things could go a bit wrong quite shortly. Flashbang coming through from Koala, but it's a poor flash, not blinding drop. So down to this 4v4.
Yeah, they tried to get a bit of control toward Long very, very quickly there, like as a response to losing Kawes and Banana to Doc. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out at all for Sharks when they tried to flash in to look for that Long player. Drop got that 1 kill, but Imzo was there faster, but Drop was the one to find that kill. Doc surely doesn't get one more. Mollied out in sandbags, hoping they just think he's dropped back to site all the way rather than still playing sandbags. Definitely a risky call for Doc, but he got his 2 in the round. There's flash support for Gafolo. Sees 2 players. And now there's enough time for a rotation to come through as well. 30 seconds. Can they stand tall? They cannot. Venom Zero and Drop will hit their headshots. Great spray control in the end for that first one, which really made the difference. And even though damage is done, Koala finding a 1v3 here, smoked off is not possible.
Yeah, I actually don't mind what Sharks try to do there. They know that the utility's coming. They know that the exec's going to be there very shortly. And I think a lot of the time the CTs would just look to kind of sit and play passive and let the Ts come to you. So I don't mind the idea of the swing, but just both players just missing their shots. I think in another day, we would have seen Sharks in that 3v1 scenario. But yeah, I think you see Doc, he's kind of torn between 2 minds of whether to swing in the molly, whether to drop the smoke. And I think sometimes in those scenarios, it doesn't matter about what you do. It's about kind of the speed in which you do it. It's not always whether it's the right or wrong decision. It's just whether you kind of do it instantly. And I think if he drops a smoke there, his teammate could have rotated in to provide some cover, or at least maybe had a bit of breathing room to back away. But he just gets taken down because he can't kind of get his gun out in time. An important round for Red Canids, though. They deny Sharks taking the lead and kind of continuing their streak here on this CT side. Obviously, from what we know of both these teams' Infernos, it's got to be said that for the likes of Sharks, they do very much prefer the T side. Nearly a 71% win rate on that side is pretty ridiculous. Obviously, there is a slight asterisk with a 13-3 victory against Keyed Stars, so that will be one of the main reasons they've got such a high win rate on that T side. But still, the results have looked pretty decent here for Sharks on this map. They've played it 4 times in the last 3 months, and 3 of which have been victories, 1 of which a very close loss, 13-11 to LP, about 3-4 weeks ago. Are we thinking?
Sorry, go on.
Are we thinking there's an upper, like a limit that Red Canids need to hit? Is there a threshold that has to be found here on this T side?
I think they need a lead at least.
Okay.
I think T side is usually the favoured side on Inferno, especially in online matches, and Kawes, well, He's going to try and make that a reality, burning a little bit more toward top banana, but he's got his entry kill. Very, very bold as Cowes toward the beginning of this round. He's got his 1.5. That's acceptable considering the position he was in and the decision he made to go for a quick pop and a quick push. Yeah, I think you really need to lead on Tiki Side Inferno. 7-5, maybe even an 8-4 is necessary, I think, in this sort of meta right now. You feel comfortable with an 8-4. See if they can get anywhere near that. Ponta tried to be pushed down there by Koala. Koala needed a couple more bullets, but actually that one frag is going to make the difference. Would have been a 2v2 with him still alive towards short. Maybe a chance to jump around the corner in toward mid, get a reload, stay alive, play with Gafolo on a retake, knowing that Venom Zero was low. But as it is, it's a 3v1, and Gafolo has to keep hold of that M4. So, another good round for Red Canids, forcing the issue. Kind of I wouldn't say it was a round, Zola, that was really given... There wasn't a huge amount of, like, technical thought to it. It was just push Cowers up banana, get an opening pick, he goes down, and then you pounce toward A.
Yeah, look, I think for Cowers, yes, he goes kind of 1.5 for 1, but at the same time, could have backed away from the kind of top banana. Yes, there was the molly down, but he could have actually fallen back. And yes, it would have been the retake towards top banana from Sharks that was going to come through in a matter of moments, but... I guess I'm quite thankful for Cowes that it didn't cost them, because after he gets that kill, it's brilliant. And then he looks to continually fight. And okay, yeah, it's a kind of a bit of a coin flip kill. It could have gone either way. We'd be praising Cowes massively if he gets that second kill, because you'd imagine the rotations would have been so heavily drawn towards the B side. But I feel like little moments like that, Red Canids, as you say, it's not as though they're kind of so heavy with the kind of the technical side of things. It's just the individuals in rounds like that have looked better. We saw that kind of swing from Koala from short, just really whiffing his shots, not really connecting. And yeah, I feel like this whole series has kind of embodied it. It's been kind of individuals. It's not really been based on game plan or strategy that's been the huge difference maker. But Cowes towards top banana. Dog will get one. Forced back now just from sheer ammunition. The top portion of banana contained for now here from Sharks.
Convert this one. We'll silently retake top banana though. Of course, Sharks are aware that's a possibility, but don't want to be too loud about it this time. Do Red Canids after losing that opening kill. Go for a boost maybe in the corner. Maybe have a spot above that smoke, but not looking to anything for now. Just lurking around, maybe setting up a proper execute before they decide to make any noise at all. Bomb is what is now going to be teaming up with them. I think swapping utility between, there we go, between Cold and Ponta. There is a third player rotating in, though, for Sharks, with 25 seconds to go in this round. Probably the right rotation for RDN to make. Sort of a double setup over toward A. That's fine to leave there and put all your eggs toward B, because they've really not got much information. I believe that's a missed Molotov, exploded in mid-air there. Now 12 seconds for the site push. This shouldn't be successful. There goes Drop, there goes Ponta, but Cold and Venom Zero will get through. Can they get the plant? Yes, they can. 4 seconds on the clock to get it down. Venom Zero tries to body block his teammate, so there's no risk of that plant being denied. Now they have a chance in the after plant.
Yeah, look, we do have that triple B setup, but again, Red Canids, they needed a moment of brilliance from Venom Zero. He gets 2 in that engagement, and Cold Zero as well chiming through. The retake still very much possible. The difficulty is because the round was so late played from Red Canids, there's no utility for this retake from Shark. So Venom Zera going to take contact, and Cold Zera now forced in the clutch. And Cold Zera, certainly a man of the clutch, certainly a player who's been in countless 1v1s and will win it. So Red Canids, they were disadvantaged going into that round. It was that kind of early frag found by Doc, yet still, even with that triple B setup, even with the kind of contingency plans in place from Sharks, they didn't win that one. 15 seconds on the clock before there was any contact on that B-bomb site, and still Red Canids get it done.
Yeah, fantastic for Red Canids there to recover that, considering they're kind of always at a disadvantage until they finally got into that 2v2. Even then, that wasn't too easy. Even on a map like Inferno, where you would put even disadvantaged, numbers-wise, after plants in a T side's favor, Yeah, winning so many 2v3s, so many 3v4s usually go the T-side's way.
Yeah, of course.
But Cole's done really well there. To react to that final push, quick headshot, another 1v1 to add to the annals of history for him.
Well, you said Red Canids are going to need to kind of go into the next half with victory and have the advantage. They're going to find that, as it is the eco here from Sharks. Yes, there is a couple D-Eagles in play. RDN actually got a double in this kind of same round earlier on, which kind of caused some financial issues for Red Canids. And obviously that's what gave Sharks their opening 3 rounds. It's what caused some difficulty for Red Canids. But again, another streak of success from the T's, and this should be the 7th, as I mentioned before. And the fact there's still, 3 more rounds of play, I think Red Canids could find all 3 of them. There hasn't been consistency from Sharks. There hasn't been kind of a real dominance from them from this CT side. And I get it. I know that all these teams, they are going to favor the T side, but we still need to be seeing something better. Scafolo just silently jumped there.
Well, he's made noise now. But yeah, I think he managed to... I'm not sure if he was boosted or anything. I don't think he was, right? I think he just managed to maybe get a crouch. You can maybe make, like, surprisingly silent jumps and moves if you're, like, shift your way in. Yeah, hug the wall and just, like, shift jump if you're able to grab the edge of the... Oh, hang on a second. Things have
gone very interesting here.
Like, lots of damage.
Look at the positioning of Koala.
Exactly, like lots of damage was done to be able like at least get control of the B side of the map, but they lost the duels to just pistols, which is wild. And you're right about Koala's position in the apartment. Now got the AK picked up in the open. Venomzera needs to deliver. That's a beautiful transfer, but he needs more. Now it has to be Cold once again, and this time he can't connect. It's a massive eco round win for Sharks. You said Red Canids should be confirming at least a lead on the half. Sharks bite back.
Yeah, look at where some of those dead bodies are as well from the T-side perspective. It's just so deep. It's so unnecessary. And all it takes is a bit of mismanagement. It seemed like Red Canids, there's very rarely a game plan that can go wrong when they're facing against these Deagles, against these Ecos. Yeah, it seemed like they picked the one eventuality that would go against them, just not checking for Koala's position in apartments or not really clearing and getting ready for a kill or a fight at least. It just seems really, really amateur from Red Canids. They could have just blocked their way into the B bomb site. They should have been completely fine. Yeah. But they decide to take contact towards B, lose the fights there and head back towards A. And if anything, they've got no control, Angelo. It's had a tough game here, but a kill like that might put a smile on his face. And Coldzera now just has to sit on the sidelines in round number 11.
Yeah, I mean, even at the end there, like, once Venomzera, like, it's all a manic situation. It's all a crazy round with the comms, I'm probably sure, are, like, all over the place, right? But, firstly, the first mistake you touch on, yes, they should not be fighting so deep in toward B. They're taking liberties with the round when they don't need to. They should win the duel toward the Coffin player. After Venomzera gets the 2k spray down, he probably should win his duel toward Koala and Apartments. And then, even when Cold's in a 1v2, he probably should get at least one of those 2 spray downs on the players who are trying to rotate in. So, lots of missed shots. They were given many, many opportunities to recover the round, let alone win it to begin with. And, yeah, just pretty, as you mentioned, kind of amateurish, really, with the way they went about that.
Yeah, the issue as well now for Red Canids is, yes, okay, they've taken this control towards brackets, but that's because Sharks found a kill towards B. They don't need to fight heavily towards A. And if the bomb was on one of those 3 players, you might think they'd look to accelerate, they might look to do something, but obviously they don't have the bomb. It's not as though they're going to have time to go back and then also slowly look to pick apart the A bomb site, so it's just going to have to be a save. So from what should have been a 7-3, could turn to a 6-6 end here. And maybe I'm partly to blame, as I said, that it's pretty much a guaranteed 7th. But yeah, Sharks. They found a little bit of life left in them in this half.
They hit back with a vengeance. And yeah, unfortunately for Red Canids, it's kind of like worst case scenario for them as well, going into the end of the half, because like they have no option after losing Coldzera and Cowers in that round. The only way they get any form of a decent buy in this final round of the half is if they save with 3.
Yeah,
which means they got barely any cash left over to rebuy utility. Cold can get a little bit left over, but look at Ponto and Venomzera's nades, right? Like, they had nothing left to rebuy. Cowers can only afford a Tech 9. Neither of those 2 players that had to rebuy have a helmet. So, Yeah, it's very awkward. Angelo's had a very, very quiet half, but that's a good, relaxing kill for him to settle Sharks down to possibly get the 6-all. It's, yeah, Red Canids had a chance for genuinely like an 8-4 or a 9-3, and they kind of chucked it away.
Yeah, no, honestly, Angelo, okay, yeah, has had a really quiet game. Opening kill in the last round, opening kill in this one. If all it takes is him getting one kill in a round to give his team the advantage and to give them the leg up to find success, that's all that's really needed. Look, yes, it's been tough. I think it's going to be... I think most series for Angelo are going to be quite difficult. Not only has he kind of been thrown into a kind of a much harder... Well, much harder opponent. He's going to be facing off against so many more difficult teams. You know, obviously he was on 2070 beforehand, and I feel like 2070 are a team that are kind of... We talk about the tier 1.5. I feel like 2070 are kind of the tier 2.5/tier 3 of this South American region. So there has been, you know, it's been a big jump here for Angelo, and I think he's still trying to figure out how he can best play these types of games to still have impact. How are you going to execute the bomb site with 2 smokes and a flash?
Yeah, the flash has to be godly. They've got a molly on the floor still, which might make a difference, especially if it goes into a position of where one of these 3 players are playing from. But we'll have to see. This is one coffin, not going to work out. Needs quick entries, and Kawes, unfortunately, he may have got one quick entry, but he's entered his teammate as well. That puts it all down to Venomzera and Cold once again. Good clear of Gafolo, though. And they do have time to reposition that plant to a slightly safer area. They were worried about a very quick banana rotation there. They got the plant down safely. They've won one of these before with Venomzera and Cold. Can they win another one? They're going to try and double up toward Ruins. It's a great way of going about it. And the trade potential is good because the spacing was good. Red Canids recover 7. And it's honestly a bit of a bailout considering what went before in the half.
Look, the round should have still gone against them. And look, I don't want to highlight... I think Doc's had a good game. He's had a good half. Doc has a molly there. There's 11 seconds. Look, even if you get taken down, pulling the pin of that molly, there's 4 players aggressing towards Banana with 12 seconds remaining. You drop that Molotov, the round is effectively over. Who cares if you die while you're throwing it? You've got 2 players still on the bomb site that can contain that rush. I don't really know why he's the one with Util if he's playing for kind of a one-and-done position. What was the point of it? You know, it's just little things like that that can really cost you. And I think sometimes maybe it just forgot that he had a molly, maybe so focused on his crosshair or kind of in the moment. But that's kind of where someone's got to say to him, look, mate, you've got a molly. There's 20 seconds. Just send it whenever the second we hear utility. Even still, though, I think we expected Red Canids to win the half. The fact they've won it is going to be important for them. I think if we did see a 6-6, it would have been a crazy kind of turn of events, especially when it did seem like Sharks were really down and out in this game. Obviously, Red Canids, they did get the first 3 off the pistol. And I guess when you look at that, okay, out of the remaining 9 rounds, 5 of which went the way of Sharks. But still, you know, we alluded to an 8-4, maybe a 9-3. I still feel like Red Canids, they are going to be a bit disappointed that they've not fully kind of capitalized on, you know, what their T-side could have been. It was a really successful T-side.
Indeed it was. And it gives them a base to build on, for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of frustration, obviously, for Kawes having such a great map 1, very, very quiet map 2, and again, map 3 is a little bit off. He's had a number of important impact kills. There was 1 toward top banana early on in the half. There was 1 toward top banana in that final round of the half we just watched. Of course, the accidental team kill kind of wiped that out, but still, I want to see a little bit more from him coming in, especially on CT. He should be given the dualies. There we go. Kawes and the dualies on Inferno is usually a match made in heaven on pistol rounds. I've seen him do so much good work historically. See if he can deliver again here.
Yeah, look, obviously on Red Canids' victory on Train, I kind of pointed out that Cold Zera and Venom's not really needed. Obviously, the 2 bottom performing players in the kill department. The fact that these are the 2 that are stepping up and having kind of these important clutch moments is really key. And the fact that it is them in the clutch, they've got the best synergy. They've been kind of teammates for the longest time. So it is going to be very helpful. Okay, that is a bracket hold if I've ever seen one. 4 bullets, 4 kills. Well done.
Just like that, round over. And another pistol round, Zola, where Venomzera gets a multi-fragged.
In the last
on
the last 4 pistol rounds, he's found 12 kills, which is pretty nuts. Might have to go back and look at his pistol performances on train. I actually think he got a triple on the T side of their train pistol as well.
Yeah, well, he's up to 17 and 7 now, so it's not just a pistol round that been playing well in this map thus far. Full eco for Sharks, right decision. Get the AKs out as quickly as possible. I think a lot of teams these days going for these like Tech 9 util buys. But some teams still do commit to the full eco. Job is just to try and waste the utility on Red Canids. They'll know that it's unlikely they need to use too much of it once they realise there's only a Glock in play. Sharks don't want to show that just yet. They're just jumping around in the apartments, having a chat about what they're going to do in the gun round.
Do you think teams will ever go for kind of a silly approach in these rounds? Obviously, this is just I'm bored in this eco and I'm going to create something stupid. But do you think they'd ever go for kind of, you invest in 5 Galils, you buy 5 decoys, you throw them, and then you keep one of those Galils to kind of keep up the appearances, just to burn through so much util?
I don't know. I mean, there's been multiple ideas in the past of like how you run these rounds, right? Like, I mean, we've even seen historically some teams, they see an incendiary from a CC plan, they purposely walk like 3 or 4 players into it to avoid the MP9 getting the kills.
I remember I used to always call it on the T side of overpass. Whenever you're in eco, you just rush into short, and obviously the short molly and nade combination would be thrown at you every single round. You just sit in that molly. You deny, anything really being found. Obviously teammates would never listen, but 9-5 though. Look, Red Canids, they have got that 9. Potentially where we expected them to finish that first half on, but still 4 rounds away from taking the series. I think Sharks came into this as the heavy favourites, and Red Canids are showing that, okay, well, they didn't need that much time with these recent roster changes. They have really found their footing here, and they've certainly done it the hard way, especially with losing Mirage. I'm going to be channeling my inner Laz here. Obviously, it was always wanting to hear our predictions, trying to get our kind of idea of where this is going. So, Trav, I'm going to force a prediction out of you now. Okay. It's 9-5 for Red Canids. They're looking good, but do they take the series?
Yes. I'm going to go yes with this one.
Okay.
I do think Sharks are going to make it close. I would not be surprised even if they get to like 11 rounds, honestly. So, I think it's going to be tight, but that's going to be a good nade. There we go. Doc's gone. I do think Red Canids might have a little bit too much today. They do look like they're on a little bit better form. On T sides, not so much. They make lots of errors. On CT, they looked a little bit more solid in general over the course of the series, which is why I'm going to pick them to take this one. MP9 holding down mouse 1, gets 1 more kill, which is fine, but he was the only player over toward B. He did not call for an extra rotation as quick as he should.
Look how much utility they have, though.
Good util. Kit's available for the retake as the bomb goes down, but it's still retaking on Inferno.
Yeah, definitely not going to be easy, but they still have another Molotov, 3 flashes, a smoke grenade they can use for Banana. The main issue I have with this is 3 retaking from Ruin is really not the game plan. Koala's in a good position. The bomb's halfway ticked. We had 3 players in CT before the bomb even planted, but the swing here from Angelo could go very wrong. Kawes doubles, and now all on Koala. It's got to go huge, but Coldzera ready and waiting. And we mentioned there is a defuse kit in play. Has he just gotten off the bomb?
He's got it, it's fine.
Okay.
They had to make sure they were kind of worried for a second there that Cole was defusing. I'm pretty sure it said at the top, and he was one of the players without the kit. So we were kind of like hesitant for a second. Wait, he's got it? Yeah, he's got it. There was actually no risk in the end.
Nice retake though. Look, I said that maybe playing it slow could be the costly option. We saw kind of moments like that on Train, where the slow retakes were quite costly because they just didn't have enough time, where they got all the kills, but the defuse couldn't come through. But we didn't see that there. Very disciplined, took their time, found the kills. Nice from Red Canids. Now just 3 rounds away. It is the half buy here from Sharks, but Tech9's utility features in this one, not just the Glocks. So certainly the idea that something magic can happen. I think sometimes the best way to deal with these types of rounds, if you're Red Canids, is try and hold off on your damaging utility, because the second the Tech9 show themselves, there's usually just a barrage of players trying to make their way into the bomb site, generally a bit of a funnel.
Indeed. In come the Tech9s. Kawez. It's a good opening kill, looking for more confidence as he manages to pluck these pistols out, and RDN shows a little bit too much of his body there. Doesn't get dealt with by Venom Zero. More kills to add to the tally for Venom Zero, and they manage to survive with all 5 players up as well. That's very, very handy for their money, and that makes it now 11-5 from when you asked me at 9-5.
Yeah, you're feeling confident now, aren't you? I just thought I'd say I wasn't 100% fully trained. I was kind of looking up a bit of a stat line myself. Was that smoke thrown by the T's, the one kind of towards Van?
Honestly, I did see that smoke as well. You can tell, like, the smoke, like, it's got a slight hue.
Yeah, it's like tinge to it.
Yeah, tinge to it. So, you know, there you go there. That's more like of a grey one, and the CT one is a little bit more of a sort of a grey-blue tinge, so you know which one is which. But, yeah, I thought it was a T1, honestly.
Yeah, and it begs I feel like that smoke helped out Red Canids massively. Okay, yeah, Sharks, they could get on the bomb site, but they had no clue where they were going. This is a must-win round, though, for Sharks. You know, it could be a close one, but a loss here, 12-5. I don't see any world in which the game ends close. Ponta going to look for the peak. Timing's excellent. Great information. Gafolo finds one. Ponta traded by Angelo. Kawa is pushing through just to find the one. Important from Doc. Venom Zero, though, 21-7. He's got a 3 KD. He's had an exceptional game. And, of course, it's Venom Zero and Cold Zero in the clutch.
Oh, Cold's got a bit of a gap maybe past the Molotov,
yes.
and he's not taking a tick to it. He's not taking a tick to that. That could open up something. There's a player in the smoke there. Venom Zero is trying to walk through as well. It's really awkward. Eventually go for his duel, but now with that molly having completely dissipated toward Ruins, toward that coffin area, it's going to be impossible for Cold to win it. Tries to pre-fire the Dark player, but not going to happen. And yeah, that's a shame, because you can tell that Cold, he got the gap past the molly. But
He didn't take it.
He didn't get an opportunity to kill anyone because he didn't go further forward, and he was also waiting for his teammate to try and peek with him in some way. So
look,
yeah.
I get it from Cold's perspective. He feels very isolated there. His teammate's not even through the smoke. But I talk about it from teams on the T side a lot. It's when you get a deep position and you don't take your timing, and then you just look like you've just had a great idea for nothing. And I think sometimes you've got to have that risk. Your disadvantage is the 2v3 retake. You can't play the numbers. You don't have the utility. You don't have the advantage. So I think in that moment, if Cold Zero looked to push, it could have been very positive. But Cows has been taken down, and so is Cold Zero. Venom Zero completely alone here towards A. Does have an HE grenade, so if he times it well, could find RDN. Still, we've just got Venom Zero. Does have the M4A4, and the extra bullet here or there could help him, but taken down by Angelo. Pushing through the smoke is Ponta, but found by RDN. Still on low HP, RDN having impact, and Drop just going to have to save. And the money is still in a place where Red Canids can invest. Drop can provide a weapon to Kawez. Everyone else can invest, but important victories here for Sharks.
Ah, bloody Inferno, dude. Too many saves. Look at his HP. If he had one more teammate alongside him, they still would have saved. That's the frustrating thing.
Yeah, I feel like Dust has become a little bit like a save simulator as well.
Especially when they take B. Yeah,
yeah, of course.
It's annoying. At least on that map, like, you have a bit of a differential in how the sites are. B is very hard to retake.
Yeah.
A is very open. So, yeah, it's frustrating, but it is what it is. That's why, in my opinion, I think we should be removing Inferno when Cash comes to the fore. But
honestly, I think get rid of all 3 of the CS classics.
Okay.
Goodbye Mirage, goodbye Inferno, goodbye Dust. Make way for your actual CS classics. Bring back Cash, bring back Cobble.
Also, the thing is, right?
I missed Vertigo as well, actually.
It's crazy that I think people have a bit of like nostalgia bias with Vertigo, considering like it's gone recently and Train hasn't been that amazing. People will kind of want Vertigo back, but
yeah,
I prefer Train personally.
Oh look, I love both the maps.
Oh, fair enough. I got
no
my point in a
Train
second because I want to talk about this take for Red Canids. It's a really important one as well because Venomzera has gone down already. Lots of smoke. There you see, there's that CT smoke kind of just littering Hot Banana, that slightly bluer smoke. And Drop still deciding to play in the corner with Ponta falling back. It's an early 1-for-1 in the round. Drop is kind of left to his own devices here. It's pretty awkward. Not really much he can do. They're not checking it properly though, and he gets one more kill. That's huge!
Ooh.
And a second. That could change things in the Red Canids' favour. The nade finally removes him, but it's a critical double.
And he can actually get the smoke down as well. And this is where Angelo is going to be peeking above it. In fact, he could have found a nice pick here if there was a jiggle from CT. It's going to be the play towards B. This is a great call from Sharks. Completely alone here now is Ponta. 2 mollies coming through. Ponta is going to be in a really tough scenario now. Okay, yes, Cowers is rotating through. Drops a Molotov. Missed shot from Angelo. And great round here from both Ponta and Drop. And now, look. This is the problem with being at such a deficit in the rounds is, yes, okay, Sharks have looked better. They have had important openers, but they lose 1 round, and now they've got to win 5 in a row to take it to overtime. Yet Red Canids, just 1 moment of brilliance, 1 moment of magic, and they take the series and they move to the semi-finals.
Exactly. Just quickly to finish what I was saying before the madness starts again, I actually do want to see Inferno removed and maybe a cash to be added and Overpass to come back. I actually want Overpass back. I think Cobble is there's lots of nostalgia bias for Cobble. I don't think it actually was a good map. They need to change it quite a lot for me to want it to come back. And I think this is controversial, but I do think Mirage should stay as the one final stalwart of the map pool. You know, it's still a great map to watch and very entertaining.
Yeah, look, honestly, I've mentioned Overpass today, but I've already forgotten about it, which is so sad because it is by far my favorite map in the pool.
I know. T-side is tough, but I do love the map.
I'm playing con. I'm just lurking. I'm not doing anything anyway. Nice setup here, though. Yeah, Red Canids surely win this. Cowers is not the greatest of sprays, but Coldzera Zorp chiming in as well. They've got the bomb. They've got the 3-man advantage. Coldzera could find another if he's post towards apartments. Koala backs away. Angelo very much alone here. Oh, Angelo, he pushes in front of the molly. It's a crazy play to make, but you're in a 2 versus 5. This is not the time to try and be strategic. You're going to drop the smoke to try and reclaim the bomb, but there's going to be nades here from Cowers, surely. Naded the smoke. Timed nicely. Cowers, he can find 2, but he doesn't. Angelo down to 1 bullet from death. 20 seconds on the clock. This one is done. The next 20 seconds are just a formality. The series has gone the way of Red Canids. A great performance from them. Obviously, this was the outcome we expected when they took Train, but the slight mishap of Mirage, yet they still find it here on Inferno. What an exceptional series from them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm really happy to see them play so well as well because, as I said, look, I'm actually quite happy with the series for Red Canids. I think we can bring Laz back in now as well. I think that the real main thing is that they looked exactly like I thought they'd look. They had their rough T-sides. They actually did look very shaky and had these issues that I kind of described in the pre-game. But their CT sides were solid, and the individuals, which I wanted to see perform, Venomzera, Cowers on map 1 at least, did play very, very well. So I'm really happy with that, and it's really important to see them get results as they try and build with this new roster, Laz.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, it's good to be back, boys. And yeah, a really good little bit of a series we got ourselves into, right? Because it felt like Red Canids in the beginning had themselves a decent start. Sharks were able to bounce themselves back into this. But look, I do agree. Like, there's a lot at stake for this. And I think, Trav, you brought up a good point really lightly that, you know, you didn't have too much time to talk about it. But it's the VRS points, right? I mean, this is actually really, really important in this situation because right now for Red Canids, it actually does benefit them very, very nicely to just get that extra bit of points to really boost them in the rankings and in the ranking system. So this is a really big win. Like Sharks were kind of the favorites that I think Zola, you kind of alluded to, but I mean, really, again, I've captured these guys lots of times in previous events and qualifiers, things like that, but Sharks seem to have a lot of these ups and downs. And to be honest, it really just felt like they were kind of on the slump here today. It just did not feel like the same team we've ever been able to see. But any big thoughts for you, Zola? Like anything of a major highlight, just considering of what we saw for the 2-1?
Yeah, look, I said it in the game of Mirage. I think if Red Canids can take the series, they're going to be on cloud 9, right? They're going to be kind of so confident. I don't think they're going to be worried about any of their remaining games, because I think expectation were this was going to be a tough game, and if they were to win it, it means so much for this team, because they have made changes. They have made changes that I think a lot of people have thought negatively as well. You know, the experience that they've kind of lost from this team. I think there's been a lot of talk online about how Red Canids, this isn't the right change, but maybe just this series and hopefully their future in this playoff run can silence the haters. So I think Red Canids, they certainly could make a deep run here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we have the bracket available at all, but like, I mean, this was important too, because again, this is the first opening quarterfinal match that we had here today. And then of course, this is just going to like transition here for the second series, which we're going to be capturing as well, which is going to be Furia FE taking on 9Z, which, we can go a little bit deeper when we take our break and come back to that series. But, now with this game of Red Canids, it's put them in the position of, the semifinals, and now they just have to wait in the wins here for this next series that we're going to capture here for the quarterfinals, which it's going to be really interesting because, again, I think a lot of people put a lot of emphasis for Sharks to be able the ones to put themselves in the semifinals. But now Red Canids have kind of shaken things up nicely here, Trav.
They have indeed, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can continue some of that form with some of these known names that should be making the team better. So, yeah, looking forward to that. But actually, I think we're a little bit overdue and a little bit
behind schedule,
the schedule to get ready for the next game. So, Laz, I'll let you throw us to break before we get ready for the next game.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, we're trying to get back on schedule a little bit because the series went the distance. So we are going to take a bit of a break here as we get ready for that second series here for the quarterfinals. So don't go too far. We'll be back in just a little bit. All right, welcome back. Thunderpick World Championship here for Series 2, and now we're on the second best of 3 here for the quarterfinals. And look, we got ourselves a bit of an interesting one here, guys, because we have the Furia FE team taking on 9Z, which is going to be this this final matchup here for us here. This is kind of interesting, and I want to get your perspective on this because we could talk a lot about 9Z. Let's start things off a little bit here, just because there's been a lot of changes, there's been a lot of adjustments, and Zola, I kind of want to start off with you because I think there's a lot to say about this roster right here, right now.
Yeah, look, I think for 9Z, it's definitely a kind of a plummet from where they were. Obviously, they were kind of pushing for top 10 in the world. Obviously, we know that there's been some roster changes. Adam S has moved over to this roster. He's actually been pretty decent when it comes to individual stats. Lucan is certainly the player to highlight on this team. He's now kind of the top performer in most of these games. So I've been very impressed with Lucan, and the fact that, okay, yes, he's kind of been on this 9Z roster multiple times before. It seems as though finally Lucan is not only providing in the kind of frag department, but synergizing well with the team as well, which is really, really important. And I think if 9Z want to make that kind of rise back to tier 1, they're going to have to give a roster a bit of time. They can't just kind of go for, I don't want to say the South American approach, but it is an approach that some of these South American teams make where they are kind of in constant transition when it comes to these rosters. So I'm hoping that they stick with this team because I think it could work out quite nicely.
Yeah, and Trav, I'm just curious about your perspective on Furia, right? Like we talk about this roster, a team that's made it through for the BRS points. Give me your initial thoughts here.
I think it's a situation here for Furia FE where they won ESL Impact. They're the first team other than Imperial Valkyries / what they were before Enigma Galaxy to win an ESL Impact. Fantastic. That means they deserve to get that injection of VRS points and to actually get an opportunity to play in tournaments like this, to learn, to improve. We saw at the very beginning of the Imperial Valkyries stint, right? They actually had a couple of great performances against some men's teams. They obviously fell off pretty badly in the end, but now it's Furia FE's turn. They've got the opportunity here, they deserve it, and it's all down to whether they can show what they have been able to show historically, because only 3 weeks ago, they took a map of a very respectable men's team in Flamengo, right, with Del Boni, Denoco, VSM was on the roster as well. They won an Anubis 13-9. It's one of the very, very few maps over the course of Counter-Strike history where a women's team has beaten a men's team. So, look, they've definitely got something about them. 9Z should be winning here, like a 13-5, 13-5, realistically. But, look, I'm really excited to see how they play today.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you guys. Look, it sounds like we're getting pretty much close and ready to go here for the game to start. But I mean, Zola, for your perspective, I mean, when we're looking at this veto, I mean, you can see that Furia FE have gone for the Pick 'em Inferno, which is interesting because when you kind of look at it on paper, I don't really feel like that's like a very strong map for them. So do you have any initial thoughts of maybe why they kind of went for a bit of a gamble in some sense of this?
Yeah, look, I think when it comes to these vetoes, when you kind of try and compare it, it's going to be very difficult. It's clear that Furia FE are just looking to play maps that maybe they're more confident with, opposed to I know it's not been great win rate wise, but I think when they look at the vetoes and they look at the strengths of 9Z, one of the better maps for 9Z is Inferno. And I think for Furia FE, I think the best way they can think about this series is, look, what map are we going to be confident on? We're going to go for Inferno and hope it goes well.
Well, look, we don't have to wait any longer. We're going to get going here. That's going to be Inferno to start this thing off. So we'll see what happens.
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go, because 9Z, I really want to see something good from them. And one thing I really want to touch on as well, it's important to mention, news circulating, of course, around the scene right now. Gentlemates looking to enter Counter-Strike, looking to pick up the Iberian Sol roster, of course, after they were dropped from Movistar Koi. They want Martineza as their AWPer. They want to pick up him. They're not playing with Sododo. I think they're playing with... they're playing with Fuzi as a stand-in for some of their online tournaments, and they're looking to try and grab Martineza after letting go of Sododo to actually make that team under an organization anymore going forward. So 9Z are going to lose their AWPer, which would be rough considering they're trying to rebuild and have been trying to rebuild for quite a while now.
Yeah, obviously, I think we do have to say, Furia FE have been doing really well in Impact and kind of just in the events that they're playing. It seems like it's quite tough for them, though, when kind of in these types of games. This pistol round's looking absolutely brilliant. They've got the numbers. They've got the advantage here. The flashbang's going to be good, but Martinez can creep up. We've got Izza on the trade. Excellent here, but another flashbang. The utility remaining has been brilliant, but the kills are just coming through. Nice find from Max. One bullet in the magazine, feels confident now, jumping around mid. Default box, needs to connect the shot onto Lulitens. Needs to find the frag, but just toying with Max's emotions. This is brilliant, just taking her time. This is excellent. We see a knife kill come through. And I believe, yeah, there's enough time for the defuse, but it gets chaotic. It gets really down to the wire. And of course, it's a knife kill to do it. But obviously, Trav, we had this conversation kind of in the green room before the game, and we were kind of hypothesizing how we can see a gap being bridged between these firmware rosters. And I think a lot of the time, I actually think the VRS sometimes hurts them a little bit, because their VRS rankings are going to be really high, especially for Furia FE, because they are doing so well in ESL Impact and kind of with regional events as well. I think the thing that's quite tough for them is because there isn't as many games, it's not as though they're going to have so much sample size against teams like 9Z, like kind of your Red Canids. It's quite difficult to kind of maybe maneuver your meta and what's been going so well in Impact to, against opponents in Thunderpick. And I think maybe if Furia FE had more kind of group stage and more Swiss stage performances, I think it'd be a lot easier and more beneficial, because not only is it more reps, but also it's kind of a better understanding, and that's all we want to see. We want to see the women's seed grow and be able to compete as best as possible, and it's certainly possible. As we said, we've seen in previous events, we've seen kind of I think the game, it was what I want to say, it was Enigma Galaxy against Na'Vi. It was maybe, but that was a really good game.
Oh, you mean the main team? Sorry,
yeah,
that's the somebody you're talking about. My bad. Yeah,
and all of kind of the Na'Vi players afterwards said, like, we lost them out. It was a really tough game, and I think that the gap is closing. It certainly is. This round's looking quite tough though for Furia FE.
Yeah, the bomb's dropped top mid, unfortunately, so I don't think there's going to be a chance to grab the bomb and get the plant. Pistol round was also, I just want to touch on the pistol a little bit, because it was actually a really decent call from Furia FE, and also Lulitens played it pretty much perfectly, dancing around default for as long as she possibly could. It's the only option you really have in that scenario, when you know there could even be a kit still on the final 9Z player of Max after that clutch came through, and obviously out of bullets, having to go to the knife was the last resort. Bazinia will be saving her Galil, and yeah, I think 9Z, they do need to win this game cleanly. And also, you mentioned the VRS points and how important they are. One thing I want to touch on as well is because like 9Z have changed their roster and had different compositions or whatever, and have had to like start from scratch somewhat again. They're actually lower ranked in the VRS than Furia FE right now, right? Which is a really important thing to mention. 9Z are 90th and Furia FE are 54th. So if they win this game, 9Z, it's actually like really important for them, because they would get an injection of VRS points, which would, I think, put them up like 31 points, up to like 75th in the world or something like that, because you're beating a team obviously that's ranked higher than you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they should be winning this game. Everyone knows that, but they've got to do it. It's an absolute imperative thing to grab, considering if they're going to lose Martinez, they're going to just be left with a core that needs those VRS points to be relevant.
Yeah, definitely. Not Martinez though. Nice find here. Bettina will find one, but taken down. Obviously, we didn't really get much time to talk about kind of the rosters a bit more in depth, but for Furia FE, I think Bazinia definitely the player you talk about, right? When it comes to frags, certainly at the top. I'm interested to how the kind of the in-game leader battle is going to work here, because obviously on the side of 9Z, we've got what, Max? I'm pretty sure, unless if my research is, Max is in-game lead in this team. And he's been on this roster for quite some time. He's been able to kind of build this from the kind of the ground up. And obviously he's got decent synergies with Hawaso and Martineza. Obviously, I've got to say, the in-game leading is going to be, it's a tough call, but is a in-game leader. She gets on the score sheet early on, finding Lucan, the kind of quote-unquote top performer here for 9Z.
Yeah, I think also as well, one of the cool things about Furia FE for me is, winning ESL Impact after so many years of trying for a couple of these individuals, right? I mean, you look at You look at Sensei, you look at Izza, both been on the team for over 5 years, starting back in 2020.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
really cool to find success now after trying for so long. They've been so close for so long, and to finally win that impact was a wonderful thing for them. And yeah, I think as you say, like just any sort of quality performance here that you get like 5 or 6 rounds, it's respectable. It's a team of 9Z's previous caliber, that of course they might not have anymore, but still. And this is a good way to trade your way in to the A bomb site. You've got the advantage here. Martinez can't really retake with an AWP. Adames doesn't have a kit either. So realistically here, if you're 9Z, this is a save every day of the week.
Yeah, not only is it a great call though from Izza, but finding that opener towards top banana really helps. Adames will get the kill down to Gabs, and now this is where they can kind of give the idea of this retake. And with both Furia FE players on the bomb site, things could get a little bit costly. Adames is the one with the flash, though. I think if it was Martinez, try and flash Adames out of apartments. It's just very minimal time. I don't really know why Adames is even giving this one a look. Okay, well, 9Z, you just throw 2 weapons away for no reason, but Furia FE, first round on the board.
That's a bit of disrespect there, honestly, I think, from 9Z, just thinking, oh, yeah, we could retake this round still. Like, you should be saving there every single time you ever play Inferno.
Yeah, no, I think as well, I think surely Furia FE are going to be going into this game with kind of, open eyes. It's not going to be a game where they're expected to win. It's not going to be a game where they're expected to dominate. And I think not only does it mean that 9Z might turn kind of overconfidence to complacency, but it also means the outcome doesn't really matter here. There's not going to be much pressure on this Furia FE side, or at least I wouldn't have thought so.
They know they're playing for, to learn, to get better, to understand how a team like 9Z would play online, right, with these known names that have been around the scene for so long. Good dink toward Lily Tens there. That will be caught with a nade in the end by Lucan. And even though, of course, they didn't really save the weaponry they probably would have liked to save in that previous round, doesn't really matter. They could rebuy something anyway. They had MP9s in play. It's the only real fallback, and it doesn't really matter on a map like Inferno. You can get those close-range kills comfortably. Furia FE's last option is to try and retake top banana with Bizinia, Izza, and Sensei. And Martinez is on the line. They have a couple of flashes available. Are they going to use it before they get past this angle? The answer is no, I am afraid. Martinez will even put that extra smoke down to play next to it. It's just a nice bit of extra utility usage that gives him some space to work around. Adam will push through. It's a very comfortable round overall for 9Z.
Yeah, look, I feel like 9Z, they've got good protocols in place on this CT side. The second that Martinez finds that pick, instantly backs away, drops the smoke just in case, not only for a kind of an escape plan, but also if a molly lands, should be safe there as well. Pushing through the smoke there at the end from, I believe, Adames. Just the Deagles in play here now for Furia FE. I would have quite liked to see, the loss bonus is quite high, I would have quite liked to see maybe a Hero Galil or maybe a Mac 10, but Izza's Deagle connecting again. Obviously in the round that Furia FE found, it was Izza on the score sheet early.
Yeah, there's a chance to maybe cause some havoc here. They do have a little bit of utility, a couple of smokes to be able to at least block off a couple of sight lines, maybe get some progress in toward a site. We shall see. But yeah, I think one of the things that's really surprised me about 9Z in general is like, bringing Lucan back. It's his 3rd separate stint on the team. And he's not exactly young, like he's 28 now, like kind of a bit of a surprise. But hang on a second, this round's definitely gotten out of hand. That's insane. They managed to get a Glock kill, 2 P250 kills from Lily Tens. 9Z, 1 Earth of you just done. That is not a round you should be losing against anyone. Goodness me.
Well, yeah, it's not only missed shots from 9Z, but it's brilliant from Furia FE. Lola 10's P250. She's not got a care in the world, just swinging out short, finding 2 kills.
Yeah, brilliant.
And again, look, we talk about how these half buys, the great thing you can do is find a couple kills, get yourself a little bit of kind of financial damage to your opponents. Lola 10's again. Absolutely brilliant.
Incredible. Find so many kills on the P250.
Yeah, this is just 9Z. We saw it in that kind of 2v2, in that 2v2 going for the retake with 15 seconds. It's missed shots in that round that really cost them, and Furia FE capitalize massively. I feel like those odds are a little bit
inflated.
Yeah. It's a little bit harsh as well.
Gav's going to take control of the apartments coming in here, and a chance with the picked up M4. I don't think 9Z that they're really going to go for anything too aggressive now. Of the fire they have, just play a normal top mid crossfire, but the flash is being delayed, being thrown in actually pretty good. Some blind players coming in there, but FURIA still able to recover the FAMAS spray for 2 kills, and re-aggressing into an apartment straight away to look for information is really nice.
Yeah, re-wrapping through second mid. I would have much preferred getting into boiler, but has slipped the net. Adam S will find Izza. Furia FE in-game leader falling. Adam S searching for another here, but Bestia can capitalize. 3 versus 2 now, but there's going to be this fast flank from Hawaso. Bestia, gun barrel spotted, will be found. Hawaso's done so much work in this round, and it's Car Sensei. 1 versus 3. Silent drop there.
P250. We saw what Lilitens could do with the P250 in the previous round, trying to do something as well herself. But look at the crossfire. This is pretty impenetrable. There's a FAMAS kill. FURIA gets 4 kills with that FAMAS and a free AWP to pick up as well. Very handy for the 9Z money. And yeah, I mean, I was trying to talk about it before the incredible round from Furia FE when they won with nothing. But yeah, just so surprised that Lucan was picked up again by 9Z. But he's actually playing really, really well at this lower tier in South America. Of course, this is not what 9Z wants. They want to be back up to like at least top like 30, top 25, right? Because that's, they, as you rightly mentioned, when they had a different roster in days gone by, they were pushing the top 10 in the world. You know, they had their incredible players like DGT. They had Davides for a stint back in the day as well. Obviously, that's where he really made a name for himself. But all those players have moved on to bigger and better things. You know, DGT joining up with his old teammate Davides at Pain Gaming now, of course, making a major playoff, beating their their rivals Furia in the playoffs as well. Snow beating his hero Fallen on stage. Kind of incredible moments. So
yeah, it just seemed like with 9Z, it happened not only with Lucan, but also with Try, where multiple stints on the roster, where it was like, well, we need to find a 5th. We need to find someone consistent. But for the time being, we'll just get these players back that maybe know our game plan, maybe have kind of a good idea. Great double from Lucan, going to go searching for more. We'll get taken down by Lilitens. But yeah, it seemed like 9Z, maybe for players like Lucan and Try, it wasn't as though it was kind of a, well, this is your time on the main roster again. Maybe more as just a quick time recovery to make sure this roster can still perform. But hopefully for Lucan, that's not the case this time around, because obviously so far the stint on 9Z, his 3rd time on 9Z, has gone very well.
Hang on.
Car Sensei taking the space. Yeah, it's a 2 versus 2 now.
Yeah, Gab's managed to get herself in toward Arch, and that like distracted the site player somewhat. And then Car Sensei got all the way through toward a CT duel, and that completely shocked a second 9Z rotator.
I love this as well.
And now ODDIK looking to clutch. He's got a kit, he's got a nade, and they're doubling up in that church position, which I'm sure which is what you were going to mention.
Yeah.
Playing the buddy system, sticking together. They're both still pretty healthy as well. That nade that ODDIK has will not take either one of these 2 players down. And he's obviously committed to searching the entirety of the site. He'll finally go for a tap on the bomb now, but it's not going to be a hold. First kill will come through, but no, it won't. It won't even be that first kill. He had the right line. I thought that was his frag, but Lilitens finds it, and another great round from Furia FE. It's put 9Z on a Felico.
Yeah, look, I think we know that for Furia FE, I think their T side has really helped them kind of contain a fair few of these recent maps of Inferno. It's been their CT side that's really let them down. But important moments from Furia FE have had really, really good performances in these rounds. And just that space being taken there towards CT from, it was what, Car Sensei there. She just takes a bit of a bold play, and it works out so nicely. And the same can be said from that peak from Newbox. It's okay, yeah, 50-50 gunfight, but they were, what, 2v4, 2v3? You've got to take a bit of a risky fight if you want to turn the round and turn the tides. And Certainly did, and look, it's now the eco. There should be a comfortable fourth now for Furia FE. Gabs does get thinked there. Ooh, heading towards T-Apps. Hawaso confined, so that's a Galil now retrieved, and this will be the acceleration from Furia FE. I really like it. Just leave Gabs as the lurk to try and kind of keep the attention of the CTs. Bit of a miss flashbang there. Iza, the tip of the spear, needing to find. It will be Bazinha.
Nice.
Great shot there from Iza. Takes down Adam S. A lot of damage has been dealt, but kills just haven't been seen. Martinez are going to go through. Okay, would have thought that'd be on the tap of the bomb, not beforehand. Bazinha, second kill of the round. And not that much more to be seen. Hawaso surely just to save this Galil, especially as Martinez will struggle to invest in the next.
Yeah,
assuming.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think as well, like, this is what it's just good Inferno play in general from Furia FE. They're not kind of just going one by one elsewhere. Like, they're like grouping up, they're sticking together. As I kind of mentioned to you, like, it's important to mention that one game they played against Flamengo, which they did take a map. I was on Anubis actually. They managed to win that map against Flamengo. But Inferno has been a map historically, which Furia FE have been very happy to go into. They've been playing it quite a lot, you know, in ESL Impact and in the women's scene.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, it's one of the most popular maps, really. I feel like in that sort of scene, they did manage to beat Supernova Comets on it in that Impact final. They beat Fluxo Demons on it as well, and they had a great game on it against Imperial Valkyries back in a previous Impact as well, back in 2024, which went to a very close 13-10.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, I think they're just showing good protocols so far and showing what they're capable of. It's these rounds which are the difficult ones, though, against these weird investments with the MP9 and the FAMAS and stuff. We already saw Hawaso get one quad kill with that FAMAS. They're all been play for Martinez, though.
Has been dropped that Galil, though. I mentioned the importance of saving that Galil. I love the setup here, though, towards brackets. Martinez to take contact. You've then got Adam S to swing, and Hawaso as that final contingency here on top of balcony. Flashbang does come through. Not only heard, but also spotted. I don't really know how Martinez has been fully blinded by that, but won't have a huge issue. Furia FE slowly creeping their way up. Banana, Max. Smoke in hand, Flashbang has come through to take this space, and Molly as well. Still a lot of utility here for Furia FE. Nice find from Martinez, and that opens things up towards A. They can now take this space, and look how fast 9D are progressing down Banana. Max just needs to get a kill. Lucan will find one. So much damage dealt. 22 points of health combined on both Bazinha and Car Sensei. And look how fast his flanks come through.
Yeah.
The smoke will fade.
The smoke's going to fade, and it's going to make it even more impossible. I mean, Lucan's low HP as well himself, but he's able to find one more through the corner of Coffin, I believe. And, yeah, the Latens is in a very, very tough position. She does well to find Adam, but no more than that. And that is a quick defuse for Martinez. 9-0 will at least confirm a tie on the half. 6-4 is the lead. And, yeah, just you rightly pointed it out, like how quick they were down mid was, you know, full information about what Furia FE were planning.
Yeah, I think the difficulty that Furia FE are going to face is they throw all that utility towards Banana. And obviously Hawaso gets that kill towards A. And a fair few of these rounds from Furia FE, we saw it kind of against that eco where it was Gabs just on the lurk towards A. It seems like they are trying to play a bit of a 4-1, which certainly can work. And if we saw re-aggression towards Banana from 9Z, definitely could have caught them out. But the issue is the second that kill comes through from Hawaso, straight away, they're down mid within a blink of an eye. And I think that's something that could get capitalized upon here for 9Z, because it's clear they have a good understanding of what Furia FE want to accomplish. Great find from Max. He doubles down, switches to the AK to ensure he's got bullets in the mag to find the frags. Gabs is aggressing, though, out of apartments. Lila 10's by her side, and now they will take this move, but Hawaso is holding. Gabs spotted and found by Hawaso. There is another. Lila 10's has dropped out of apps. Taken down by Adam S. All that remains is Car Sensei, and 5 survivors here for 9Z.
Yeah, Money.
7-4.
Worst part as well is that Money going into the final round of the half is completely broken. So you have Tech 9s, Mac 10, Galil. Sure, they won one of their rounds with only that P250 from the 10s, but yeah, I think 9Z are looking solid for their 8th coming in here. This is the Furia FE pick. We've got Nuke coming in next for 9Z.
Yeah, honestly,
swing.
We know how much both of these maps are loved within this region. I feel like Nuke and Inferno are probably the kind of two maps that feature most in the South American region. So honestly, it's my favorite thing about casting the South American games is I feel like Nuke is a map that, yes, you see on odd occasion, but nearly, well, most series you see it here in South America, which is always nice to see. Yeah, I love a bit of, especially because not only does the South American region quite generally kind of breed quite a chaotic and exciting game of CS, the fact you throw Nuke in the mix where there's quick rotation, there's fast pops towards A, I always feel like Nuke is going to have just that level of excitement that maybe you just don't see kind of within EU all too much. Don't get me wrong, there's certainly teams that will have that kind of frantic approach, but 3 versus 4 though. Lilitens, certainly the operative player here.
Yeah,
Galil in hand, yeah.
The Galil, Martinez are rotating in now with the AK. They actually are down into pit and they've been allowed to get there, but Adames never really showed his hand on site until late. That made it unpredictable. Now, Lilitens needs a very tough clutch with 3 players to find. That smoke will keep Adam alive for a little while longer. She's forced forward into Lucan, and that will be an easy half in the end for 9Z. It definitely wasn't easy to begin with, I've got to say, but they ended it off very cleanly, 8-4. And switching on to T side, we'll see if Furia FE can stay at least somewhat in touch. Don't forget, of course, as well, 9Z did win the pistol. As you can see, they got the pistol and the conversion. So for Furia to find 4 is actually not too bad, really.
Yeah, I think as well, the real difficulty is okay, yeah, they string those 2 rounds together, but that was because 9Z were forced onto a full eco. But it's the fact that Furia FE weren't able to kind of double down when they found round number 4. If they got 5, then the money's broken. Then it can be an easy 6th, and then we can see a streak come through from Furia FE. So it's you know, there's been really good moments. I feel like Lilitens has had a really important game. Izza as well, the calling, the openers, she's been brilliant in that regard. And I feel like Furia FE certainly got something to say here on Inferno. But now moving to the CT side, that's where things could get difficult. As I mentioned, they have struggled in the past.
Yeah, the firepower of 9Z is going to be quite hard to handle for any of the Tier 2 South American teams, really, at this sort of level. It's just 9Z's consistency and where they've gone with the roster. It's why it's like plummeted them to a much worse VRS ranking.
Yeah,
and obviously, with possible changes to come as well, with Martinez maybe going to the Iberian Soul Core to play with his brethren underneath the Gentlemates banner. That would be pretty fun.
The funniest part of all of that is, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100%, so it might not be confirmed, but I'm pretty sure Davy G made a post a while ago saying that he was going to, well, this pistol round's got so chaotic. What a retake,
done,
okay.
Just like that.
It was
a great retake.
Yeah, I thought that I might have had 5 seconds to get a little fact about Iberian Soul, but Furia FE rushed the retake and it works out perfectly. Lilitens and Gabs, both double, absolutely brilliant. But as I wanted to say, I think Davy G made a post about how he's gonna step down from this team until they find a kind of a 5th, until they find that replacement. And then ever since then, we saw just a crazy upward trend from Iberian Soul. I think he like kind of made the post when they were sat at about 80th on VRS, and they climbed all the way up to 45th, and kind of maybe retracted that thought and that statement because he realized, well, this team's actually looking quite good now. Maybe I'll stay.
Yeah, they won Galaxy Battle. Sure, they didn't beat like amazing teams. It was a team back in June. It like beat BC Game when they were a little bit down in the dumps. They had beat Nexus, they beat Copenhagen Wolves, but yeah, like they're playing the ESL Pro League qualifiers in a couple of days, playing against OG, and you never know online that could always go awry for OG. Adames managed to get 2 with the MAC-10, very impressive, and Lucan will respond with one of his own. Bizinia does well to find 2 with the MP9, but the Force is going to work out here. Izza's going to miss the timing on the bomb, leaving Banana.
Yeah, look, the fact that Adames gets 2, I'd love to see it from his POV. It's clear that he catches one off towards apartments and then maybe just caught in utility in hand for Car Sensei. But this is where Furia FE, they really needed to capitalize. You know, let's say they win the force coming through from 9Z. We could very, very easily see this game go kind of 8-7, really within the possibility for Furia FE. But 9Z securing 9. It is going to be the reinvestment here from Furia. Oh, that's tough. Is it going down? The money's just going to be so difficult now. They're going to have to force, and with the finances so limited, this could allow 9Z to find 11. Surely they don't go for the eco here. I love the Mag 7.
Yeah, I want to see that deliver.
Yeah.
Do you remember watching Ships play Inferno a lot and seeing him just jump shotting people with the Mag 7 on half wall?
Honestly, I feel like there was so much hype around Ships. There was all this, like, everything that was going. I don't think I ever casted him. Like, honestly, I feel like maybe
that's pretty crazy.
Maybe I just was never on the 500 games.
Unlucky. She's trying it. Look at the damage she's just done. I mean,
Yeah,
Martinez is taken down to 17 HP. One more bit of damage through the wall there. Takes him down to 9. Unfortunately, he could get taken down with a spray. Just surviving for now, but a lot of damage done by that jumping Mag 7. Apex, I think, did it at the major as well. Made it look like the best weapon in the game. So, yeah, definitely always a danger when you have a Mag 7 in that position. Good damage done, but a lot more that needs to be done on these pistols for Furia FE to get a handle hold in the round.
Yeah, the issue is Hawaso Peaks just dropped this smoke towards long, and I like the gamble call from Furia FE. I think if there's any chance of them winning a round like this, they're disadvantaged regarding utility, weaponry, everything like that. They've got to take a bit of a gamble. Incorrectly have gambled. Lilitens giving away a position, and this is where things are going to get really tough. Swings wide, though. Okay. Certainly catches off Max, but Adam S, well trained. And this is where Furia FE should just look to save. There's no value in going for exits here. Give yourself a chance in the next.
Yeah, keep that Mag 7. Maybe give it another go in the following round. Why not? All they're really going to have to work with. 5-7s will be kept alongside the Deagle. If you're 9Z, it's not really even worth hunting too much at this stage of the game either. You may as well just keep your money, build it up. You're not removing a whole lot from the Furia side, just a chance that you could give over an AK or an M4. Free when you don't need to. So, banana and keep everything you've got. Martinez needs to make sure he gets as far away as possible on 9 HP. Somehow managing to survive that onslaught from Bazinia's Mag 7.
Look, Trav, I do like to have that kind of glass half full optimistic approach, but are we under the impression that if Furia FE lose this next round, it's probably done here on Inferno?
It's probably done, yeah. I think, you know, focusing on map 2, like Nuke as well, that is 9Z's pick. Furia FE that means likely they'll probably start CTs. They have side choice, right?
Yeah,
so that could give them a chance to build up something early game there. We've seen them look pretty good on the pistol round so far. T-side pistol they probably could have won, should have won. And maybe if the 10s could have wasted 2 more seconds behind default, but it was very tight, very difficult to do that.
Yeah, but then we lose the knife kill, you know?
It was a knife kill, sure.
There we
have. By the way, absolute banger. But yeah, sure it was a knife kill, but they also won the second half pistol as clean as anything, and an absolute whistle. So...
And that's the really sad thing about them then losing the force is that was the chance for Furia FE to get back in the game. You win that force, you're then against the eco, and we're looking at it as kind of a possible 8-7 right within the game, and certainly the chance to find it. Yet now, just from losing that, we're seeing 11-5. It's tough. It really is.
Gabs has got that Mag 7 kill, and has managed to pick up the M4, but unfortunately not able to get the frag toward long. And it'll do 9Z no right now, but the A-bomb site is totally clear. It's a stack elsewhere for Furia. The Lulitens, Bazinia, and Carsense, they can afford to go searching for the kills here. You may as well, in this situation, look for a couple of picked up weapons.
Yeah, it seems like maybe a bit more of a save approach to keep the Kevlar, which I think if this was more of a leveled game, if this was kind of maybe a 6-6 or something like that, I wouldn't mind, because there are going to be some slight limitations for Furia FE. But I think when you're trailing by 6, when your opponent's finances are close to being, you know, pretty decent. Look, after this round, there's going to be multiple players on kind of 7-8K. I think that's where maybe Furia FE have to identify, look, it's $650 that we're looking to save into the next round. We could be taking away 5,000.
Yeah.
And look, the risk to reward kind of ratio is so heavily favoring going for the hunt there. But as said, look, we've got a couple players around that 7-8K mark. And the fact that 9Z only need 2 more rounds to find here leaves the remainder of Inferno as a kind of real hurdle for Furia FE to get past.
And the buy could be a little bit better as well, of course. I mean, they want to have as many buys as possible before the end of the map, but they've got a couple of fan masses still in play, no AWP available for Carsensei, unfortunately. They give it something with this purchase and with the utility they're able to afford with the fan masses, obviously, as well. Flashing toward top mid, trying to get through it. Everyone's very blind. Thunderpick has not seen the player to the side, and Carsensei gets a couple of kills because of that. So, pretty messy from 9Z, but they're able to get a plant on A either way.
Yeah, look, you understand why Carsensei gets overlooked. Everyone's blinded. Absolutely everyone. Adam S, though, or Adam S has got this space towards Apps. Yeah, this one's probably done now. There is 2 smokes, but the lack of defuse kit is going to make this clutch quite tough. There is no HE grenade, in fact, so if they drop a smoke on the bomb, they certainly have the chance. No smoke on the bomb as of yet. Adam S, why are we peeking? What is going on here? And it's going to be the stick of the bomb in the smoke. Oh, in fact, Lilitens gets off of it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Can do.
Got enough time for the defuse. Picked up a defuse kit. Yeah.
So close.
That's why Lilitens... No, she got it.
No, she hasn't. No! I was going to say, I thought it was really close. Oh, the kit on the floor. Did everything right there, honestly. Furia on that retake. I don't think they could have made any other decision. They actually get a really good opening pick on Adam. Like you said, Adam peeking when maybe he shouldn't have. And then, obviously, being such low HP, you can't just stick the defuse with a 10-seconder, knowing you 1 bullet from death. That push through is going to take you down easily. But, finding the kill, finding the kit, it's just a 1/10 of a second more she needed to complete the clutch. Nice try, but not to beat.
An attempt to take Banana here from Furia FE. Nice first find. Lucan flying will take down Izza, but Lilitens gets the trade, so got the advantage now. Furia FE. Martinezza gonna go searching. Oh, Hawaso finding that pick towards A is so devastating because Furia FE are gonna heavily gamble away from the B bomb site. Martinezza could get a timing, and that's the B bomb site open now. That is so tough. You understand why the gamble's being seen. Carsensei taking the aggression towards second mid, needing to find some space, but she gets taken down as well. And Bezinia, 1 versus 3 here, certainly would be the player to do it.
It's really hard to gauge what they're going to do either right now because like she's 1v3 and like they've got a whole minute to make a decision on where they want to plant the bomb, right? So you've got to gamble, you've got to try and grab one pick somewhere. Super awkward.
Well, not only do you have to kind of try and grab a pick, at least she hasn't found Hawaso so early. The bomb carrier now in play. Hawaso will swing. If Hawaso goes down there, Bezinia, I think she's got a good chance in that clutch, especially because of how low Lucan was. But 9Z, they will find it 13-5. Pretty dominant performance here ever since moving to that T side. Ever since the weaponry is consistently in play for 9Z, they do find success. Furia FE now a map down, heading to nuke. It's going to be difficult.
Okay. Well, yeah, again, a really good matchup that we see here on this one. But in the sense of the first half was the one that felt like the most competitive, right? It was a decent, unique bit of a pistol round that started things off. It was a little bit of a tango, a little bit of dancing around the box. And then it's Max being able to find the knife kill to actually, of course, get the defuse plus get the extra money for the knife kill. So that was a huge round in the sense here for 9Z. But again, Furia FE really did put up a good fight on that pistol, making it right down to the wire, the 1v1. Again, we got to see some good moments here where, 9Z were getting themselves in the lead. Then eventually we saw, I think it was round number 6 where, Furia FE were actually able to find themselves the A site control, and that was with P250 kills. And, that was Luatenza was able to find it, so she did a great job being able to find some entries and just being able to just find the timing of it, really. So that allowed them to get back on the board after, losing the first opening 3 rounds. They get that 4th round in their favor, which was definitely not a bad situation for them at all. So honestly, some good work from Gabs as well. I definitely want to give a shout out to her because I felt like she wasn't really putting up, the highest amount of kills in this matchup, I would say, when we kind of look at the statistics of it, but I think the impact was definitely there. Round number 8 was definitely one that was a good little bit of a highlight for me, where she actually was able to play through mid. She was just distracting the players from 9Z just enough that her teammates were going to be able to, sneak into the B bomb site, being able to find those kills, and then they get the post plant down, and they actually do be able to find 2 consecutive rounds in their favor, thus getting the first half to be over with an 8-4, which was really, really good. I mean, again, considering, the start that we saw from 9Z, I was kind of wondering if, Furia FE was going to be able to bounce back, which I feel like that scoreline is definitely respectable, and that could work. But when we kind of move things over a little bit here for the second half as well, I mean, again, the 9Z pistol was interesting because they actually put a lot of pressure in mid. They tried to go for arch control right away. They just tried to use some limited utility. So they're actually just trying to see if they can find a timing, and they were able to get it. But actually, honestly, very impressive work from Furia. The fact that they were able to lock it down. We got to see they only lost 1 player on that team, and they were able to keep 4 of them alive, thus making the money situation a lot better for them. So they were able to get that pistol, which was a great thing to see. They were able to, get a little bit moving, but then again, when we kind of talk about the multi-kills and things like that, I felt like, we got to see some good moments again from Gabs, just, putting the Mag 7 to work, being able to find some good impactful kills when they needed to. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't a situation where they could get a lot of rounds rolling on the CT side. It really was only that one singular that, came into effect. But some of the rounds were relatively close, all things considered. But a decent map from 9Z. This one was a tough one for me in the sense for Furia. Just, kind of look at the statistics of this. It wasn't a map that they don't really win very often on. So I was kind of wondering what the pick was. They might have thought they could find an exploit against 9Z, but you know what? They get the officials. They're playing some good level competition, and they were able to get some really close rounds. So 9Z get the job done, but now we're going to move things over here for the second map. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to get ready for that second one. So we'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go for the second map, and it is going to be on Nuke now. So 9Z get the job done. That was Furia's pick, and now they get to go on their map pick. And all right, guys, we'll just get right into it. Like, this was a pretty quick map that happened. It was a 13-5 victory. Now we're going to Nuke. How are we feeling about this, Trav? I mean, look, we know that 9Z historically with different rosters have looked really good on this map. Do we think that's kind of the same effect here?
Probably should be a similar scoreline, arguably, I would say. I think, Furia FE actually showed some really fun stuff in the first map. That P250 eco win for Lilitens. I think she'll remember that for a while. That was pretty cool. Yep. To be able to pull that one off. And, a couple of really close rounds as well. Could have actually made a difference. Say they won the first pistol round. And that dance around default on the A-bomb site. Say they win the... that clutch with the defuse being like a tenth of a second away. Again, I think that was Lilitens, I believe, involved in that one as well. Like, there was definitely a chance that could have been maybe like a 13-8 or something like that, maybe even a little bit closer. For Nuke, with it being 9Z's pick, with it being a map that, Furia FE do play, but even in, Impact, it's one that they have shown some good form on, especially against Imperial Valkyries. They did beat them in that most recent ESL Impact 13-5. I'm expecting a similar scoreline, to be honest with you, but at least we're seeing a relatively competitive game, even on these low investment rounds. They're finding a way to show something, right?
Yeah, and
no, you go.
No,
you go.
Okay. Okay. So what I was gonna say is the thing that really caught my attention a little bit here, Zola, and I'm gonna get your opinion on this, is that I think for Furia, we definitely noticed in terms of win percentages and putting themselves in higher columns of the win column. It's not quite there, right? We do know that this is a good opportunity for them based on the VRS points, but do you think this is a good thing for them in terms of the practice, or was the Inferno pick maybe a little bit of a blunder? I got to know your thoughts, because I felt this veto was interesting.
Yeah, I think the veto is going to be tough, whatever happens. I think a lot of their stats are going to be looking at with a kind of a slight skew, obviously with the kind of difference in opponent that they would be facing off against. Honestly, I think with kind of any event that this Furia FE team play in that isn't kind of within Impact, I feel like they're going to get so much practice, they're going to get so much value off games like this. And as any kind of inspirational kind of coaches thing that you might see from a film or you might see from a documentary, you always learn so much more from losses than wins. And I think in games like this, okay, yeah, we can talk about many rounds that could have gone the way of Furia FE. Obviously, Trav mentioned that kind of the fuse round, obviously the pistol on the T side. If they converted that second round force that we saw from 9Z on that the second half, then we could have seen many moments where the game was close. And I think in future matches that Furia FE have, if they can iron out those little mistakes, I think more games become competitive, more games become victories, and we can see kind of a real upward trend for them.
Yeah, definitely so. But look, it does seem like we're ready to go to Nuke, so we're gonna figure out if Furia FE have been able to figure things out with this timeout and a little bit of a break, and we'll get right into it.
Yeah, I think you mentioned ironing out those small mistakes and finding a way to make these games more competitive. I'm sure that's how. I didn't get a chance to watch it, unfortunately, but I'm sure that's kind of how that game against Flamengo went, right? In that map one of Anubis. I'm sure they kind of did everything right and made much fewer errors, and that maybe made it closer and gave them a chance to win it out in the end. Lilitens did really well to find two there, and that faster ramp play coming toward her, falling back as well with her 2 kills, and still intact on 100 HP, but Gabs and Izza have been removed down toward B. They were waiting in case they did commit toward B rather than go through hell to A, but now they found those 2 kills, they've got the B bomb site and have a free plant.
Yeah, the tough thing about that round, obviously, was Car fast flank sadly got found, and I think if Car's able to find at least 1 kill there, the round looks very, very different. But 9Z, they stabilize after losing those 2 openers. And with the pistol going their way, we talk about the T-side pistol, how you might have the slight favoring, or kind of it gives you such a great platform and foundation to build upon here on the T-side. We know that the T-side of Nuke can be really treacherous and how teams really, really struggle. And I think you just get the pistol. Hopefully, you're an opposition force. You win that. You can go 3-0 up. You can get a really early lead. And we are going to be seeing this force here from Furia FE, and it's a fast play down the vents. And with the force buy, there's going to be a lacking in utility. There aren't going to be the mollies in place, but Obviously, Furia FE went for a bit more of a ramp stack, and obviously with going down towards the B-bomb site, 9Z, they go into the stack, but not quick enough are Furia FE to kind of capitalize on this. And Max going to go back up the vents. Lucan just holding for Lilitenz's aggression, and Adames is already on a flank through heaven, but with Martinez finding car towards A, it opens this round up quite comfortably for 9Z to find. Remaining 2 for Furia FE, slowly making their way up secret.
Lucan will manage to find Izza.
Ooh.
And the second onto Bazinia, very clean. Hearing her running in, that means the force spy's removed. Felico coming in for Furia now, probably going for a couple of P250s, and that will be that. 9Z, great start. Lucan up to 5-0 again. He's it's actually kind of surprising when we were talking about him being re-added to the roster, right? How well he's actually been playing. Sure, it's at a lower level that he used to play at, maybe when he was on 9Z in the past, right? But
Yeah,
Bestia, Bounty Hunters, playing it seems like Crew, Imperial, like all these matches he's putting in a really, really good level. It's like a sea of green at this level of Counter-Strike for him at the moment. So
yeah,
really looking forward to seeing if he can keep that up once 9Z start playing lands again.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, I feel like Lucan's certainly the player that I think many have kind of put a pin in quite a lot of the 9Z fans and kind of South American region fans. They are going to be spotting a player like Lucan having his short stints and small moments and kind of time in the limelight. Maybe hasn't been able to have kind of the most consistent of performances, but as you said, ever since returning to 9Z, it has been this sea of green. And should be able to get this final one. So 9Z, they will continue 3-0 up here.
As we were touching on earlier as well, right, with 9Z in a position here which should get them through to that semi-final. Their opponents, we figured them out, Red Canids, after they beat Sharks earlier today, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup because we've got 2 teams there who I feel like are in a very similar place in the Tier 2 South American scene right now. Like, both of them have made some changes. Unfortunately, 9Z probably has some more changes to come, as we've heard about the rumours with Martinez. But, both of them are trying to find an answer with maybe a roster they're not entirely comfortable with just yet, but with great name value. And how to make that name value sing.
Honestly, I feel like just the way that the playoffs has kind of fanned out, and I guess the 2 different halves here in the playoffs, I think it's really sad that we won't be able to see a kind of an ODDIK Fluxo grand final. I don't want to say that that is what the expectations are, but one of the reasons that I kind of favored Sharks as one of the favorite teams to take the event going into that game was because, in my opinion, I think Sharks, they kind of should have had a guaranteed spot in the grand final. I really think they do. And the fact they've been taken down by Red Canids is crazy to me. Obviously, the other half, we've got ODDIK, we've got Flamengo, Fluxo, and Bestia. It leaves for many more exciting quarterfinals. Obviously, they will be finished by the end of today. And in this save, do we want to give our ideas of that, or do we want to wait and until kind of after this series we can have a bit of a bit more in-depth chat about those 2?
Put it this way. I think ODDIK should beat Flamengo, even though Flamengo played pretty well in the groups. I think Fluxo should beat Bestia on current form, but especially considering Fluxo recently added Desenshi and brought Lukowski back. Like, I think that will revitalize Lukowski's form after his time on MIBR. Like, he was in roles that he wasn't really comfortable with on that roster. Kind of clashing with Insani in some ways, right? And Desenshi was always really solid on Imperial. Maybe not at the top level, but always at this level. So I think he could, especially alongside a really good, well-performing Zevi, still looking great on the AWP. I think that Fluxo roster, I'm really excited to see where they go in the future now.
Yeah, 100%. As well, obviously, Kai or K or Key, however you want to pronounce it, rekindling once again with Art.
Yeah.
Seems as though they are now kind of bit of a package deal. Seems like
he's been playing quite well. He's recovered after his Furia, his doomed Furia stint. That was too soon in his career for sure.
Yeah, I think it happens though. It really does when you kind of come from an academy team. You see it time and time again.
Will manage to deal with Izza and looking to try and remove the backside player as well. There's not really much you can do when you're getting peeked from Hut and getting pressured from main as well. Gabs has managed to find the AWP, but she's been forced away and removed by Hawasso Peak. That is why he's named himself Hawasso Peak. I believe that is translated to Cowboy Peak, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really?
In Chilean. I'll double check that right now.
Should have done more language research. That's poor
Hawasso
form from me.
Hawasso meaning Chile. Here we go. Chilean countryman and skilled horseman. So he's,
cowboy,
he's peaking with a cowboy.
The cowboy pig. Might have to steal that.
Yeah. Chilean countryman and skilled horseman is a Hawasso. Or pronounced probably like Huaso. Not really using the H as much in Spanish.
It's just a half by here for Furia FE. This has been a very disappointing first half, but the MP9's towards Rambo. Okay, the crunch comes in and Furia FE get the double.
Yeah, Lucan playing from door. Doesn't want to just overpeak now because he knows there's a risk of actually the couple of MP9s will be pressuring him in toward lobby. But those MP9s have got those upgrades now on the AKs. Izza and Lilitens will take those with open arms. And Max is going to group up with Lucan and Hawasso Peak to go for a peek down toward... Maybe they could drop vent. Maybe they could still go toward A. They've got plenty of utility to make that decision, but no smoke actually available. So that's why they're just taking it slowly, trying to play a proper contact push here. And they are making the right call by going toward A, but it will be a 3v4 after plant. A chance for Furia to make something happen on this low investment round.
Obviously no defuse get though for Furia FE, so they're going to have to hurry things along regarding this retake. Setup looks pretty decent for 9Z as well. They've got a really positive setup. Max is kind of holding 2-3 different angles at once. We'll go down to Izza, so 4v2 now for Furia FE. Molly on the back of the bomb site forces Hawasso into a treacherous position, and it's now 1v4 for Luke, and he gets the first and the second. Swinging out of heaven though, Lilitens
Time?
will find.
They got it.
Yeah, nice there from Furia FE. I was going to ask, what do we think Furia FE need to change on this CT side for them to start putting rounds on the board consistently? What is the difference that it is needed here?
Well, I think that sort of that low buy round with the MP9s, that's kind of tells a tale on what they need to do. They need to like play with each other, play crossfires, and stop 9Z getting free entries, you know, like easily.
Yep. Yeah.
And that was a great example there. Even the retake was a great example because they honestly played a brilliant retake. They made sure to have one player fly up the vent while a second player was peeking from main. That got the first kill, I think, from Izza. And then they had the chance to force their way through to the site itself and catch Lucan in the corner. So, look, it was a really good retake.
I think not only was it kind of a good kind of protocol and good retake from Furia FE, definitely did help that Max whiffed about 15 bullets there. But still, when you're given opportunities like that, we're not going to be saying, oh, the only reason Furia FE get that round is because of Max. Is then the molly onto Hawasso, forcing him out, easy find. So it's really nice from the limited utility and limited time that Furia FE have there. They really do kind of utilize what they have very, very nicely. Finances for 9Z still really strong, all contingent on the fact that their most recent round victories have come pretty dominantly, keeping plenty of players alive in most. Look, on the face of it, if you say to 9Z you're getting 5 rounds on the T side, they're not going to be disappointed. And the fact that they've still got 6 more to play, including this one, they're going to be very happy with the current state of things. But if you give Furia FE too many opportunities, too many rounds. Look, Animes is just going to give a free kill away here to Car. She can drop down and reposition, and now Martinez is trapped here. They need to double swing. Zinnia will find. Nice second here from Car, and now, although we see an acceleration from Martinez, how is Car been able to get out of there? Max finds Gabs. There is so much chaos. Max gets another, taken down by Izza, though, and Martinez, 1 versus 3, does have the bomb on his back. Does have a Molotov as well to work with. They're going to send that towards double doors. Already a rotation has been seen by Izza. Double doors is open, I believe. So Martinez does have actually an escape route, but Double ramp, one towards single door. Martinez in such a tough scenario now. Carefully exposed. We will see Martinez get the first, but Izza with the trade. Again, Furia. They're given opportunities for opening kills and for frags to be found. Cars double there towards ramp is excellent.
Yeah, it was beautiful. The second in particular was a really great reaction, considering she was like completely blinded up as well in that corner. She's got her vision back just in time to be able to grab that second and then get away. The fact she gets away in toward hell is a joke, really.
Yeah, it should never happen.
She should be dead every single day of the week there. It's a bit of a whiff from the final player that came through toward ramp. It was totally unexpected. But still, despite all that, good trades outside. The main player was in the right position to quickly trade Max after his double kill. It kept them in the advantage. And in the end, got the preventative measures to not give Martinez too much to work with on the B-bomb site was pretty well thought out as well.
Yeah, and, obviously, as well, that round just gets a bit more chaotic for Furia FE unnecessarily. Max gets a double kill there when he should have been taken down, but Lucan finding Lilitens. Man advantage seen for 9Z. Although Lucan and Adam S have been chipped away at. Still got the numbers here, 9Z. Smoke towards single door. Gab's under pressure now. Just playing from dark. Nice positioning here. Great find from Izza. Traded needs to be seen. Eventually is. Disciplined here is Gabs. Great find. Bezinia as well rotating down. And as you mentioned, yeah, that's the bomb. Owasso needs to find Gabs. Going to send the HE grenade. Spam coming through. He forces the fight out of Bezinia. That is excellent from Owasso. And he can continually look to spam through red box if he wants. The kill should come through. Lucan as well. Oh, Lucan's going to get a freebie. And Gabs eventually goes down to Owasso. Devastating there for Furia FE. Because once they drop that bomb carrier, that's where the round looks really positive. But Owasso, he's been really key. And so has Lucan. And of course, it's those two in the clutch.
I don't think, like, you could say that Bezinia is over-peaked there. But honestly, I feel like she's picked a pretty decent time to swing, because
just an instant headshot. What can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? Like she's peaked at a time where Owasso is running out of bullets mid-spray against Gabs in the dark position, and you want to try and help your teammate. Like you probably should be peaking there. Yeah. It's the fact that he's been able to, with the last couple of bullets left in the clip, he's been able to react and hit the headshot. So as soon as Lucan's flank was figured out as well, and it came from the secret position, just catching cars rotation. There's nothing really much you can do about that, I'm afraid. Shadow up close doesn't help Bezinia. There was more where that came from outside. 2 or 3 players. Find. Nice trade frag though from the AWP. Unfortunately, Adam's already got quite an advance down toward outside and down toward hell, so probably underneath that position there for Car, and was able to surprise her, catch her out of the round. So down into a 4v3, but no longer. Izza's been able to find 2 as they try and rotate back up. That's a lovely double.
Yeah, look, this is a perfect example of Adam S taking really good space, but just not taking his timing. I said this countless amount of times. When you get a deep position, when you find yourself in a position where you can take space towards heaven, why isn't he? If Adam S pushes into heaven, he either spots the player progressing in hut or will find Izza in main. It's just an easy kill either way. But the issue is, Adam takes this space. They've already found the AWP in heaven, maybe assuming there might be another player on rafters, but just doesn't take his timing. And moments like that perfectly amplify and should be kind of a perfect recognition for those at home, and I guess for Adam S watching that game or round back in the demo. You've had such a good timing. You've dealt with 2 players towards outside already. You've got such a great position. What is the point of you being there if you're not going to capitalize on that space?
Yeah, it's true. Lucan will only be saving this AK as well. There's no way he's winning this round. Long range taps toward Izza will get the kill, but Gabs is not going to be giving up her life. Worth for her to go looking for this kill after time, actually, and she does give it a look, but isn't able to find Lucan. Lucan's up to 13-3. Won't die after time. If he had, it would have been a little bit awkward, but he still had plenty of money, I think, overall compared to his teammates, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world. Obviously a shame. Furia win the round and only survive with 1 player alive, but it's no worries, really. We're leaning toward the end of the half anyway, so the round's going to be tough either way.
If Furia FE find this, they've got themselves you know, a nice route to at least find 5, maybe even get the important 6. And I like the double swing there towards Squeaky from Izza and Bazinia. Flashbang towards ramp, miss flash from Max, great find from Cart. Martineza has spotted Gabs. Important, Hawaso needs to get this eventual trade. Has retrieved the bomb. There's a fast flank from Lilitens. Bazinia has already rotated down. Hawaso might go searching here. Oh. Nice angle played from Bazinia. Hawaso does have full utility.
Yeah, so many of these rounds actually have come down to a similar position where it's been a 1v2 or a 2v2.
Yeah.
They've kind of equally shared them when they've been in this situation. The clutches for Furia, a couple of great retakes. Lilitens waiting for the perhaps possibility of Hawaso Peak firing his way up the vent to plant on A, but smoke will come down on B now. He's still got 45 seconds to make this call, so he'll plant inside of that smoke coming in right now. Bazinia is looking to break it with that nade. He's not going to go swinging. He's waiting. Try and get a different position, but unfortunately doing that will get Lilitens into play. But the fake of the door tries to make it work. I agree. Possibly the only fake he could possibly make, right, in that scenario.
Yeah,
try and make something happen, but yeah, easy win.
Look how much utility is remaining on Furia FE. Even if he's able to get into dark and they don't spot him towards double doors, there's not only a smoke that can be thrown on the bomb, mollies are plenty. But a great round from Furia FE. The trading towards Squeaky, excellent. The double ramp setup works out well. And 9Z, they're going to go for the investment. Obviously, the bomb plant allowing for it, but it's not great. We've got 2 MAC-10s, a Deagle, 2 rifles, but very limited utility behind it. Lucan will eventually invest. We haven't really seen a kind of a crazy fast pop towards A yet, have we? And this could be the one, as there are MAC-10s featuring, but outside is the game plan for 9Z. It's worked for them in the past when it comes to these opening frags. I like the fact that Car's just playing from heaven here with the AWP. Fully into secret here from Bazinia.
Or could be a closer peek. Okay, reload from Car. She's falling back down to play from hell, but up and down really. Lucan's going to be able to find Bazinia. That's going to be a really important opening. Furia again having a respectable first half here, just like we saw on map 1 of Inferno. Is a very tough position though to have a MAC-10 jumping her way, and she does well honestly to find the 1-for-1. But again, it retains the advantage. Martinez has pulled out the Deagle to find the quick frag on Car as well. Quick trade from Gabs, and now the double rotation will come down from her and Lulitens. But it could be a little bit too late. They're already around the site.
Look at Adam S.
Molotov toward the right side of ramp, and they're trying to work their way back in now, and the duel will be won. Lilitens is now in the open if Adam's lurk eventually does work out as well. I'm not sure they necessarily know about Lilitens being here too, because the plant's coming through toward A, and it's going to be a bit of a surprise, I think, that this MAC-10's going to still be here, and there we go. The lurk in the end does pay off for that 1 kill for Adam. And that was a pretty hard round to predict if you're Furia, because 9Z were kind of everywhere and ended up planting on A.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I think as well, 9Z, they've got a good idea of what they want to achieve. They drop the outside smokes, then the molly comes through from secret. But it's just the kills that are found towards outside. We see an over-rotation from, you know, the ramp players on Furia FE to try and help out towards outside. It's an incredible dig shot from Martineza. Taking down Car, that's what causes the rotations. That's what causes kind of the chaos here. But Adam S, nice find onto Gabs. Is a fallen as well to Lucan. 5v3 now. 8-4 should be the halftime finish for 9Z. And 8 rounds on the T side of Nuke. They're going to be ecstatic with that result.
Bazinia playing top box on ramp. It will be a shallow one rather than a deeper one. Looking to fall away and try and group up with a teammate elsewhere to have just some hope of getting a crossfire or a trade kill.
Yeah, I like it.
9Z have everything going for them. Taking their entry toward A right now. Whiffy spray from Lucan, but he gets away with it. 4 HP to spare, and Bazinia's big goose through the corner of the blue box outside. Will go down to Max. 9Z get a pretty comfortable half in the end for them. 8-4. That's the same as the first map, it is, isn't it? Same 8-4 halves on both maps for 9Z.
I think right now, 9Z, they're going to be moving to their preferred side, the CT side here of their map selection. Again, there's stints from Furia FE. They find the odd round, some success. The retakes were really, really clinical from Furia FE, and it kind of begs the question, maybe they should have just played a little bit more passively on their CT side. It's clear that their retakes are something that they've put so much stock in when it comes to practice, and it worked really well in the server. Yeah, when disadvantaged, it seemed like they were quite quick to rotate. We saw it in the round where there was pressure out or everywhere from 9Z except the A bomb site, and obviously that's where they planted. But we saw a very quick rotation from both, I want to say it was Lilitens and Bazinia, onto the B bomb site, and in doing so, all it took was one kill found, and 9Z rotated back up towards A. I don't mind the idea of fast rotations. I don't mind the idea of that kind of quick response time, because it certainly can work. It's just sadly the kind of early round and mid portion was where 9Z really capitalized on that T side, and now moving to the favored side, they are going to be certainly in a good spot to take the series and move to that semi-finals. Lucan tapping away, not connecting, so we'll be forced back down the ramp. A bit overconfident is Lucan. Martinez can get one with the duel. He's pre-firing his Lucan, but Lilitens, she can get the trade.
Chance for the plant now to come through at some point. Lilitens, the reaction just does a double take to Adam's position, and the bomb plant's not being covered. Adam being a lurky boy in double doors, proving to be the nightmare here for Furia. Is looking to try and get a couple of kills, but Martinez with the dualies, mid-range, 3 kills for him. And that's 9-4 lead for 9Z. Looking for that date with Red Canids.
Yeah, look, it's really tough here, because when you look at the kill department for Furia FE, has had really good moments here on Nuke, 11 kills. Yeah, majority of 9Z are all kind of sat around that 10, 11 kill mark. Lucan, 17. And I think this is the expectation from a player like Lucan. Didn't have the most of impact on Inferno, but here on Nuke, a really good performance. The nade a little late there from Adam S. Great shots though from Adam, and can just deal quite comfortably here with the Glocks. I'd like to see the SMGs actually go and hunt here, try and make them money. You've got 3 SMGs in play, and these first 2 kills have been found with a rifle. You're not really gaining the value of the MP9s. We will see 2 kills come through there with the SMGs, but nice round from Adam. Had a good pistol, has had a good eco as well.
Edging ever closer now. 3 MP9 still in play. Might go for something a bit more aggressive in this round. 9Z against the Furia full buy. Looking to see if Furia can get at least a couple of rounds on their T side here to end off the game. I said that today a 13-5, 13-5 is kind of what I would expect really from a game like this. So far, I'm on track, I will say.
Oh, of course, you said that now when we've all forgotten.
This is going to destroy Martinez outside as well. And Max trying for something aggressive too in response. Will get taken down to 36 HP. So a great start to this gun round for Furia.
I'm really happy that Iz has had a good game.
Yeah, it was a
in-game
great game,
leader, really stepping up. She had good moments throughout Inferno. She's brought that here to Nuke as well. And obviously not only needing to provide in the frags, but in the leadership as well. I think it can be quite tough in games like this where you are coming into it as the underdog. I actually feel like in nearly every game where it's kind of that underdog story, it generally seems to be the in-game leaders that are the ones to step up. What a setup here down towards B, though. A great gamble. They've broken the glass, and this gives Adam such an easy intention. That's why he's kind of moved to this right-hand side, because he might get overlooked. Oh, I don't like that he's backed away here behind the silo. Missed shots from Adam, and Lucan's repositioned now. Oh, he's going to be completely overlooked. Lucan can get 2. The last player is low HP on the bomb site in Bazinia. Lucan repositioned. Now can spot and find Lucan. done so much work here. 1 versus 2 now for Lucan. He's on for the ace. Nade landing at his feet. He's going to play close to it. Use the explosion as a bit of cover. Information on both. Can't close the door as there is a gap. And Lucan, so much damage, but just not the final kills. That is devastating. But moments like that really put the seal of approval of why 9Z have brought him in. If it just his teammates did 34 damage in total, we would have seen that round be found. But I've got to say, Adam S has got to do better there. I actually liked his initial positioning, tucked a little bit more towards the right, then swings left, just gets completely caught off. But Furia FE, they find their first hit on the T side, and it looks as though a fast A could be the game plan. Early utility onto the A-bomb site. Now the CT's caught scrambling. Is a great find. Hawasa rotating in will find, but is it again? Obviously, it was a bonus in the last for 9Z, so this is the first kind of real investment. But the advantage in favor of Furia FE, and it's just going to be the save. The correct decision here from 9Z. 6 now secured.
Yeah, and I'm wrong. Love to see it.
We're always wrong. It's just how it goes.
I'm very happy to be wrong, I can assure you. But yeah, that's that previous round from Lucan was insane, man. As you say, like the one man in the round to like do all that damage, only with the MP9 as well.
Yeah.
Even to take the last 2 players down to sub 20 HP, pretty crazy. But again, I mean, we've got to praise Izza. Like, just incredible entries toward A. They try and turn up the pace. This is just good, like... Look, I understand that they're going to probably lose the game, Furia, right? But it's just good protocol. So change up the pace, go for something different. But after you've won a round as well, you could forgive them for going back into a regular T default, doing something sort of normal in speech marks, right? But no, they go for a fast A play with good util, and Izza hits the entries. Bomb site taken, round over. And 9Z forced away to save. So
I think
really
as well, it's actually a really calculated call. They knew it was going to be the bonus round. They knew that the AWP was going to be in play on 9Z. And I think sometimes when you have the knowledge that the AWP will feature, I think sometimes that's when best to go for a fast A, because you completely catch off your opponent. The AWP, even if they're playing from heaven, they're going to struggle to get impact. So I think it's a great call. Time and time again, I feel like the best way to deal with an AWP on the T side is just go for a rush. But they don't in this round, and Martinez will find Izza. Top performer for Furia FE falling. Gab's now aggressing down ramp. Lucan needing to find plenty. So much damage dealt from Lucan again. Sets his team up massively. Already tucked in the corner here towards Toxic is Adam S. And Adam has Hawaso here as well. It's going to be contact from Adam. Door open from Hawaso. And surely round open.
Whiffy from Adam. The A1S, usually a relatively easy weapon to control, but couldn't get away with it. Unfortunately, that's really the only mistake of the round, though, for Furia. 9Z not making too many errors, really, anymore now. Back to 11-6. Should have the buy available to make it 12-6. Furia's buy is a bit all over the place. Got the Deagle on Izza. Only real option if you want to really get full utility. Got an AWP. We've got a couple of rifles. It'd be hard to make this work. Hard to make it worth as well. Great pick from Martinez. Smoke. Not an issue when you've got the utility. Xenia removed. Fortunately, Car Sensei tagged down to 17 points of health as well. She had the line, but Lucan's is jiggling around and Martinez are just delivering all the frags around her. No way back in.
Look, you give Martinez a time, you give Martinez a space. The AWP's going to find a load of success. It's CT nuke. This is where an AWP generally will thrive, because freedom is always seen from the AWP on the CT side of nuke, whether they want to peek towards outside, play from a main, play from heaven, early ramp peek. And Martinez, opportunities for kills are coming his way, and he connects in every engagement. And now Furia staring down the barrel of a 12-6 scoreline, needing 6 in a row to take it to overtime. We anticipated a 2-0, and I think now that 12 has been seen, with 6 more needed. It's not really going to happen. But again, Martinez is being given opportunities, and Martinez is finding them. 1 versus 5 for Gabs. And Lucan will be the one to win it. So 9Z, they are our second semi-finalist here in Thunderpick. And look, let's bring Laz in, hear what he has to say after that series.
Well, thanks very much. And yeah, honestly, like that was a pretty interesting matchup in the sense that we got to see like Lucan, like you guys talked a lot about, like he's, you know, putting himself at 25 kills and 8 deaths, man. Like he definitely put himself in some really good effects and, you know, putting himself in a good score line. But there is, you know, some good moments from Furia that I do like. I mean, there was the start that we got from 9Z, the fact that they were able to get the, you know, the first 5 opening rounds, which was making me a little bit nervous just because, again, on the T side, when you're able to get that much momentum, it really kind of felt like, okay, Furia, I thought they were maybe going to call a timeout. Maybe they were going to try something different, just a little bit to figure out a new game plan. But then they were able to find those couple additional rounds in the round 6 and 7 where they were able to get some diffuses. So that was really, really great to see. You know, honestly, Luitens was definitely a player that, you know, I think she really impressed me with the sense that able to find some really good openings. She was able to get, you know, double kills when they needed to. There was just kind of some moments where it felt like, you know, for some of the players in Furia where we got to see somebody pop off a little bit or get these multi kills that were much needed. But then it kind of slowed down a little bit, right? We didn't get most of us or most of the rounds back in, you know, into their effect, which was a little bit disappointing to see. But I think, you know, considering that we saw in the very first couple rounds on 9Z were, you know, going for a mixture of different strategies and a mixture of different ideas, I really, really loved it because we saw like, I think it was the second or third round where we saw 9Z going for the fast vent drop. They didn't even commit to it because Furia had a good read on it. They had a good idea. And then you could see that 9Z were kind of reacting very, very well to like pretty much every single situation. And that's kind of what we talk about with the level of a team like 9Z, right? A team that has historically been in that top 10 in the world or, you know, overall rankings. And, you know, now they're kind of fighting their way back to getting into these great placements. But yeah, I think either way, like I think Furia were able to put up some really good rounds and were able to, you know, get some good, contention into this. And I think, you know, again, it was the practice, right? And for me, that's what I was really happy to see. I think there was just a lot that they were able to mix things around as much as they could, considering that 9Z were really manipulating the map. But all in all, I mean, you know, 9Z now have booked themselves here in the semifinals and putting up a decent performance.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think we could maybe bring up the kind of playoff bracket for those who are only just tuning in and unable to, well, they don't know what it looks like. But obviously, we've got that first semi-final confirmed. It's Red Canids against 9Z, and I think that one's going to be a banger. Obviously, these were the two teams that went through kind of the group stage. So I think we've definitely got something to say about those two. ODDIK Flamengo, that's the series up and coming next. And I feel like we do have a slight intention and kind of idea of where that one's going to go. But Trav, you mentioned it, Flamengo, they've been making waves, they've been looking good. I feel like VSM has been absolutely cooking, so I feel like there could be an idea of maybe an upset there. And then obviously you've got the squad of Fluxo led by Art. There's a lot of individual talent there as well to face Bestia, so I think we've got some really nice games. And obviously we've got a little bit of time now. Do we want to do it? Laz, we didn't get to hear your prediction on that. Do you want to give your thoughts?
Yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate it. No, you know, honestly, just kind of looking at the bracket, I don't know if we can bring that up here pretty quick. And we're going to great. Yeah, big shout out to production here. But, you know, I don't know about you guys. Like, for me, like being, you know, around for the SA scene for a little bit, like there's still this part of me that I think ODDIK do have themselves in the advantage in this situation. I think it could be a close encounter. So I'm going to give them the edge up just with a 2-1. And when I talk about Fluxo and Bestia, again, this is where I get a little bit torn because I feel like I've seen both these teams have themselves good moments, some low moments. I'm still going to edge Fluxo. I think I'm going to ride on the copium a little bit there just because I think they can be able to squeeze it out. But, you know, I think we're eventually going to see that semifinal game where I'm going to predict it's going to be ODDIK taking on Fluxo. So that would be a matchup for me, but I'm definitely happy to hear, Trav, what are you thinking here on the right-hand side of this bracket?
I think ODDIK for me, for sure. Just like kind of slightly better right now. Flamengo have got great players who are currently playing pretty well, but I do think that historically ODDIK, they're a playoff invite for a reason. And as you mentioned, I'm really fascinated to see how Fluxo play because we know Bestia, they're all, the boo-ha-ha with the major qualification. Yeah. That's all part of the history books now. They have to move on. They have to keep playing. They have to keep proving themselves once again. But Fluxo are going to be a really tough opponent. Art still in-game leading. Kai playing the best Counter-Strike he's played in his career so far. Bringing Nukowski back to the organization. Bringing Desenchi into the organization, who I really enjoyed watching play at this level for Imperial. And Zevi still playing amazing on the AWP. I'm actually going to pick Fluxo to maybe take the whole tournament.
Okay.
Ooh, Rogue One.
That's
I'll just say
bold.
Red Canids are going to win.
Okay.
Yeah, bold prediction.
Not fair enough. And you know what, guys? I know that's going to be the end point for us here all on the desk, and we're going to be switching things over as we get these extra games underway. So we're going to take a bit of a break. You're going to see some new faces, but it was great having you guys here on the desk. And of course, thank you so much for bringing the games. And of course, to all the fans, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully you're enjoying it. But there's plenty more of games happening here in the near future in just a little bit of time. So don't go too far, because we got more action underway. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Thunderpick South America. You might be saying to yourself, Trav, you were here earlier. I thought you were done for the day. Well, no, you can't get rid of me. I've got Jay and Dreg alongside me for the next possible 2 BO3s. I'll be your host in the analyst role, and they'll be your casters. We've got ODDIK versus Flamengo as the third BO3 of the day in Thunderpick South America. We've already seen 2 results come through. We can have a quick look at the bracket coming in now. And probably expected results, but that Sharks Red Canids one, Jay, was definitely one that was up in the air.
Yeah, down to 3 maps, going the distance, almost, just an epic watch, I think, in general there. So looking forward to see how Red Canids will do against 9Z, who right now are one of the bracket frontrunners in my eyes. Certainly depends on how they're going to shape up in the grand finals. I can think of at least one team out of, or well, actually potentially 2 teams out of the other side of the bracket that could end up meeting them there.
Absolutely, and I think as well, those results were pretty fun to watch. I think the Red Canids game is definitely one that I was impressed to see a slight improvement from Red Canids, because they've definitely been pretty poor form lately, trying to finally find something with their new additions, Ponta, Drop, and Kawes. 9Z obviously playing against Furia FE. That was always probably going to be a win for them, but they actually played pretty okay in a couple of rounds for Furia FE. It's showing some form against a team that was pretty impossible to beat probably on the day. So fair play to them. But now we'll focus on ODDIK and Flamengo, Dweg. Interesting one coming in here because ODDIK had the VRS invites to the playoffs, but Flamengo came through the groups and looked pretty good doing so.
Yeah, their group run was pretty good. I mean, what we're going to notice about a lot of these teams, doesn't even matter what region of the world, is that when we're moving into the second half of the season, a lot of teams are trying to upgrade the roster, aren't they? They're all trying to add in a few extra pieces. Now, ODDIK haven't made a single change at all. They've got a core 2 that's been going for a couple of years now. Pank joined. I know that he was a part of the roster previously, but he's come back in. K-Slogs and Togs, they've come back into the roster. So I almost feel for ODDIK, they've been recycling a little bit, whereas maybe some of the other Brazilian squads in particular trying to get some new faces involved.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? I mean, I've mentioned for a long time in all the games I've covered in South American Counter-Strike, there've been so many roster changes that I feel like are just underwhelming, and they're not actually going to improve the rosters, and it's all just like a battle for survival instead. But I do think that a roster like Flamengo, who have picked up some relatively impressive pieces that will always deliver for you at this sort of level, have shown that is possible, right? Shown that there's something to work with to maybe push into that next sort of tier level in South America. VSM is looking like he's playing great again for this roster. I do think, though, Jay, maybe ODDIK could be a step too far in this matchup.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? Like, you just think about the fact that these 2 teams have got head-to-heads in the last handful of months, and 2 of the 3 best of 3s have gone in the favor of ODDIK in 2-0 fashion. And then you think that Flamengo obviously making changes at the start of the year, and now currently making changes here at the current portion of the year, still trying to figure out exactly where they sort of want to sit in terms of the grand scale of the South American scene, because like they're not playing with a full 5-man unit at the moment. You've got stand-ins, you've got players that may or may not be here in the near future. So there's a lot of instability versus ODDIK, who have already proven that they can be a consistent element against the Flamengo side as a whole.
Exactly right. I think the one thing that we are seeing from Flamengo is at least we've got a couple of players that, 1, have experience, and 2, really are delivering in this particular tournament. I mean, right now, VSM is proving to be an absolute beast right now. He's the 4th highest rated of the tournament, behind the likes of, Lucan has been looking good on 9Z, and like Cassin and Delboni. So yeah, that sort of duo is going to be very interesting to see how they perform. And yeah, I think it's going by their group results, Dweg, they've got something about them because they had some decent results overall, and they have a decent map pool, it feels like, too.
Yeah, well, I sort of look at the map pool, and I think it's very unfortunate for Flamengo, and maybe a reason why they've struggled in the head-to-heads. Mirage is their #1 map in the pool. They picked it against 9Z, they picked it against Keydstars, but then all you need to do is look at ODDIK and realize that's their permaban. So straight away, you're going into something that's a little bit more unusual. For Flamengo, they pick a little bit of Nuke, they pick a little bit of Ancient, so you don't have as many options when it comes to that second in the pool. So looking at both Ancient and even Dust 2 coming out, really good win rate as of recently from the ODDIK side, even though it's not their #1 picked. And then I also look at Dust 2, and I think in terms of the play rate from ODDIK, it looks quite good, but win rates haven't been fantastic from them recently.
No, I mean, that's the argument, really, isn't it? I mean, you look at the head-to-head here in this one. You've got ODDIK picking into Ancient. You rightly brought it up. Sure, it's against lower-tier opposition on a couple of the results. But they have managed to have a 100% record in the last couple of months as well. And they did beat Astralis on it at PG Astana 13-2, for goodness sake, right? So, they definitely have something about them on the map. Dust 2 for Flamengo, I would say, are in a position right now where that's one they're probably the most happy to go to alongside a Mirage, like you've mentioned. But without ODDIK being able to, with ODDIK being ODDIK's permaban, as you mentioned, it's always probably going to be something that they won't be in the pool. But, you know, as you mentioned with Flamengo's results, right, beating 9Z 2-0, 9Z are through to the next round, obviously, through to those semi-finals, but just shows you right now that 9Z are not the team they once were, and they might not be in the future as well, right, with the rumours that Martinez could go to this new project under Gentlemates with the ex-Iberian Soul boys. But when it comes to this roster and this lineup and this matchup, I do think, Jay, that if ODDIK don't make it through, don't have, at least give themselves a chance in the next round to be that one team to make it through to the close qualifier through this particular series, it would be a big underperformance.
Especially considering the fact that in the last South America Thunderpick event, we saw ODDIK go to the grand finals. They just lost out to Imperial, who will be in that close qualifier. So for them, just individually, it's like, right, last time we got within touching distance. This time, we want to go all the way. And you know, it's the last chance saloon for everyone involved in the South American division, because this is the last Thunderpick World Championship event in South America that we'll have. But for ODDIK especially to be that close, within that close touching distance and just not quite able to finish off the job, you want to try to do the same thing here and now. And I think that honestly, an opponent like Flamengo is a good way to get started upon that road in the playoffs, especially because you take a look at the Veto and you talk about the intricacies of the maps in terms of what they've done in the worldwide, in the wider scene. Think about what they've done against each other. Dust 2, Ancient, and Nuke all played in the last two head-to-heads, 4-0 in maps for ODDIK. That's a very good sign in my eyes.
Yeah, for sure. And I really think that, you know, ODDIK are trying to cement themselves as well, as I kind of mentioned, like above that tier of South American Counter-Strike, which is all a bit of a mess, without, you know, to put it lightly, maybe. Like so many teams which haven't really found any form, all just sort of like quantity over quality as such. There are a few that are now turning out to be quality. I do think ODDIK can be one of them, right? So looking forward to seeing how they can improve and possibly be that next team to make it through. Of course, it was Imperial who made it through to that to the close qualifier from the first series. But I believe the game is live, so enjoy, boys. I'll see you later.
Thank you very much, Trav. Yes, we will enjoy indeed. Do I want to get your quick predictions in this one? Personally, I feel like the 2-0 feels like it's the most likely outcome because it has been 2-0s on all the head-to-heads. But do you go ODDIK or Flamengo?
I'm definitely going towards the ODDIK side. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that Flamengo can at least take one. I think Dust 2 was competitive last time, even though it didn't quite get closed out. So I think we're going 3-2-1 towards ODDIK for me.
Oh, we're going to start things off on Ancient to get us going here on our third best of three of the day and of the playoffs in general. ODDIK on the T side start. A lot of contention towards lane. The B side seems to be the final target, and well, Flamengo have read this pretty well. 3 players on B side defense. As soon as they do those smokes come in, the 4th player will look to try and join them. Knight leans forward, sees one beyond the smoke, tries to transition, blinded, and just about connects a straight bullet onto Cut Mertz. Now it's down to a 5-on-3 with a bomb plant to be secured, with no real chance for Flamengo to take back in.
Yeah, that read may have been perfect because of the info gathering outside of A main, but in terms of the defensive hold, I mean, can you even call it a defensive hold? Players were there, but no impact was being generated. And from this point onwards, there might be a couple of exit kills from the CTs, but there's no chance this retake is successful.
Just the one trade so far in the post plant. Alboni's going to try to something and hunt down one, but not to end up happening. ODDIK in the opening start, very confident pistol from there.
And for ODDIK, they've won 5 out of their past 6 best of 3s on HLTV, and they've only recently brought Togs back into the roster. This is a guy that used to represent the organization. He got put onto the bench. He's been brought back 19 days ago. It's always a nice feeling when you bring a player back into the team if you can try and land results straight away. And the idea that they've qualified for a local LAN finals, that they're now being invited into the quarters, they made the grand final of the last Thunderpick, you've got to ride with that momentum of bringing Togs back in.
One on the high at the start for the time being. Pistol taken should turn in towards the second pretty nicely. And, you are looking at guys like Togs. They can make the ultimate difference in ODDIK's overall position. He's got a couple of kills to this round. No major force plays it for Flamengo, so formalities at the moment. Going for those guns in the next round. It's where ODDIK might start to sweat a little bit if Flamengo get their way.
And I don't think we're going to have a very competitive Ancient. I can see a competitive Dust 2 and I can see a competitive Nuke. But the idea that ODDIK are on a 7-map winning streak of Ancient and they don't even really pick it. They normally pick Anubis. They did a lot of that in the international event that they played out in Astana. It's just that they know that Ancient is so weak for the opposition. I mean, 5 losses in a row from Flamengo, in which, honestly, they're not even really holding weight when it comes to Ancient.
No, not at all. There's one solid point you can count for on the ODDIK side. It would be on this map. I can test the potential of the other ones in this series. Well, go right ahead, but this one should be a formality from them. It's Flamengo just to see how much damage they can do. They have had Ancients on record in the past against this side in that last head-to-head during the last edition of the Thunderpick World Championship for South America. The 13-7 result for ODDIK back then. And VSM looks to try and change the narrative a little bit, finding that first pick outside the lane.
And Nate in a position where there's no trades because it's heavy elbow, and because it keeps getting re-smoked, it means that the T's just have to wait out the timer. The Flamengo are quite happy to work as much of this territory as possible. Now, because they've got a Jiggler out there on Cave, it means that they don't need any B players. They can stack up A very heavily and leave VSM just to spot info on elbow.
Good re-smoke timing there. 3 players at elbow unable to make their way in, so VSM is protected by his teammates. They're going to have lane control and access. Be one easy kill to come in the mid control, but everything else will be a lot more difficult for ODDIK. Working with no map control. Delboni now takes point of contact in at mid. Seeing the utility come out. Right face in. Kill for Delboni. VSM gets 1 more, 2 more in fact from range. Triple in the round for the man, Woody. Well, not much he can do now. 1v4 bonus round negated. Flamengo on the board.
And that might be, in terms of a perspective now for Woody, we need to play a little bit of a quick game. We've come into the first gun round and we've been very passive. We've been quite slow. We've given complete respect to the opposition. And instead, we were very much unsuccessful. We tried to run the clock. We tried to retake mid. We couldn't really work the trades in our favor. Let's make sure we're putting a little bit more emphasis on taking lane, getting into cheetah, destroying that sort of shelf angle. I mean, for VSM, he got up there on shelf, worked that opening pick pretty early into the round. So watch out to see if that's going to be something consistently achieved on the city line.
Oh, very nice nades in towards mid as they try and fight aggressive on the Flamengo side. Pank's good for 1, Delboni and History are good for 2 in return. Damage is heavy across the board. Pank on 22, Delboni on 45. Finally caught by Knights with 3-on-3. History tries to strike forward and he goes 1 for 1. Pank's finally found by Cuts. And now last man standing can't quite finish the job of the 1v2. Donaco just holding on to the round for Flamengo.
Look, Delboni may have not been able to work a huge amount of success individually, but he wastes a lot of time and he sets up crossfires. He's drawing all of that attention away. He can smoke the molly. He's allowing the T-side players to have that emphasis on the cubby corner, and it means that the red swing is really successful. ODDIK did well to be able to get out of elbow, but just too many CTs consistently fighting them. Gets himself in a position where you've got back-to-back rounds, where you haven't got the bomb down, the economy not looking fantastic with the loss. Have to treat it as a lighter eco, and this is Flamengo's best chance now to not only take a lead, but start generating a bit of a decent round streak.
Now, they're not allowed to run away with the pistol and the straight-up, conversions into a streak. Flamengo are going to shut it down as quick as possible and actually try to take a lead right here. I mentioned before how this map was Dust 2 rather was the map that was competitive in the last head-to-head. You must have to wonder how much Flamengo have learned from that Ancient, if they've learned anything at all. It might be out for all display if they do have a good CT side here.
It's always nice when you get a rematch in recent history. I mean, for that event and that head-to-head to happen, what, 1 week ago in a semi-final in which ODDIK won easily, you don't want that to be the same outcome, do you? You want a little bit more of a fight. You want a little bit more backbone. And ODDIK, a little bit unorthodox, are actually going for the force buy in round 5.
Tech 9s and Mac 10s out in force. They try and take the aggressive stance, but unable to catch off the player at Cave. Cuts left in that position. As you see Delboni start moving up towards the red room. As VSM hears those footsteps in at Donut, he'll back right off towards the bomb site. Flamengo caught completely rotated here, and a lot of the noise being generated by ODDIK, but that's not the ending goal. Cuts could still cut off the bomb carrier though. As good History, looks in from red, struggles with the spray, gets his kill together in the end, sees the second and third, but they are allowed to trade.
Yeah, there's a walkout on B from Nate, and he's got a really good timing against these CT players because no one is watching B directly, especially with this attention that's being drawn in from Red Room.
Completely safe. The Tech 9 only looks to strike towards 1. Delboni's now revealed. Now Cuts can also strike towards lane. Delboni will hold control of the situation. And crisis averted for the CT side. The backstab might look good for Nate for a moment, but a moment's all he gets.
And it might be a bit of revenge here for the Flamengo side, because the last 2 meetings between these 2 squads has been single elimination playoff brackets. So not only have you lost the best of 3 series without really being competitive or without even taking a map, you've just been getting eliminated out of tournaments. If you can step up today and you can put in a good performance, maybe try and steal the first map of the series, go into Dust 2 1-0 up, you'll be able to change the narrative of this head-to-head rivalry that seems to be one-sided at the moment.
Another nice nade down there from DSM. Excellent placing to do the damage, but damage is returned by the Eco Pistols. ODDIK not quite as aggressive on the force by this time, understandably so. To make light work of those top mid players. 1 kill for Weavers come up. It shouldn't be a major threat generated by the T side, although they are doing very good damage, all things considered. He picks out of this one. Woody does get a secondary kill as well. A 3rd one would be lovely at the moment.
You just got to try and bait the CTs into overextensions. You've got to hope that on the low HP that they get a bit silly, and then that's how you can turn it into not only an expensive round, but a potential winnable one. Delboni and History are not traded, or not in trading positions, I should say, so it's an easy kill against the likes of Delboni.
He walks right into History, though, with his head turned on his side, so good effort from Woody, decent damage being done to the CT economy line. A rifle round inbound now for ODDIK to try and punish said damage.
And I'd say the in-game leader of Cuts Moretz is probably the most unknown player on this Flamengo side. This is a player that is 28 years old, played on Elevate, had the squad of Meta, and then most recently Corinthians, but VSM we're familiar with at the tier 1 level. I mean, Donico we've seen around for a little bit. Delboni used to play at a decent level years ago. And then even History, I mean, we saw him most recently working with out on Fluxo.
And these players have a lot of merit to them. Going to combine said merit on the Flamengo side. They've done well to hold their weight in the early stages of Ancient, first quarter of the game. Has most certainly been theirs, but ODDIK yet to really produce any rifle rounds at the moment. Had very few chances to do so with their forces in mind. And one of those chances right here. M4, good to strike on Delboni. His knight peeks into him before the flashbang blooms. Molotov driving that player back, although Pank was seen, so gets no chance to strike to a trade back. A 5-on-4 remains for Flamengo.
The in-game leader's putting a lot of pressure up towards this cheater and cave angle. The flash does not hit correctly. I mean, History should still be able to get one. Aggro played down from ramp, catches Panks off, and now they see lane is completely clear. So they know that it's got to be mid and A as an end.
Nice responsive onto VSM. Well placed, well reacted to. Bombs making his way out here towards main. Woody going to spot the player there, a big box. Although he's missed his marker, he's missed his timing on cuts. Leaning forward, Rifles able to drive him into the open, give Woody that kill in the end. Flashbang forward, catches one player on a body block, and the bomb will look to get planted. They're waiting for players to make their way back in from mid as well, but they're both inbound from spawn. Footsteps heard, engagement to be found. Monaco goes down, Delboni's in a 1 versus 3. He gets the first kill out of it. Low HP on one. It's the more bigger concern in the back lines, though. The donut position is where they'll both hold from. Delboni's going to be exposed as he taps it once. Trying to draw them into fights. He takes one of them down, but not the second. Good effort, but it is ODDIK's round.
It's just textbook on how they play that 2v1 post plant. Don't peek straight away, give it a few seconds, and then strikers too. It doesn't matter on the HP differential. If you both fight at the same time, there's no way you're going to be able to transfer that quickly. I think if you are the CT line, though, of Flamengo, you're probably a bit disappointed in yourself because you got a lot of impact out there on Cave. You had good aggressive approaches down from ramp. History, I mean, he's just missing a sitter out there in Dota.
Little mistakes, little errors like that. What cost them the round? You think it came down to a 2 versus 1? I mean, if you find if you find the kill on towards the 1 man, you at least get to a 1 versus 1 clutch.
I think the difficult nature might just be, I mean, how much time is History going to have if he gets any at all? I mean, he's only been standing in this tournament, so he's played what? Dust 2, Mirage and Nuke. He's not been playing Train because it's their Insta. He's yet to play an Inferno official. He's yet to play on Ancient. He's yet to play on Anubis. The sample size is so small, I'd almost hope that they would have gone 3 maps in the series against Keed Stars and the likes of 9Z just to try and get History a little bit more familiar with the team and the map pool.
Well, I wonder whether it becomes a permanent addition to this squad. DESEMPREGUEIDOS able to strike early into this one. And broken force by Flamengo, so one of the only 2 automatic weapons wasted in the opening stances. And very wild sprays down there at ramp. Woody and Knight will take respective damage. And no kills means no advantage for the CT side.
It's a really poor opener there from Flamengo in terms of an attempt. Knowing that it's a buy-up, you'd like to try and see a double play aggressively either in towards cave or down from ramp. I think it's sloppy for DANIKO to make a solo play like that, because now you've got to stack pretty heavily towards A. B's being taken. This round is over before the executes even come in.
Cut needs a miracle moment. Miracles do not happen here today. The rest of the players will save their guns, save their Kevlar, save their defuse kit in the case of VSM. And let this round fall by the wayside. It was always going to be a difficult affair. If Flamengo playing in your opponent's map pick, you got to take those chances when they come. Unfortunately, DANIKO couldn't do that. Now they're going to get hunted. Good engagement. VSM to fall. Zalboni's the man that becomes the more important element here. That M4 especially. History. Nice if he can stay alive, and now he has to because he's the one carrying the M4 off his dead teammate. Knight's going to take him down, so no man maintains their life. A lot of expense there for Flamengo as we go 4-all.
And it's a good question to at least start posing and start thinking about, what is the situation? Is Misfit getting kicked for History? I mean, History's currently standing in for Flamengo. He played both of their group stage games, but he's not been able to find a permanent team since he got dropped by Fluxo 4 months ago. And we always talk about second half of the season, looking for new opportunities. For History, I'm sure he'd love a chance to get the call up and to get the 5th spot in. And maybe a deeper run, maybe a good performance, maybe trying to get his team as far along in the comp as possible could be a helping hand to trying to get signed.
He'd love to try and reach the heights that he once did on a team like a Fluxo. And could Flamengo be that right place, or is it even a possibility at this stage? I mean, again, a lot of questions to ask about this roster as time rolls on. No question to ask about who's in the lead and who's the dominant force. ODDIK coming into this series with 4 map streaks over Flamengo, and now go over the 4 rounds that Flamengo have.
A bit more aggressive this time from ODDIK with an AWP trying to get an entry out there in
Nice.
caves. Do not see that very frequently at all. I'll say for ODDIK, they've been very passive on this T-side line, haven't they? We've seen very few aggressive approaches from them. So that's the change up of pace. History makes a good little info play to try and work a returning pick down there from ramp. The issue is the HP marker for the AWP. I can't imagine that History's going to be able to achieve much more from the round to continue.
The silver lining there is that Woody's gone down first of all, but also Nate's been tagged low. So even in that 4-on-4, it was still even on the HP markers. Now they've gained an advantage, most certainly. So History's search may turn into something greater from here. ODDIK trying to transition back over to that A bomb site. Knight still trapped at lane. History has caught another kill, so we find even more impact despite being low. VSM gets Knight next up, and it's a 1v4 now with the bomb in the open. There's no way that ODDIK can clutch this. The Flamengo answering back.
Well, you could have seen that coming a mile away. You've got the AWP rotating off of B towards the defensive line on A. If it's a contact-heavy play, if there's no util, he's always going to be able to win one. You're just so deep. It's so easy for an AWP, especially with the timing. And you've just got Togs trying to attempt the 1 versus 4. I mean, even saving might not be much of an option here because you've got the CTs getting aggressive towards A main. He knows that he got spotted out in mid, so if he does try and fall back to spawn, he's got to be wary about an approach that when the clock starts running low, that they're going to try and hunt him down after time.
It should only be a matter of time. Need to hold that AK in because there will be concerns about his individual buy status. The rest of the players will be investing and dropping, so no issues there for round number 11.
Maybe the concern right now is Case Log's not really putting up a huge individual performance. While the sample size might only be small of 6 maps played in the last 3 months, he's averaging a 1.40 rating on H. That's ridiculous. That's putting up big numbers in every single game. And right now, the T side, it's been average. It's been okay. You're 5-5. We need to see a hell of a lot more from him transitioning into that second half.
Because the T side's almost over. Very crucial and important swing round as well at the very end of this half. Economy is in ruin. Lost bonuses are lacking on both sides. Investment's heavy. A handful of AK saved over from the Flamengo camp.
Just noticed the T's have smoked off front side of Donut, which means that rather than the CTs spreading a player towards Red Room, they've got the AWP watching from long, meaning that they can keep a heavy B setup. The problem is they try and re-aggress, retake map control towards Cave, and they get lined up from Nate. That's an easy couple of kills.
I'm expecting a player to be the right-hand side of Cheetah, but tucked in at the left. Nate, an easy lineup, as you say.
Now you just gamble stack. I mean, I'm surprised the CTs haven't created more movement here.
And they're slowly getting it together towards that B bomb side, which is also where ODDIK are leaning in. So,
and no re-smoke though, no re-incendiary. That's the issue. You might even have a gamble stack towards B, but you don't have the util to block against the exec.
you have to do it all on firepower, all on Angels. Molly's in History's position, can force that AWP back out away from the cave entrance, although they're taking their sweet time with this. One wrong kill in the right place. The right time could be enough. VSM's only good for one. It certainly is not the right man. So it's not to be. ODDIK will plant the bomb. We'll have number 6, Delboni. 14 kills deep, but even this might be a bridge too far.
And I do look at that round as almost a hesitated gamble stack. I mean, yeah, you could have Delboni watching out for the red lurk or the lurk out timing on A. Mate, if you're in a 3v5 and there's less than 30 seconds on the clock, I just think you're much better off completely gamble stacking as 3. And if there ends up being a red lurk that catches you from behind, so what? You have to play your cards right. And right there, I don't think they gave themselves the best chance of winning that round at all.
Let's have a look at the buy state. 3 rifles can get bought in, 1 to drop. AK held over. Cuts of the SMG on this round. ODDIK will suffer in slight amounts. Down to the final round of the first half of Ancients. AWP on Woody and contrasting for Flamengo. Straight into the AK for 1. Delboni takes down DSM. The flashbang was good to gain that man advantage in, but it's wasted it. And now Togs can just remove entities from shelf. Blinded by the smokes and flashbangs, Nanako can take 1 back from Cheetah as Knights have tricked him, and well, Togs ain't done. Triple for him in the round. History all alone. Set to try and become his namesake. He does at least find that 1 frag, but now that he's revealed towards that B bomb site, Flamengo can try for the A rotation. You can see that Togs is setting it up and coming off Red Room access. They're also going to be wary that History might have pushed in from lane. He might be contesting this bomb. No info to the favor of Flamengo's side. They've just got to triangulate exactly where History holds from, and he might well offer himself up here.
Good patience from Flamengo. They just know, run the clock, run the rounds. Eventually, he's going to have to make an info play. Now, if I'm looking at this from a CT line, I am thinking it's a bit disappointing because Pistol was lost, Anti-Force Buy was lost. You get up 4-2 on the CT line, and then you're just not really doing much from that point onwards. You weren't really able to contest. You had some close rounds, but at least in terms of the kill counts, it's only Delboni putting up numbers. When we know that Ancient is weak and you get off to a good lead like that, I think you really need to keep the pressure on, don't you? You need to make sure that you at least give yourself a good-looking scoreline of maybe 7, even 8 CT rounds. Getting 5, I think they're going to get shafted in the second half. I don't see much more of Ancient playing out.
That would certainly track with the last outing. 7-5 half for ODDIK. And that semi-final match a week ago, as you mentioned. Only 2 T-side rounds were gained by Flamengo in the second half, so If there is an area of improvement, or if we're going to see if Et and Flamengo have made any major improvements, it would be here and now.
But even just comparing the T-side round win percentage of both of these squads, we've got ODDIK that's close to 60% and Flamengo that's close to 40%. That's quite a drastic drop. So, look, it might just have to be pistol is the only chance. I might look at this first round of the half and say, if it's not being won, then what more hope is there? How many more gun rounds can they survive for?
Like I said, if there's any improvement, it'll have to be on display right now. Might be right with that pistol round assessment. No important round to win. It's even in these close scoreline second halves, not the end of the world, but also not the best situation to be in if you lose it. And ODDIK have taken early damage, so at least Flamengo over that in their favor. Pank working out of red with his USP. Good shots from Woody, and Pank follows it up very nice and quick. First blood drawn out by those two players. Woody backs up completely unscathed. Togged in the back lines, going to get flanked in by this main individual, so they got info on all three Flamengo players now. Woody just trying to see if he can find the good headshot, the good open angle, not to happen. DESEMPREGUEIDOS times in with a bit of a difference. 2 kills to his name. Delboni also tagged up, spam down, attaches DESEMPREGUEIDOS. The bomb gets planted by History. Delboni in the back lines, caught off by Knight, and both of his kills out from CT. Triple for him, and a pistol for ODDIK.
Now, coming into this series, Jay, Flamengo had the best pistol win percentage in the entire tournament at 75%. They'd won 6 and only lost 2. They've now come into the playoff game and they're 0 for 2 in pistols. Now, yeah, you might say, but it's not their map pick. You can use an excuse. That may be a factor that worked for them really nicely against Keedstars and against 9Z that allowed them to get off to early starts, give themselves good score lines at the turns. Now I'm thinking about it. If that's a drop-off, if that's something that was really successful for them in the previous best of 3s, but then something that's not successful for them today, that's going to make a huge difference to the overall game.
Well, Flamengo have a choice to make now. Got the bomb plant bonus potential in the force buy. Imagine how important the pistol round is to be to this squad, and because of the momentum you gain off the back of that, maybe it is worth it to go for a force buy just to try and recapture that momentum.
Well, I'd like right now for Denoco to just drop an AK. I think get that into the hands of VSM, go hero, force it up completely, but get some extra muscle in the buy. I think with the kills that he was able to achieve on the pistol, it's helped out the cash bonus. Flamengo, to me, just have to be forcing, and they have to be keeping that pressure on in round 14. ODDIK will look at things and say, I'm surprised they even got a plant. I mean, when we consider it's a 5v3, there's a resmoke on the donut entrance, there's players on reverse default, there's players out in temple. They really shouldn't have been able to get a plant.
And we still managed it. They're not going to utilize it. This round will be just a couple of upgrades here. The Eagles on a couple of players. Bit of utility for cuts. But they won the rifles in the next. They don't want to try and break momentum early. It means that ODDIK get within 4 of the W. We're going to group towards that B bomb site where Pank lying in wait with Knight. Kills easy pickings for Danica right then. Knight returns that M4 up for the first and the second. Transition to the third, not quite as successful. SMG is on the scene. They don't get a third kill out of the round for the T side. Bomb plant bonus no extend to the second round either. Good effort again, but doesn't quite work. ODDIK always in the driver's seat in that kind of a round now. They face the full force of the full buy.
Yeah, well done there from Nate. I mean, this is a guy that's basically made his career on ODDIK and hadn't played on previous pro teams. He's been a part of the organization for over 3 years now. It's always nice to see homegrown talent given time, right? Even in different iterations, rebuilding of the roster, that they can keep faith on one player in particular. That was an easy hold. Now, something that Trav mentioned at the start of this series was the win against Astralis. ODDIK had a 10-2 CT half to upset the Tier 1 squad. So if they can do that on LAN against international teams, imagine what they can do against local teams on the CT basis.
We call Ancient the solid sticking point in the series for ODDIK for a very good reason, and we're seeing it even on display here and now in the round. 2 kills found, low HP across the CT line, yes, and Pank will lose his life for it, but that's one of the low HP players, and he still got off 98's worth of damage against history, so it's no major advantage for Flamengo. DSM's backstab may well turn the tides a bit, but even Knight on 8 points of health on SMG at range catches the man down. Delboni and History are going to group together, try and work together. History could get caught off guard with timing. Meanwhile, Slox in the back lines tries to engage. History catches Knight, and just like that, Flamengo are back in the round. But will they be in it forever? Molotov's forward. AWP misses. Woody gets one and the second, and keeps this CT streak running for the ODDIK side.
A little bit of a wake-up call, I would say, there from ODDIK. It's an excellent start to the round. They've got pressure building from Cave, they've got pressure from outside ramp, and then they just do a little bit of trolling. They start over-aggressing against the AWPer outside of B doors. It's completely unnecessary there. They've got util, they can trap him out. It was greed. That's what cost them quite a lot of fights. And it comes into a position where that round basically has nothing for the opposition to then being a 2v1 on the post plant. I mean, Woody had to run through the incendiary, had to get out there quickly, had to try and minimize the distance with the MP9. It's a helping hand that at least HP bars were low. But for ODDIK, I actually don't think they'll be too pleased with how that round went down. I think Woody needs to realign the team there.
Flamengo are at least limited in what they can afford here. A couple of Tech 9s being brought together, and the team trying to make their way out of the elbow angles. VSM and Danico get away with 2-for-1s, 2-for-2s on the trades. As Woody strikes to the AWP beyond that smoke, VSM's caught dead to right, so 3-on-3 ensues.
And this is where Nate just needs to stall. He knows that Shelf is heavy, so try and minimize the map control that they can get back into Cave. Now, I'd like to see a little info play from the red player. Now, Pank isn't seeing anything, but he should start taking map control away. You've got the AWP from Woody that's maintaining the A-lurk. The walk up on B, they're just going to have to give respect of this plant. They're going to have to play it retake heavy with the positions that are held.
Pank's found the gap, found the player, almost finds the kill for it. As he's thanking from longer to keep his head in the swivel. He's not quite ready for cuts. Knight can try and dish out some damage, find a more directive engagement against History, turns it back into a 2v2, but his teammate very far away. That might play into their favor, though. An overextension nearly got caught by cuts, but he doesn't go for the full beans. Quarter of the time a tick by. Bomb down on the bomb site. ODDIK will need to make a move. We don't have a kit either. Swinging from cuts, finally fall to the AWPer, and the M4 spray from Knight reads Delboni so well. There should be enough time for this defuse, and ODDIK will climb up to number 11.
I think it was so funny that you have a wallbang spam there that almost doesn't even get attempted in what I would say ancient pro-level CS. Very rarely do you see spam. Sometimes you'll give a little bit of spam just to try and clear out the position, but on a retake, you've normally always got your weapon drawn towards a cave entrance in case of a swing. But just knowing that you're able to force out the long player, he's got to be towards ramp, he's got to be towards a pillar, he's got to be towards the back end of the site. The spam is just an easy connection. Flamengo would have felt that they had caught a critical timing. A 3v2 man up with that long pick, but just couldn't close the round down.
Two more rounds to the close for ODDIK. Trying to get aggressive about it as well. Pank does get destroyed by Delboni. One less entity to worry about, but that has not necessarily been an advantage for Flamengo with ODDIK's trades. Not being found at this moment. The second player remains, not looking to extend. Another Flamengo for that matter.
Now, Nate has finally been seen aggressively towards A main, so he's going to back off completely, and it should be a re-clear of mid. They should get players to search out in red room. They should bring Nate back into the donut angle. The AWP on B is seeing nothing. Woody's held the ramp angle for quite some time in the round.
And fights finally come the way of the ODDIK side. One man down, 2 men down on Flamengo. As Woody strikes on cuts, Delboni answers back on the A-bomb site. ODDIK don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. One player to check, Red's been a little bit late to the party, but he might cut off that backline individual if he peeks ahead of the smoke. Incendiaries to give History the breathing room he needs to plant that bomb securely. but the rest of ODDIK are closing in on the retake, particularly at Donut, where Slox has got history around the corner, doesn't right read him in the corner, but still gets the kill in the end. Delboni with a follow-up, and now Woody's got to say, finally, ODDIK are beaten into submission as Flamengo are on the board in the second half.
But Woody should get dropped. I mean, unfortunately, the rifle is making a lot of noise down here towards lane, so maybe not. That round should have been a retake success. I'm really confused about the post plant that's being held there from Flamengo. So first off, you've got a Dinoco that's trying to cut rotations. Just think about that for a moment, Jay. You've got Delboni alone on the bomb site. History has to try and re-clear Donut. He shouldn't even be able to win that fight. I know it's close range, but that's a reaction flick right there to a close left-hand side perspective. If the AWPer goes down and should go down, where's Delboni's help? I mean, Dinoco's not going to be able to do anything from shelf. Jeez, I think that just gives you a very clear and very obvious understanding of why Flamengo are rough as hell on this map, why they are struggling to put wins on the board, why it's so many losses in a row. Fundamentally, they're just not strong enough on Ancient.
Evident from their records and evident from how this map has played out thus far. Up until now, it was an ODDIK streak on CT side. One that was looking to carry them all the way through to the win, but not quite able to go flawlessly through it.
I mean, how frequently do we see a, 2-4 deficit into an 11-5 lead? It doesn't matter what map we're talking about and what side we're talking about. That was an early contentious start of the half to then just being pretty much slammed, just being wrecked for so long.
It was 5-5 at one point, so if you want to take that into account, ODDIK basically had a 6-round streak. I might finally have to ease off the gas pedal a little bit. USPs only. The damage that Flamengo have done will finally compound to a reset. Can start closing the gap a little bit, but those rifles will be in before you know it. The way that the economy is structuring up for ODDIK, actually, it seems like it'll be the next round where they'll set the next set of rifles. So Flamengo's easy days are going to be few and far between.
I'll give you a funny story, Jay. So last week I was at some pub trivia, right? And one of the questions was about a football derby between these two football clubs. And it basically said, what country are they from? And one of them was Flamengo. I can't remember what the other name was. And I knew instantly. I'm like, yep, not only is Flamengo from South America, but they're Brazilian. And there we go. Never even heard of the football team, but I knew of the CS team.
I always thought Flamengo was just a football team only until I realized actually they're like multiple sports. So,
well, Partisan's similar to that, aren't they? They're in a lot of sports. I think there's a lot. You've got like Boca Juniors, River Plate, especially the South American scene. You've got a lot of CS teams that are backed by football governments or football bodies.
Becoming ever more popular, it seems, in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, even some of the, I would say, professional players are getting involved. I mean, you got Zinchenko.
This is where Passion UA comes up.
Yeah, they've got to come in. I mean, I think Neymar plays a bit of Face It. There's a couple of the other Brazilian guys quite keen on it. I mean, I guess when you've got an off-season for, literally 3 months, there's nothing better to do than be pugging and trying to get elo.
I mean, you could spend time with your family, you know.
You could, but we're gamers.
Life.
I mean, you could. Definitely an option.
Go down the pub and play some trivia, perhaps, you know. You could always do that.
You never know. You might get a Counter-Strike question.
Or a general question that Counter-Strike knowledge allows you to answer.
How cool is that, though? That Counter-Strike knowledge has given me more than Counter-Strike. That's what it's all about. That's what we're here for.
And that's going to be your excuse to why you don't play the game in like 5 years' time.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
ODDIK about to play the game more properly here with a full-on investment. Orps, M4's lacking on Knight. 21 kills, but only an SMG to work with now. One criticism you could level towards ODDIK's game thus far is that the performances have been lopsided towards those stars. And VSM starting to punish it a little bit more from beyond that smoke with the HE. Down, Togs has fallen. Knight's trying to look for another pick out of Cheetah. He knows that there's presence here on the T side. He's got backup as well. The blind spray just chipping away at the HP bars. Now it turns to Woody on the side defensive, more specifically History moving up. And an engagement against Pank takes him down an instant casualty to a 5-on-3. And more than likely, ODDIK start thinking about a save right here. They'll stick around close to the bomb site. With that Molotov driving Knight back, though, he has to hold on to his gun.
Really good check there from Delboni, because it's one of those off angles that doesn't get held that frequently on a CT half. You use it because it's very strong against contact plays, but it's good crosshair placement, and that gets him up to 20 kills. And I do look at Delboni as a guy that's not officially a part of the roster. We've been playing with them for about 4 months now. He is a proper vet in the local scene. I mean, I remember casting him when he was on, what, Imperial? He played in Europe for a bit on Case. He played on that Hummer and Corinthians roster for a little bit. I know that he was previously on Flamengo and then went over to Meta and is now returned. This is a guy that's just got years and years of experience under his belt.
And one of the key veterans in server today. His experience give his side a little wherewithal they need to get that extra little push. Extra push is all you need at this juncture of the matchup. Flamengo push to get 3 rounds to close the gap against ODDIK. ODDIK to get 2 rounds to take the win and close out this map up.
I'd like to see Nate finally get on an M4. I feel like if you're playing aggressively like that in Cheetah, the spam damage that an M4 can bring over an MP9 might make quite a difference to the defensive lines in that position.
Oh, good shot from History. Good effort from Slux to get down to 3 points of health for History. As per usual, with low HP, seems to thrive in that environment, taking the 2 riflers of ODDIK out. And should have access to that A-bomb site pretty easily for a bomb plant. Not really much that ODDIK can do from here. It was a kind of an eco round anyway. 3 weapons they had were saved over from the previous round. A little bit of investment with some extra upgrade pistols. Loss bonus should compound, so we should be seeing a buy-up in the next. Pure and true buy-up at that. The rifle on Knight's part is going to hold over. Pank will look for an exit. Doesn't get it. Doesn't matter.
It should also add that Nate was ODDIK's best player in the head-to-head last week. He dropped nearly 50 kills, a nearly 120 ADR, and a 1.70 rating. So if we're thinking about first half, second half, and then even going into map 2, I'm expecting a lot of good things from him. MP9, close range, can't find anything. It's a good little hunt here from the T side, because this M4 will drop out towards Red Room. There should be no chance of survival at all. And Flamengo could look at that and say, we're starting to do well here. We're bringing the scoreline back. We've given ourselves a few rounds in a row. We just need to keep pushing. And there's going to be not only revenge between these 2 sides, but a little bit of history between the 2. I mean, you've got Woody and Danico. They were teammates on the Bravos organization back in 2020 and 2021. And now in, what, mid-2025, they're going up against one another.
And not just History in those head-to-heads. Digging into all the players, you might find some connection here and there. First kill for ODDIK. Second one for Slux. DSM and Cuts are down as ODDIK seem like they've had enough of Flamengo's little comeback. I think if they got this rifle round as well, it really would be game on if the T side can turn it back. Of course, down by 2 players. And the third man also drops as Danico runs right into the flames of the Molotov. And Nate puts him down, reducing the 2 players. No casualties taken on ODDIK. On the contrary, the bomb carrier will also give up his life. So momentum has been truly shut down on Flamengo as ODDIK will finally make their way up to map point.
And I do realize when you lose 2 opening picks, so in the early stages of rounds, you have to have a little bit of desperation. You've got to try and make some hero plays. But 2 players fading smokes. I mean, Danoco trying to make something happen in Cave. History trying to make something happen in Ramp. I mean, guys, you've got so much time on the clock. Just wait out the util, wait out the smokes, and then give yourself a chance. But what a shame. I think if you were to lose a comeback off of a good round for an opposition, you can kind of hold your hands up and say, fair play. We lost to the better team. But when I see that gives map point over to ODDIK, I just think, come on. I mean, what sort of a round even was that from Flamengo?
back to those fundamentals that you mentioned, the reasons why Flamengo have looked so dire on this map at times. 5 losses in a row, about to turn to 6, and have to do something rapidly. 3 map points to work with. History's caught the first. Strike back very quickly. Slock's going to be wary about the player in at lane. He just got heard being dinked down as well. Cut's going to get the hell out of the way and try and maintain his life, because they need that life to maintain an advantage. Both him and History tag low to their early efforts. Flamengo need to keep this man advantage.
It's going to be tough for the CTs to hold on to lane for this long. I mean, it's only just past 1:20 on the clock, and they don't exactly have a huge amount of util to keep throwing. Now, Nate's going to clear out in case Cuts was able to transition away from the doors and up there towards ramp. Now, History's got a flash. I'm surprised about how separated the T's are right now. You should start seeing a group fairly soon. You've got a breakage of a smoke out towards elbow, 2 players in A main, but the bomb trying to tail out here towards the B bomb site and outside of the doors.
Execution not inbound of the A bomb, so the Sun's trying to set it, and Pank's doing great work to shut it down. DSM to 4, History and Cuts. Cuts got 2 points of health, no chance. ODDIK shut it all the way back down. 13-9 as they take map 1 of Ancient.
That was pretty easy, wasn't it, in the end there, Jay? I think we had a little bit of trouble at time in terms of closing, but overall, that's a pretty good performance from ODDIK. I don't think there's too much to discuss out there in terms of the first map. I think it went as expected, as what we anticipated going into it.
Certainly feels like it. Travis, you got any more to say?
Yeah, it was a pretty confident and comfortable opening map, wasn't it, really? I mean, Flamengo had that, like, little period where they had a bit of a break of the ODDIK economy and were able to force their way back into the game. But other than that, there wasn't really much to say. And I think the main thing is that VSM didn't really show up, right? I mean, he's their main source of firepower right now. If you look at the ratings across the rest of the roster recently, you know, History is a stand-in. You can't expect him to be lights out every single time, even if he's playing the entire tournament with the roster. You know, he was kind of nowhere VSM, unfortunately, and it was Del Boni, kind of like one of the most experienced players in the roster and in Brazil, to be fair, played so many years, so many different rosters, who was kind of the main man trying to carry them through a couple of those rounds. Had a really good performance, but in the end, he couldn't deal with the firepower of ODDIK. A couple of close retakes that ODDIK were able to find. They were pretty impressive, to be fair. And they kind of sort of settled things down for the team, especially going into the beginning of that second half. And when you've got the firepower of K-Slox and Pank and Nate as well, who actually, yeah, he ended the game on 26 kills. Again, he's not necessarily the guy who's always the lights out fragger for this ODDIK roster, right? So pretty impressive performance from him, and happy to see them looking solid. If you look at the future of this this team as well, like that is just another episode, or sorry, the past of the team is another episode of ODDIK looking really, really solid on Ancient, of course, right? They haven't lost since they played Fluxo in Challenger League back the early portion of the year, 2 or 3 months ago, and even that was a 13-11, right? Barely having any poor results on the map whatsoever, even when it's international teams they're facing. Most of them has all been regional. As I mentioned, that Astralis result in Astana, right? That's the main one that really tells you they have something serious going for them on Ancient, just incredibly solid across the board. Dust 2 could be different. ODDIK, that is the one map where they've really had a poor run of things recently. Sure, that is clouded by playing Aurora, by playing G2, by playing Astralis in that particular series I spoke about. That is a situation where, you know, I had to dig a little bit deeper and realise, oh, okay, look, their percentage isn't great, but they're playing against teams that should beat them every single day of the week, right? If you look at matches which matter, losing to Imperial 13-9, losing to Flamengo, only just the other day, of course, early this month, about 10 days ago. That's one that you can kind of like, you know, reference for Flamengo. ODDIK was still able to beat them on that map, 13-10. So even though you look at the percentages at face value, you have to dig a little bit deeper. And you would probably think on current form, just looking at the firepower straight up, that ODDIK should be taking this one 2-0, just like they have done, of course, the last couple of times they have played. Flamengo's results, they're acceptable. The likes of 9Z, Keed Stars, you know, they're beating some of the lower tier South American opposition, and the 9Z result is certainly a solid one. But I'm expecting more of ODDIK looking as solid as a rock, really. And they should be one of the teams that's in the semi-finals of these sort of tournaments every single day of the week, right? They're waiting for that semi-final up against the likes of a Fluxo or a Bestia. Fluxo, that next, of course, quarterfinal we've got to come later tonight. Got a lot of interesting factors about that one, which we'll get into a little bit later, of course. But for now, ODDIK a map up, looking to take it 2-0. We'll see if they can do so after the break. comfort for ODDIK so far, as we kind of expected going into this one, especially on a map like Ancient. And honestly, even though the percentages could be a little bit favouring Flamengo to get back into the series, they are a little bit deceiving, as I mentioned, right, with how they played against some top teams in the world. And you'd be expected to lose those ones. So, DESEMPREGUEIDOS, going into this second map, do you see any world in which Flamengo can make something happen?
I said it from the start of the series. I think I have to give them the benefit of the doubt just because Dust 2 was competitive last time around. I think they'll be disappointed with the start they had on Ancient to not provide more. I just think at some point you've got to be pushing for a third map in these head-to-heads. There's no way you can go down a third best of 3 in a row getting 2-0'd.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have to learn, right? Like, over the course of 2 BO3s, there's tendencies and so many different things you can kind of keep an eye on, right, that can help you change your fortunes. And we'll see if they can do that right now. We're jumping into D2. See you in a minute.
Indeed we will, Trav, because it might not be all that long if ODDIK get their way with this one. Although, as you mentioned before, Dwight, they have been tested on this map against Flamengo. The international scene obviously showing where those weaknesses in ODDIK are. And you wonder again, how much have Flamengo been able to learn from the last time? Pistol round going live. Flamengo on the T side has kicked things off.
They've got to learn how to win a pistol so far in this best of 3, and they can't afford to go down 0-3 to the start of the series. You've got an aggressive approach out from the long spawns, but not an aggressive line in terms of getting out of the longhouse. Finally, contact from Pank is hearing quite a little bit, but at the moment, it seems as if the CTs just want to take map control away from both the upper tunnels, lower tunnels, and from top mid.
Well, Pank will be forced to engage soon enough, and DSM chimes in. Obviously, a guy that I've mentioned during the post-first map, I should say. There's a guy that kind of went missing when he's the big performer. And a chance to really perform now. History gets the follow-up kill. Woody is down 5-on-3, making it 2 with VSM's secondary pick. And the third man on the side defensive being tagged extremely low. Nate gets a kill in back over towards this short position. 14 HP for him though, and Slox will try and join the man and all. Well, actually, not even that. Go ahead and back away, save the Kevlar. Because ODDIK recognize that they've lost a pistol. And there you go, Dwight. You want to see a pistol in from Flamengo? There it is.
Well done from VSM to not only get the opening kill, but to transfer up towards the second. Now, him, History, and Woody, they were all teammates on Fluxo as a core 3 back in 2023. They even qualified to the Blast Paris Major together. So you know that there's going to be a lot in the line in terms of what they can understand from one another in the server and try and get the one up in this one best of 3 itself. I do look at this side of the bracket, though, from both ODDIK and Flamengo and say it's going to be very difficult. I think the next game up is probably one that would be a loss for both of these teams, but you have to take it game by game, and you've got to take the confidence where it is. So if you are Flamengo, it's one step at a time. It's at least try and get it to a third map decider. If you are ODDIK, it's to try and get a 2-0 and keep this streak going.
Five maps won over Flamengo in their last couple of head-to-heads. In total, all favouring the ODDIK side. 6-0 over them would be even more fantastic. And early doors favour the Flamengo camp, and a force buy will also be inbound from ODDIK, so they will try and shut down this momentum early, and you can see how intent they are about doing so. Nate's making his way all the way up towards Suicide, all the way around the bat lines. No one has a clue about this for Flamengo. This could be 2 kills potentially. Bomb carrier at least. He turns around, his teammate plays back through the long house. Very good damage done to VSM as well, so that sets up the rest of the ODDIK side.
That's a bit of a shame there from Nate. He should really be getting 2. It's only the timing affecting him makes it a bit awkward. Now, Delboni's got an easy kill here against Pank. And that's just a position where you would have loved a secondary player. Now, it's tough because it's a solo push up there from mid. They haven't been able to get out from the upper tunnels. They haven't been able to get out of Longhouse. The trade back against Delboni was a desperate need. But, I mean, even on low HP, it's not the response they're looking for. And what was such a great start to the round has now turned into a complete disaster for the CTs.
It was caught extending against the Flamengo side. Couldn't capitalize upon the damage that was done by Nate. 2v4 for Woody and Togs, who really can't do much from here. Just back off and see if they can save again the Kevlar for one player, a scout on the other. Maybe hunt down Dalboni, maybe take him out of the longhouse. Or, sorry, the B tunnels, I should be more specific. You aren't looking at a round here for ODDIK and shouldn't be looking at a follow-up either. Should be looking at 3-0 instead for Flamengo, who started off on the right foot here on Dust 2.
Yeah, Flamengo were on a 3-game losing streak until they returned with wins in this tournament versus Keedstars and 9Z. So you sort of wonder, are we maybe getting a false sense of a story with how they looked in the group stage, with how they were decimating teams against the sort of wider landscape of just what their recent form has looked like? Dust 2's felt positive from at least the pistol and the anti-force buy, but I want to see when we get into maybe the first or even second gun rounds to reserve a little bit of judgment to get a bit more of an idea on just how competitive they can be in this series.
Only a half buy available for the ODDIK side. At this point, you'd be looking to try and dish out some damage, try and keep the money line low, because it's still a little bit weakened on Flamengo, not a massive amount. Keep VSM rebuying, keep Danico lower than 1500. And keep those investments coming from Flamengo, and ODDIK may well find a reset point early on in this map up. We've got damage on history to kick things off, so that's significant. Back's turn as well for Del Boni, so he's the first casualty. Danico not going to get a chance to trade it. He might get given one with a flashbang forward. Perfectly timed in from Woody there to defend him with that Molotov that should have forced out an blowing kill. Nate's going to fall back behind the forward Molotov and keep his life in a 5-on-3.
Yeah, that's a pure masterclass of utility. The timing, the real position in which pressure is building out there because of the molly, but yet you're still waiting. You still got the presence to work with that flashbang. Now, this round should be over just off of the backstab alone. You should get a good timing. History's down low. Clogs just needs to try and stay alive, just not really give too much of a fight away because Panks has got a freebie. And now, if you are VSM in History, I don't know what your options are. I mean, you've got to fight back for the bomb territory, but you're just in a 2v4 separated.
Well, so much for damage at most. An excellent round there from the ODDIK players, the aggressors, Nate especially. Now Pang with his double into the back lines, ensuring that there's nothing that Flamengo can work with. VSM's all alone without even the bomb control, let alone map control or man advantages. With 20 seconds on the clock, he cannot recover. So the round is over. It's a case of whether he dies before time, after time, or saves. Right now, it's looking like he might go down before time. Nate's looking for rifles. Slox moving up. The man's about to get spotted. He does take one player out. They're going hunting at it. Oh, gonna find the kill after time. VSM's got $700, and that's it.
And now you've got an instant tactical coming through from Flamengo, because what we've noticed is that ODDIK have tried to get on the front foot on these force buys, haven't they? They've always tried to take map control away. They've tried to make it awkward for the default. It was dealt with easily the first time, but the second time it wasn't at all. That was a freebie round from ODDIK when they got players in backstabbing positions. And with the buy state being where it is, I could very easily see this swing round going in favor of ODDIK, getting them to 2-2, allowing them to go 3-2 up, and then that's just the shift of momentum completely gone away from the underdogs.
We're seeing Tech 9s getting brought out for Danico. The SM was dropped an AK earlier. I'm not sure if that was passed off to another player, whether he's going to go Tech 9. Seems like it, so you can really see how that after-time kill affected the Flamengo buy. Only 2 AKs afforded by them. Third rifle in history's Galil. ODDIK smell blood in the water. All they have to do is strike. Slox on the catwalk, seeing players down in towards the tunnels. HGs are almost getting thrown. Should be well placed against the first of ESM. Actually lands a little bit short of the mark as he backs away a little bit. That's information that ODDIK can utilize as they fall away from short.
I like what ODDIK's doing here. They don't have to take map control. They don't even need to hold short. You can play back and play very defensively and just start lobbing util, because you know that the buy is going to be weak. So you can give respect to the default to take this short presence and then just lock against the execs. The HEs aren't doing a huge amount of tag damage, but I mean, even down here on B, 2 defenders with Nate slightly aggressive, with Woody with a flashbang. This is looking promising.
Flash forward, he sees way too many though. Wasn't sure who to aim for. Incendio from Woody will try and fall him back and will keep VSM at bay at least, but the rest of the T-side players are going to make their way up. Only down to one man. Togs has got to do a lot of work, and he'll take Delboni to start. Low HP across several, and Woody's going to get involved with a little bit of support. VSM takes it out, so it still rests all on Togs to try and hold the side defensive, but Pank and Slox getting more gaps in the fence from mid, from CT, above the smoke, through the doors. In history, he shut out the doors right here. No way back into the round, surely at 17 points of health. He will fall sooner rather than later, and ODDIK will even the board.
And fundamentally, good CS is being played there from ODDIK. Even though that's an opening loss in terms of the casualty, the read was there, wasn't it? It's a little flash play where, yeah, there's a few players you maybe expect get one, maybe get two. I think it gets recovered really easily. You've got your B anchor not over peaking, keeping the line really tight out there in the window, and not over facing, not allowing him to go down easily. Flamengo, from what I've seen on map 1 and now what I've seen on map 2, I think they need to try to outclass ODDIK individually because they're not outclassing them in the tactics basis.
Oh, Pank is striking back hard against the Eco Pistols. They're making light work of this. They're playing a confident game. And straight up the mid access for Nate and all, just to really show how he wants to try and approach this kind of a CT side. 7 deep for the man.
And should we reference for ODDIK, Jay, that the last Thunderpick event that they played last week, they were getting 2-0s right up until the grand final. They got invited into the quarters. They had a 2-0 versus the Red Canids. They then had a 2-0 versus Flamengo. It's only that they got tested by Imperial, who were, what, at the very last major? I mean, that's a proper, what I would say, a Tier 1 squad, or at least a team that competes at the Tier 1 level.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Oh, Pank. Striking first, cuts, takes down Knight. Finally. And the man back in his place, just allowing that aggression to come back to bite the Flamengo side as they're forcing ODDIK to go a little bit more carefully. I say that though, and Pank is considering pushing towards the doors, only stopped by the smoke there from going any further. The Molotov to ensure that nobody's going to press on from the T side either. They're going to smoke up mid and try and take it.
Now, normally I'd be quite critical of some of these over faces in the CT line because I think they're getting really gritty, but I also think it's a statement of confidence, isn't it? It's one that puts a mindset on that we're going to give them absolutely nothing. We're going to give them complete disrespect, and I rate that. History, it's an unlucky timing. You're walking, you're trying to make a play, you're desperate. We saw a lot of that on the T side of Ancient. When they're down in man disadvantages, players are trying to walk smokes, they're trying to work contacts because nothing else is working for them in the default.
Delboni at least wins a decent fight back on shore. Man advantage still stays with ODDIK though. And hearing those footsteps and that utility that can indicate what's going on. The bomb's been dropped there. Pank does fall back in trade, so that extension towards mid finally goes awry. Miss flick from Woody, the AK of Slox. Now maybe the only person that can contest this one. Rifle tries to peek ahead of the smoke. He finally gets forced back. Slox knows what's going on. Backing away towards Spawn. The AWPer going to get out of dodge. Woody needs Slox to get something done, and he needs to nail a perfect AWP shot. 13 seconds on the clock in the meantime. Flamengo going to make moves here. Delboni drops the bomb, and Slox has done all that he needs to there. He knows it. He'll stay hidden until it's absolutely necessary to swing and take down cuts and keep the rounds flowing for ODDIK.
Well, fair play to Delboni, because I gotta be honest, Jay, I think he's the only player that's trying to get Flamengo out of trouble. With how much impact he was generating across Ancient, and now seeing what he's doing here on Dust 2, I mean, that's a 2v4. There's just no chance in that round at all, and he's doing something. He's getting some good picks, he's getting some good timings, he's making it uncomfortable. Where's his help? Where's his support? I've felt at certain moments of this game, Delboni is being left high and dry.
Slox is ready to clean them up. Half-bought pistols on Flamengo, and you're right about that. Only one man to speak of from impact performance, numbers matched by VSM, but even those pale in comparison to the overall board of the ODDIK side. Utility in, Slox, incendiary down, VSM to full. Danico goes down, triple in against history. Cuts the only trades, drop that AK. The M4's quick back in to defend it, take one more down, can pick it up and all. ODDIK now going to steam ahead on the CT side of 5 and 2 on the board.
And it just reminds me of map 1, where there's a little bit of a start, there's something to work with at the beginning of the half, and then it's just back to normal programming, isn't it? It's back to sort of the whole aspect of what we saw in the previous best of 3 and the one before that, where you're getting farmed, you're getting absolutely owned. Yeah, it might not have been the 4-2 like it was on Ancient, but there was a start with the pistol, there was a start with the anti-half-buy, and then now, I mean, even the next gun round, I mean, we're still looking at limitations, aren't we? We don't have AKs out for everyone. We don't have the full util. Yeah, History has got the AWP, but this is ODDIK making a statement right now.
I'm going to see some impact from History on that big green if he wants to make it worth it. Especially when you've got guys like DANIKO, who's currently 0-0-7 at the moment. Man with nothing added to the tally. The Flamengo's kill count saw impact. Woody shot against Delboni, started things off. That's that impact man down. BSM falls back. History gets another kill elsewhere, and Nate is caught off guard as he leans up from the upper tunnels and loses the kill, loses the fight. Man advantage now for Flamengo. Look at Togs though. He's going to push forward of this smoke. He's going to hear these footsteps. Pang's going to catch DANIKO. Rifle is seen, AWP undetected, and takes him right back down. Now they form up for the B hit. It's only Woody to defend it. The AWP in his hand, smoke's in the way. Gonna try and get closer towards it. Incendiaries come up, and a quick scope on the walls. VSM takes down one man with 2 versus 2, and quick onto cuts as well. History 1-on-2 now for himself. AWP is at close range, and Woody's pulled off the sequence of the series. Quadra on the B defense. And that's 6 minimums hit by ODDIK.
As soon as that lurk smoke goes down and he starts pressing towards it, you're thinking in his mind, bro, he's got to have a rifle, doesn't he? He's got to have an AK, he's got to have an M4. For him to do that with an AWP, that is super unorthodox. Typically speaking, against the lurk smoke with a big green, you want to start to play the passiveness. You want to play the long range. You want to get out there to the back plat or out there towards the doors. That was a hell of a moment. The confidence to be able to peek that aggressively.
Oh, they're feeling it now, aren't they? You would assume correctly with history and records that this would be the more competitive of the 2 maps in the series, but right now ODDIK are in full control over Flamengo. At least they've done work out here towards Longhouse, caught the aggression of the CT side and took it to a 3 versus 3, but you're still working with a half bar. You've still got 2 rifles picked up. You're still dealing with a double AWP setup as well from ODDIK. Both players of which are on the A defense. Woody's got first port of call, but misses a shot this time. And him and Nate start backing away as Flamengo will try and take control of the A site.
Yeah, Woody has got an incendiary that could make it quite awkward for the bomb going down. That might start building a lot of extra pressure here for Cuts.
Incendiary is well placed. Cuts is forced away. On a different angle of plant. Another incendiary. Shouldn't extend towards his position. Either way, it's too late. So 3-on-3 for a retake. Suddenly those AWPs don't look all that special. So Nate's still looking. He's seen a shadow. He knows that there's one man out towards long. Extending to find DSM to look back on. It's the M4 that strikes Nate's history with an M4 of his own. And he's cut down by Nate all the same. Well-placed retake. ODDIK continue the streak. 7 on the board of the CT side. 7 in a row for the CT side.
And it all came off for the basis of anti-force buys. Round 2 and round 3, keeping that pressure up, going for backstab plays. It started with that whole Woody combination with the MP9 in the lower tunnels with the flashbang that came in from his teammate, and then you've just started to run away with it. Now, to go back to what I was saying at the beginning of this best of 3 in terms of a Veto perspective, maybe Flamengo need to realize that Dust 2 is not the answer. Now, I know they can't get their Mirage in this head-to-head. That's obvious. But Nuke is their 2nd highest played map in terms of picks. That got floated as a 3rd. Could that have potentially been a map pick? Ancient was picked by ODDIK. They pick a little bit of Ancient if you are Flamengo, so you can leave that one. Your next options are Dust 2, Anubis, and Inferno. Now, I look at the Inferno one, and I think that was potentially an option. Same for Anubis. I think this is perhaps where even the coaching staff or even the in-game leader of the Cuts needs to make a decision and say, right, Dust 2 is just not the one. We're getting limited to the back end of the Veto. We know that we're not picking into strength, but we've got to go a different direction. We can't keep picking Dust 2 like this.
Because even though Flamengo can make changes and get better compared to that last head-to-head, so could ODDIK. And quite clearly, with the way this is going down, that seems to have been what's happened.
Oh, Delbony's gone.
Nate sees him, looks for his teammates. Triple not quite secured a suicide, but he still focuses down on 2 men. He's got the info required to support his teammates. The flashbangs will keep him blinded, but he still picks in the look for that triple. Meanwhile, Pank over at the longhouse has dealt with cuts. And the Galil desperate to fight, but Nate's found his 3 kills in the end. History is all that's left in a 1v5. He can take down that first, but Backstab's closing. The central core force of the mid-control will find him in the end, and the streak lives for ODDIK.
And now you just start wondering, if you are Flamengo, are you a side that just can't push on deep in tournaments unless you're getting good draws? Like, I look at them in ACA Season 53 that just happened, the Open Division. They went all the way to the grand final there, but didn't really have to play the strongest of teams in the process. CCT, they beat Furia Female in the round of 16, quite easy. They went into Bestia, couldn't win out there. The Circio event that was basically an online event with a qualification to a LAN qualifier, went out in last place of the group, couldn't win a single game. Last Thunderpick tournament, again, get a layup against Furia FE, but then go up against ODDIK and can't even take a map. I just start wondering, for this Flamengo side, is there perhaps just like a ceiling that just can't be pushed? Unless maybe more changes occur, and then that's when the conversation comes in. Well, Delbony's not officially signed to this roster. History's been standing in. Maybe that's what they're trying. Maybe they're looking at these last few months, looking at moving into the second half of the year and saying, we're just not satisfied with the tournament placements. Moves need to be created. We need to try and shake this roster up a bit.
We're already talking about a couple of stand-ins at the moment, so maybe that's already a process in motion. Flamengo. The Veto on lineup, something will need to change when they next face ODDIK. Because this has turned into a bit of a bloodbath, and not in the positive way for Flamengo. 10-2 is the best case scenario for the ODDIK side. 8-4 was what we saw in the last Dust 2 meeting between these two squads, and that was ODDIK leading. So Flamengo need to go perfect from here to try and return the same sort of stance that they were able to make it close. With the way that ODDIK are playing, with the approach they've got, with the fact that Danako still hasn't got a frag in this game, and that Delbony still looks like the only real cohesive element, maybe alongside DSM if you want to be generous. Flamengo have got very few opportunities, very few chances. The AWP of Nate falls back. Spots 2 nearly, line them up for a collateral. Takes down Cuts and hides behind the smoke, going to wait for backup or just to escape towards the bomb site. And as Flamengo will fall away themselves.
Well, it tells you how confident they are, because Nate very rarely picks up the AWP. Knowing it's Dust 2 and you're farming them right now, you feel that that second big green can make the impact. And after how he performed on map 1 to now going to map 2 and being 15-5, Woody posted on the car angle. I mean, there's one flashbang, so they're not going to be able to drive him out of position.
Signier from Woody comes up, siphons them off. 2 players commit, 2 players keep back. Woody's not aware of the player back at spawn, doesn't matter. VSM just gets clothesline with a quick flick. Paint cheese on Danako. Bomb sent towards them so we can plant short side. 2-man advantage still remains for the ODDIK side. The HEs continue to chip away at his HP. 8 points of health. And finally, Delbony gets something out of the round. Slox has fallen. Now Nate has no choice but to pick up the pace and get back into the retake. Delbony's watching for some long entries. His head's just been seen. Pank will lead the charge. Yeah, 1 man on shore, that might become a concern. Danako's finally gotten a kill out of it, but Pank's got a double of his own. Switching to the AK, looking for the triple, and he gets it. Nails history and holds number 9 in a row for ODDIK.
Even for Flamengo, I realized that short wasn't the intended plan. They wanted to go out through the B doors or from the mid doors towards B. But when you have to cancel and when you have to realign, you can't go into a short exec with 1 flash. I mean, yeah, the 2 smokes, it helps you cross out, but they get themselves into what? A 3v5 post plant. There's no util left. I would honestly prefer more players going down to Galil's and getting more util than just running the AK armor. I mean, VSM with a single piece, History with 1, Delboni with 2. They're just not giving themselves chances in the mid to late round because of the lack of util.
Well, boys, there's little to work with in this round from the outset. Once again, reduced to a single flashbang in just the first 30 seconds of the round, which Delboni's about to use to get short access. Does think better of it in the end. HE's to clear up the smoke, giving Slots a kill. And a second, third man was tagged, but not quite revealed. He'll finally get forced back. But ODDIK started as they meant to go on and have carried on with perfection. Slots half HP, wary of some long access, but he's re-aggressed Delboni. Heard the sprays, the blind shots that nearly connecting on VSM. Now Togs is going to start moving. Mace closing the pincers against the Flamengo side once again.
And they're just completely sandwiched. It's just an easy cleanup. Flamengo have just shown us nothing from the defaults, and perhaps it is a level of disrespect too. I think it's been quite difficult to gain a lot of map control because of these aggro moves that the CTs have put themselves in. But across the board, individually, they let themselves down. No one individually has got the team out of trouble. And for you to not win a single gun round in a half of your map pick is an absolute joke.
10 on the trot for ODDIK as they close out 10-2 at the turn of the CT side half. And you're right, the pistol conversion was all that Flamengo won. And so that gives me very few hopes for how the second half is going to look. I don't know what else to say outside of that, unfortunately. Dwag, this one looks like it's already wrapped up.
It does make me ponder the idea of when ODDIK are going to get their next LAN opportunity, especially at perhaps even a tier 1 level, because I was really impressed with what they did out there in Astana. They took a map off of Astralis, they beat G2, they beat Pain, and they at least showed that they could hold against Furia and Aurora, even if they didn't come close to keeping those games competitive. We know that locally they can be very good. They've just qualified to a LAN finals. They were able to do that quite easily against the Brazilian teams. So with where they sit right now, what, top 50 on the VRS, get another deep run here in Thunderpick, try and get yourself into another grand final. I wonder where their next opportunity lies. I know that we've got the Pro League qualifiers in a few days' time. I'd like to see if they could be in the conversation of at least having another deep run there, because even if you're not the team that can qualify to an international LAN, all of these deeper runs, mate, they're all going to help with the VRS points. They're all going to help the chances.
I was thinking about it like this. If we keep going here in Thunderpick, maybe you might make it to Thunderpick LAN. It's entirely possible. But for now, ODDIK are seeking just the next step. Step up over Flamengo, who are on the CT side now, desperate for a pistol win. If they lose it, I doubt we'd be walking much further. Pank has already struck first. VSM to full. Cuts on 3 points of health. Smoke at the door. Low HP. Dead to rights and a 5-on-3 in the post plant. And all three men about to face Woody. Backstabs closing in from Nate. And now Woody's going to realize what's going on. Still stand and fight. Will lose his life to Danako. And Pag also goes down towards that man. So we're in a 3-on-3. Opportunities opening up for Flamengo, but they need to convert upon them. Now Togs is known towards the back of the bomb site. Nate still gets a kill outside of the B doors. And Togs can finally strike with heads turned to the side. He'll double up and double back into yet another round. 11 in a row for ODDIK as they take the pistol. Flamengo, their chances slip ever more out of their grasp.
And going from a 75% pistol win percentage in the groups to then 25% in the playoffs, yeah, the sample size is different, but that is a key difference in both Map 1 and Map 2 in terms of competitiveness. It's got to be said that for Flamengo, they have not shown that same level of quality, that same level of drive that they did against the Keyed Stars or the 9Z organization. Forced by into round 14 because you're desperate, but long spawns were good by the T, so they just get abused.
4 players to meet on the side defensive. Delboni's good for a deagle shot on Swatch, so that's a start. Togs to Bentisi back there over towards Goose, and will get both the kills for it. Advantage taken, extended to a triple. Danica and Delboni. 2 versus 4 with Deagles in both hands, and there's just really nothing they can do here. They've been locked out, as Flamengo have been every single time thus far. 12-2 for map and match point, 10 map and match points in 12 rounds in a row. ODDIK are in full control.
And it's a shame that the head-to-heads just aren't even getting better, are they? Not only from a perspective of trying to win an extra map or try and win a series, but just the competitiveness. I mean, the first best of 3 that went down, what, 4 months ago? 13-5, 13-3. Then the next time around last week, think, okay, well, we've done better. We've competed on Ancient. We took double digits on Dust 2. And then you come into this one, and I mean, they probably should have closed Ancient a lot earlier than 13-9. They probably should have closed it 13-5. And out here on Dust 2, I mean, you can quite easily use the common law and say, well, if Pistol was not converted, this could have been a 13-0. I mean, there's been very few chances for Flamengo at all on their map pick.
Yeah, ODDIK are just the better side, it seems. For today, at least, Flamengo are going to have to accept that. Scouts in for both sides. Flamengo desperate to force together whatever they can. ODDIK trying, as you'd expect. Pank is struck again. Well, bowing down as is cut. Smack 10 from range. Almost gets a triple with a tink onto DSM. Pank will finish the job, leaving Danico all alone. 4 and 13 on his board. Had no kills from the majority of the map up. Now needs a miracle in a 4v1. And it's just not going to happen. It's never going to happen. 13 rounds in a row for ODDIK. At 13-2, they take map 2 of Dust 2 and a 2-0 over Flamengo that sends them out of the Thunderpick World Championship.
I just can't believe, Jay, that the quarterfinal last week was a 13-11, 13-11 for ODDIK, and then we get this today. Just completely different. Just a complete whitewash of a scoreline.
Indeed it is. Trav, how do you make of how incredibly good this was from ODDIK?
It's kind of sad, isn't it? I mean, Flamengo, they've shown a couple of things in previous matchups which are at least acceptable, right? At least an idea that you can think, okay, you've got something about you. You've got VSM playing great at this level. You've got, you know, a stand-in player in history who's been doing okay. But yeah, overall, there are a couple of players that I do think, you know, I've kind of been, you know, I'm gonna say it like it is here. A couple of players that kind of been like stealing a living in South America for a really long time. I think Cuts is one of them. I mean, I honestly don't know how he's still on a team at this level and how he's still even like getting opportunities at this level as well. I can forgive the likes of, you know, Delboni and Danico and VSM in history because those players have been around for a very long time and I've still had opportunities at a higher level. I'm not sure Cuts ever has really. So to really push to that next level, I need to see more from some better changes in the scene. I kind of was referring to it earlier. Some of these roster changes is not really that inspiring overall. ODDIK though have a solid level. That Woody play toward B is something you don't see really at all. You know, playing that close to a smoke, and he realizes that he can do those plays and make those plays happen because of the level of his opponents. Even though the previous result, as Dweg mentioned, was so much closer previously, today it was a different day and they were a much better team overall, and they deserve to go through for sure. And they play Fluxo or Bestia next, obviously, which is the next BO3 we have Dweg, which actually should be a lot more competitive and a lot more fun.
I think that's a grand final matchup in a quarterfinal position. I think with how both of those teams have looked across the last few months, you would say that they're tournament favorites. So one of them getting knocked out early also puts a statement across against ODDIK to say, look, you had a layup in your opening game, but that semi-final matchup, that's not going to be an easy feat at all.
No, for sure. And I think as well, at least for ODDIK, you know, they can sit back now and relax and see exactly what they're going to face in that next round, fighting for that one spot, obviously, in the close qualifier for the Thunderpick World Championship. I believe we're going to go to a bit of a break now, a bit of an extended break, obviously. There's a little bit of a gap. That game was pretty quick, so a bit of a gap before the next quarterfinal of Fluxo and Bestia. But when we are back, we'll have a lot to discuss about those two teams. See you then. Welcome back, everyone, to the final BO3 of the night in the quarterfinals for the Thunderpick World Championship. And as Dweg said earlier, this is probably low-key one of the best games of the entire bracket. It's Fluxo versus Bestia. Have a quick look at that bracket coming in now to figure out, of course, where we're currently at. And this is a really exciting matchup because, as you can see, we have one more semi-final team to find. Fluxo versus Bestia. And Fluxo, as we can have a look at their roster coming in now, with new changes to the team. I've been pretty critical about South American teams all making these sort of wishy-washy changes, and I'm not really happy with some of the rosters that I'm seeing being put together. But I'm really happy with this. This is actually one I can get excited for. Lucalzi is back under the Fluxo banner, and he's got Desenchi with him as well. Dweg, what are we saying?
Look, it's a mega move. It tells you that they weren't satisfied with what got achieved towards the end of the first season, which was qualifying to the major, but going out early. And I always like a team that is forceful with the changes. So there'll be a lot of teams, right, that will look at that and say that was good enough just to get to the major. That's an achievement in itself. The fact that you've come out about going 0-3 at the major and you've gone, right, this is time to shake things up. This is time to bring in experienced pieces that have played at a tier 1 level in the past, and let's try and get upgrades that can push us higher up the pedigree.
Yeah, for sure. And we can quickly have a look at that Fluxo roster coming in now as well as we switch the scene to it, because I just think it's fun as well, right? Like, I mean, Zevi is still performing to a really decent level in this sort of tier 2 South America that he's been playing, and of course, you know, in some of these LAN events that he's played in Brazil or even the major as well. He's playing okay. Art is an in-game leader. You can make your mind up about him. Like, some people say he's past it. Some people say he's still got something. But now he's got extra pieces to work with. And of course, since Kai had his really bad period with Furia, he's reinvented himself. He looks like a lot better player underneath Art in Fluxo. And yeah, I think Jay right now is actually something to be excited for, because I think Fluxo can make that step up from here.
I mean, they were already exciting prior to this season's beginning, right? Like at the end of last season, they were doing extremely well domestically. They obviously went well in the MRQ, placed them in one of those top 2 positions that qualified them to the major. They won the ECL event as well. They were top 4 within the Fire League event as well. So you got a lot of things going for them in terms of just their general composition and their general sort of place within the South American scene. I think the additions of Desenti and Lucalzi give them a real good chance to make that step up, because Dweg's right? You're looking at the way you go out in the major, you're not happy with it, so bring some very, very good pieces in, some extremely solid individuals out to solidify a much better squad that is on debut as well, by the way, as a 5-man lineup. So I'm excited to see them really put the hammer down and just get to the place that they really want to be, which is on top of the South American scene.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue that perhaps Desenti wasn't, like, the best player for Imperial, like, when they were playing in the bigger events, right, in the Tier 1 events. Maybe he struggled a little bit more than he does in Tier 2 South America. That's to be expected. That's natural. But, you know, to give him a different project here, I think it's super, super fun. Unfortunately, one of the teams that weren't at the major, due to probably their own doing, unfortunately, is the Bestia situation. Oh, I mean, it's heartbreaking, isn't it, considering they couldn't get a chance to play. But they're still a good team, especially still a good team when they have a player like Thomasine in the ranks, Dweg. I still think he's got something about him, and one day maybe could go to a roster like, you know, a 9Z revamp, or maybe even a Pain Gaming one day if they want a new change. I think he's that good. But for now, Bestia should be very happy to still keep hold of him. They've got a couple of new players in the roster as well to try and do more damage at this level.
I think my biggest disappointment with Bestia is that they've not responded post-MRQ particularly well. I mean, I look at how they performed in the Fire League LAN. They went out without even taking a single map. CCT, they went down to 2-game in a grand final there. At last Thunderpick event, they won their opening game, invited into the quarters, but went out into the semis. And then even in this group stage, they lose a game to the Red Canids without even taking a map. If you're Bestia, you want to make a statement after what's happened with you recently. You want to be winning titles. You want to be upping your VRS. I mean, being almost outside of the top 70, it's not good enough for them right now. And I think they need to treat every tournament as it comes now, as in, we need to be going deep. We need to be getting into sort of grand finals, winning titles. And with where they sit in the current moment, I just don't think they're quite there.
No, it's true, but it does make me wonder how this series is going to go, considering the fact that Bestia have been playing in these online tournaments, right? And Fluxo have not touched Counter-Strike with, you know, since the major, since that 1-2 loss to the Chinggis Warriors, which everyone's, I'm sure, many people 0-3s were riding on, I believe, including mine. But yeah, like, they haven't played since then. Does that mean there'll be ring rust here, especially with a new roster, even though it's 2 players who we know are incredibly talented that have been added? That remains to be seen. Jay, we've got Nuke, we've got Ancient, we've got Mirage. It's a good pull, common maps for the teams at this level, and these 2 teams as well. How do you feel about it?
I feel pretty good for Fluxo at the moment because all these maps have been on record in their previous head-to-heads against the boys of Bestia, and some of them have been close, yes, but they've all been wins in their last few head-to-heads. Admittedly, a few of those head-to-heads go back quite a bit of time in history, but you got a lot of history, I think, that favors the Fluxo side overall. I think that you are right, though. One of the key caveats to throw into any sort of veto procedure is the fact that not only are they coming in with potential ring rust, but also the fact that any maps that we can consider in terms of veto for Fluxo's favor have to be mitigated to a certain extent because we have not seen this full 5-man unit play together. It's going to be their debut match as a 5-man roster. So I want to see how well they'll do. And I think that their map pick here is going to be a good little sort of litmus test because Ancient being the highest played map and the highest one map in the pool for Fluxo, easily their best map of the 7. You look at that and say, right, this is the anchor point to sort of judge the old Fluxo to the new.
I'm just going to come in quickly here, Trav, and say, why on earth would you pick Nuke against a team that have got 2 players on debut? Bro, you want to brawl them. You want to pick into Mirage. You want to go into a map that you can play simple Counter-Strike. I think this is a big mistake from Bestia. I think picking into Nuke, which is a map that Art calls really well around. They're strong against it locally. I know the Chinggis Warriors result wasn't a great one on Nuke, but I think it's a mistake picking into a debut squad on a map like Nuke.
It's fair enough. It's a fair enough assessment for sure. I do think in sort of a game like this, Bestia want to try and stick with their strength, and Nuke is certainly a strength for them. But again, like, you dig into it a bit deeper, the one really good team, and maybe you could, put speech marks around really good, that they've actually played on Nuke is Imperial, and they lost that, right? They've just been farming, like, Crew and Flamengo and XW7M, right? Like, it's not really hugely impressive results for Bestia. So yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one for now. I do think Fluxo are a team which right now, as a debut for the new roster, that is a huge injection of firepower for this level of Counter-Strike, right? Lukowski and Descenti, like, unless there's like a massive learning curve of communication or something they need to learn by playing officials rather than just playing prac that they haven't really gauged yet. I don't see a world in which Fluxo lose this game, really. And we're going to have to see how that will play out, as I believe the first map is ready. Enjoy the game, guys. It should be fun to see Fluxo's debut.
Indeed, it will be, especially when you throw those spanners into the works, that potential issues that they may face that are just completely intangible, right? Again, we've got no data as to how Fluxo play with these 5 players. So this is going to be discovery for everybody involved. I think that, again, Ancient is going to be a good litmus test to compare the old to the new. Nuke certainly could well be a surprise. I mean, you're right when you assess the situation for wanting to go towards more brawling maps, but Bestia is also a very solid map for them. So I can see why they've gone towards that in their own direction. Again, there's a lot of like ifs and buts and what about this and what about that you could go back and forth with in terms of deciding this matchup. I will pick towards Fluxo. I feel like it's got to be a 3-map affair, though. I think Bestia are just too good to let these intangibles step by.
Well, I always kind of get on the bandwagon of the honeymoon period. Any of those sort of early few tournaments, early few best of 3s with new players in the roster, it's always going to be really positive. So for me, I'm thinking comfortable 2-0. I'm looking at Fluxo with the core that they've got, with the achievements that they've had recently. I mean, to go to the Major, to qualify to Pro League, and to just be slapping every regional team recently. I mean, I'm looking at some of the matches that they've had across the last few months. I know that it hasn't been many, but what? 2-0 Bestia, 2-0 Legacy, 2-0 Solid, 2-0 Sharks, 2-0 Yawara, Grand Final against Solid to get them into Pro League, 3-0. Bro, they're not dropping maps. The scorelines aren't even close. So, yeah, you can look at the disappointment that they had at the Major itself. When they're here against local teams, mate, they're one of the strongest teams in the region. They are owning in all of these series.
No doubt about that. Bestia have been the team that probably posted up the most resistance and when they've got it. I know the last head-to-head was another 2-0 that favoured Fluxo, but they did do battle on Dust 2 relatively well. So again, I have my reserves out with Bestia, at least to do some sort of damage in this one. But you are right, Fluxo are the favourites in this context. And I think that with the DT side start for them, they'll look to try and make it known here and now. As the Pistols are live in the first best of 3 of the brand new Fluxo, we're kicking off with the Pistol and Nuke.
And Nuke just being picked for the 3rd time for the side of Bestia in the last 3 months on HLTV. Normally it's Mirage or Inferno. Kessin aggressively on the outside is going to start things off, so Fluxo's going to make an info play in towards Inner.
Thomas in, engaging against Art. Art's going to back off smartly, re-aggress with his teammate right behind him. Thomas in, caught transitioning away, but not quite dead to rights until finally Art gets that headshot locked in. Down to a 4-on-4 will go. Bestia have played the outside control off the back of that distraction, including a player at Hell that might prove to try and get a few more kills out of this one. Indeed, Timo good onto Art, but not to Kai. We're standing in a 3-on-3 instead. Still even man stances with potential to go upstairs towards the A site or down into
towards his top side play is going to be uncomfortable against the Julies. Easy for Lacalzi, and that's the way to get the debut going. I'm surprised about the top site lean. They had a lack of information there. Yes, they had a lurk that got out towards Hell on a 1-for-1. They were hoping that they could have driven in a little bit more of over rotations, but for me, Jay, you've got 3 players down secret, undetected. There's an idea that with the main smoke, they could be there, but they don't know entirely. I think you play your cards and you play it simple. You open up the double doors, you fight out towards lower, you get the bomb down, you rotate up vents, you are going into the complete unknown.
Yeah, I expected some sort of wider ground plan to go towards up. I wasn't expecting them to charge up as quickly as they did. And Lacalzi on debut again, triple for him on the Julie sets. Has set himself up with an M4 early. No bomb plan bonus for Bestia, but still going to force the issue into the second round. Tech 9s on 4 players, PT50 for 1 more. And Fluxo sit pretty and wait for Bestia. We'll pick up the pace once again. Quick out to the upper bomb site this time through Hot. Art's good for 1. Pick runs out of ammo as Luchov and Timo can punish that. USP from Zevi, who didn't invest into a rifle at all. Saving into the AWP, it looks like he'll still keep forward. Catch players off, but the firepower just isn't there on the basic pistol, meaning that he's going down towards Noxy. They'll lose the man advantage. Kai's on 8 points of health, so he's pretty much out of the round. It's all resting on Desenti to make a retake happen, so it seems like Bestia are going to force out the second.
Well, it tells you with the buy state, Fluxo is not anticipating a force buy there. They're anticipating a light and deco. There wasn't a massive amount of damage being done. There wasn't a bomb plant bonus. So, okay, we'll get Zevi on the big green. And then, hang on a second, it's a top site lean. You can look at that round entirely and say that if Zevi invests into an MP9 or an M4, whatever upgrade, they probably win it quite easily with the trades, just off of the basis of what they can do from main, what they can do from heaven. But a USP flying out from heaven, worst case situation, and for Art, that will feel like a real kick in the teeth that you've just lost it to an unorthodox anti-force buy round.
A few curveballs in the Bestia camp. They're using them to the best of their abilities. Fluxo will struggle with money as a result of that. Only second round deep in the game with them taking the pistol. This is why some teams often do just go for the reckless force buys in the second rounds, because you know how quickly those could tip. The best of cases in Bestia's investment setup, but it has worked for them. And they'll have those rifles on the contrary. Only 2 M4s available for Fluxo in the next round.
And I do look at Fluxo overall and say this is probably the kind of tournaments that you would want to embed the likes of a Desenti into the team, of a Lacalzi. Considering that they've qualified to Pro League and they're at the Major, you would expect their VRS to be a bit higher, wouldn't you? Maybe think top 40, top 50. You don't expect them to be outside of the top 60. So it means that you're going to be facing a lot of local teams. It means that you're going to be playing a lot of online tournaments rather than just going straight in towards the Tier 1 LAN circuit. And I think that gives time for Desenti and Lacalzi to get familiar with the system, get familiar with Art's calling style, what the coaches want behind the scenes, and then sort of facilitate these next few months to rise up to be really strong locally and look for more qualifications to LAN tournaments.
On outside they look to go here. Also a couple of individuals inside from the Bestia's camp. They're going to split their way into a round, it seems.
This is the right way to play an anti-force buy round if you are Bestia. You know that you've got the better weaponry. You know you've got more util than the opposition does. So don't get caught off by any gimmick. At the moment, you're working the outside with the AK. There is a spam kill, and Kai might not get checked. This is a good little setup from Fluxo.
Just about gets the kill onto his Thomas in, runs out of ammo for the second man. His teammate Zevi's at least there to back him up and get both those casualties in the end. Lushov got a kill on the outside at 25 points of health. He'll get fought from range by Art, and Fluxo can answer back in kind. No force play, tilt in the wrong direction. Fluxo back on track.
But if you are Luchov, you're thinking, lads, what has just gone on there? I'm the outside lurk. Yes, I've lost my teammate towards the top of the silo. I've gone 1-for-1 on the outside. What's happened, Inner? I mean, as the outside player, you've got no idea. You're hearing the comms, you're seeing the radar, you're looking up there in the kill feed. And, well, they just get drawn into that crossfire. Fluxo have so many players towards ramp, don't they? They've got the Hell entrance and that top rafter position being covered by Kai. And we go back and forth. And this is Fluxo's chance now to go 4-1 up on the city side.
Diag smokes to play outside control. A deeper one tries to come in, but Cassin's more engaged upon the fight. The sentry goes down. Tech 9 from range provides support as Cassin's rifle really brings the fight towards Fluxo. Around our 5-on-3 we go, but low HP for Luchov and Cassin. So potential in the trades for Kai. They've got potential to pass those weapons off to some higher HP players. 2 men downstairs of Fluxo to try and deal with this secret take. And Luchov and Cassin will be the first men in.
Looks really promising with this crossfire, especially with the HP bars. This looks like Fluxo should be able to get the 1-up.
Thomas in court, Cassin goes down. Art is going to get traded, so now Kai is left alone on the B defensive. His teammate's going to remain on upper. Wary of an outside or upper take. There is a man upstairs as well calling in those rotations, so now it's all going to rest on Lukowski, who's not in heaven, still sat at hell. The bomb will go down without contest. How does the retake shape up? Lukowski's already leaning forward, not going to wait for his teammate. Catch a player off guard, but Timo is able to adjust.
That's a risk there from Lukowski. I don't mind it because it's a 2v3 and you feel like you need to make a little bit of a play, especially because it's going to take Kai a little while. You got to remember that he can't rotate quickly. He can't make noise out there from ramp. So if he's walking all the way towards Hell and then he's getting up the ladder, it's going to shave so much time off of the clock. And by that point, Bestia probably got themselves back into hut, get themselves out towards door. They can get themselves towards cover. So you can understand why Lukowski just wants to peer to try and get one before Kai can act. But it has to be noted that that hero AK on the outside was the ticket. I mean, for Kaysen, 2 kills, completely unanswered. Yeah, it was a decent little crossfire down there on the lower bomb side, but for Fluxo, they'll be kicking themselves that they just lost so much to 1 AK.
Yeah, he is what you call the difference maker in that round. Excellent picks, excellent impact. Round defining from himself. Even when Fluxo had adjusted well downstairs, the HP advantage was not enough for them to claim all the control they needed. Couldn't tip the players back in their favor. Now Fluxo back to some broken investments, although still have some decent rifles, the AWP, an AK and an M4.
I was going to say, it actually looks like a gun round here. Considering that both teams are resetting one another, both teams have got to be satisfied with the weaponry they're bringing out in round 5.
3 SMGs in play, so it could be better in areas. Mac 10 for Timo. Art and Macau's going to be MP9s on Fluxo's part. Bestia again with the outside plays. This time a lot less presence directly engaging from Fluxo. You've got a couple of individuals downstairs over in the secret. No man up in heaven. You've got a player that's going to try and engage from the mini, but he's put down very quickly. Not seeing Cassin able to get those kills in rather effectively. The SMG of Art finally gets a kill back, but the trade's coming thick and fast from Bestia. They've swamped the CT side. And Kai's AK should get hunted soon enough. Fought upon by one man. Luchov will be the man to close it out. Bestia should now start to springboard a lead from there.
Nice little util usage there from Bestia. They get themselves the main lip smoke, they smoke off the lockers entrance, and then they've just got a single flash play into garage. Now for Fluxo, as soon as they lose that garage player, it almost tempts the secret players up, and they're just being watched out there from the back of T-Red. So overall, a pretty good default there from Bestia, and it relieves a little bit of pressure, doesn't it? I mean, anytime you then get on top of the force by wars, especially when it's your map pick, there is a bit of freedom being offered now.
Should get to number 4 on the T-side board. Fluxo We're going to the deagle on R2. He's extending pretty quickly outside here, so he might be the man that dish out some damage. I think he just got spotted. Yep. Luchov knows, or call it into his teammates and be wary of the threat being generated. Struggle on the spray, but Art struggles to hit the shot, so nothing gained out of that venture. And the rest should be a formality in this round.
Yeah, that's a shame, because the read was going to be a topside play because nothing's being seen on the outside. You just feel if Art can get one there, that there might be something in the round. I mean, still there's a stack in place, so maybe 1 or 2 kills at max.
And there's 1. And there's 2. Noxy struggling.
Ooh.
He's being down. Zevy's on 1 point of health.
no.
Oh, this is not good. This is really not good right now for Bestia. Kaysen's going to back up. Luchov on 18 points of health. The engages of the pistols. 1 HP for this empty next. Kassin's desperate to get away with a kill, but he's run out of ammo. And now Luchov's just as low as his opponents here, both now with AKs. Zevi on top of the heart, he's missed his window. And Kai on the reload, he's got the bomb in his sight to flashbang just to keep Luchov at bay. A fight to go down for Luchov to take it. Zevi waiting for Luchov to make his move. One picks up, goes down, and Zevi wins it with a 1 HP clutch. That is an eco steal out of Fluxo.
Oh boy, that hurts. I know that in any bomb site, if there's a stack play, it is going to be difficult, right? But for Bestia, they just couldn't cancel, could they? I mean, instantly when they run into that stack, they need to cancel and they need to rush ramp. And instead, they just find themselves getting drawn in. I mean, full USPs. It was Art with the only one on the upgrade, and he was the one that got caught on the outside.
And you were writing off any potential in the round right there, right? Because that should be the weapon that gets the damage, and it's just no.
I actually, let's just consider this for a moment, right? Like, we've gone back and forth. It's obviously been quite a scrappy game. We've had a lot of forced by wins. Surely Fluxo, as a squad that's got 2 new players on debut, that Art hasn't had time to embed them in the system, mate, he'd thrive in the chaos. The whole idea of making it an uncomfortable game, a real scrappy one, that's got to be uncomfortable for Bestia. This is the squad that's been together a lot longer, that plays structured CS. If Art can continue with the style of play that's being generated, I think that only gives more of a chance to upset on map number 1 and take nuke.
Well, it's a point that you mentioned earlier during the veto process where the Bestia's best option was this nuke. And they're picking the best of 3. Been doing well up until this point. Fluxo throwing some more spanners into the works. Damage done towards Luchov and Lakauzi. Respective sides on the outside take of Bestia down in towards Secret. They can go. They've got 1 man that can contest that. There's a wider game at play here from the T side.
They're waiting for the main player to make an info play. That's what the T's are after out there towards Garage. A mistake, unfortunately, it's Descenti on the off angle that gets 1, and he makes it 2, and he gets out of trouble. How's he not even being traded by the outside player?
I know, got like a quarter worth of damage against him. Finally, Thomason gets a kill elsewhere. Kai got back at hell, but even that comes with its casualty expense. 6 HP for the man in question. Art being contested. Noxy now, he's getting tagged low. Got to get Casing up towards Secret. Got to fight, but he loses the fight. The Descenti gets another kill out of it. Finally traded. Lakauzi going to follow up on Thomason, and Noxy's Mac 10 just runs right into Art. And Fluxo find their confidence once again, and they find 3 free AKs.
Now, if you're Bestia, this is where you need to start getting the tacticals in quite quickly in this first half, because I'm looking at where the scoreline could be. They might be down 4 to 8, 5 to 7 at absolute best on this T side. And I think when you are, well, I don't know, would you consider yourself the favorites if you're Bestia? I think from their POV, with the decent level of form they've got against a team with 2 stand-ins, they might feel as if that they should win this game, that they should be the favorites.
Any situation like this, you'll be looking at it saying, these guys have got to be weakened, right? They haven't had a lot of time to embed their system. This is their first official. We can play our style of game, and it probably is going to work out for you. Certainly, that's what you'd be thinking if you are in the Bestia camp, but this might be a bit of a rude awakening now. 5-3, shut down of the ecos. Fluxo starting to feel confident. Can they carry that confidence into the next rifle round?
We haven't even really seen what Zevi's made of on the AWP, and we haven't really seen Fluxo what I would say disrupt the outside, they've been quite happy to give the respect. I know previously they've had a couple of players down in secret on the force buys, and DESEMPREGUEIDOS been fighting out from main. But for the most part, Bestia are doing either the 1-2-3 or the diags on the outside, and Fluxo are just giving that respect. So I wonder if that's going to change over these next few gun rounds.
Slow walks on the outside. Bestia try another default game plan, but don't commit all their forces towards it. Got Luchov slow walking his way in the secret once again. There's another player ready to meet him. That's Zevi with the big green gun. And there's one pick. Start off the round for himself and for Fluxo. I'm looking at a major sequence, at least not just yet.
Well, it should be that the secret player takes space, you fake the top side lean, and then take ramp. But depending on what happens against the AWPer, it might make it quite uncomfortable. Now, this is the indication it will be a top side lean instead.
Bomb leaning out of the open vent corner. Desenti takes him down. Thomasin eventually finds the kill with the burning Molotov, tagging away his HP. All 4 players inbound here. They check up the top of the doorway. Art dives in, stands on top of Cassin's head. It turns into a 3v3 with the trade of the Galil. 26 seconds. The bomb has been picked up, but Zevi is repositioned. Cassin players on the outside. Luchov engages. Kai gets involved. He's now down to the last player here. 17 points of health. No bullets in the mag. And Kasim will just hold on to the clutch. A 1v2 for him. Bestia continue to try and contest.
The Bestia look uncomfortable at the moment, and fair play to DESEMPREGUEIDOS. He's not only being mollied out there from the closed vent corner, but he's not quite pre-aiming directly towards a player, so the transition is tough on the door individual, and he still gets away with one. And Fluxo would have felt that with mass players out there towards heaven, with the pressure that was building, that they should have come up with that round, but it's a clutch to come in, and it's Cassin, who at the moment feels like Bestia's best player.
Cowsey with a fight to start. Thomasin unsure where to aim towards, but he does get his 2 kills out of the 2 players that push on from the trophy room. 2v2 as Desenti also goes blow for blow with Luchov. Early chaos in the first 30 seconds of the round. Bestia forced to slow things down a little bit. They are grouped together, but so are Fluxo. And Thomasin breaks away from the group to lose his life, so it's all case in now.
He's got himself a smoke, and he knows that one player is rotated down into the vent. He needs to try and keep it contact heavy for as long as possible. Now, he's seen the player out towards the vent. The best thing he can hope for is maybe try and tap the bomb and draw a fight. He drops into the vent. He's not expecting Lacalzi. That's the freest kill that you could ask for. And let's be honest with ourselves, this is quite an uncomfortable first map, isn't it? We're getting a lot of 1vx's. We're getting a lot of clutch situations. For Fluxo, they're coming out on top, but just. It's going to come down to a breaking point at some point, and it might just be now, because Bestia, they can't really buy. They have to light an eco. They might only be able to get 5 T rounds, and that's off of the basis that you win round 12 as the gun rounds.
Bestia calling in the second tactical timeout. Fluxo may be about to win the CT side half. A scrappy game, a blow-for-blow affair, but at the same time, we did call this a grand final in any other context, and well, these 2 teams showing up their best, perhaps. It's not uncomfortable by poor quality, it's uncomfortable because the opposing side is making it such. An uncomfortable setup for Bestia here. Hero AK for Thomasin. Still going to have enough to buy into the next round and all, so they're not going to sacrifice this player for the sake of just damage.
I think it's a complete waste. I don't know why they're doing this. I've always been on the assumption, Jay, that you don't hero unless you've got backing behind it. Unless you've got upgraded pistols, maybe a little bit of armor, a bit of util. I don't see the point in this at all. I don't see it generating impact.
It's up to Thomasin to prove you're wrong, but so far he's been given very little on the outside. Meanwhile, inside, Fluxo start taking some map control, aggression in towards Hut, Kowzi and Art. Mow through the pistol players, drop the bomb, drop Luchov, and now Tom is in. And 1 versus 5 has taken 1 kill out of it, not the second though. It's a free AK handed over to the CT side, so yeah, it does become a bit of a waste. Again, he can buy, Bestia will buy into round 12, the final round of the first half of the first map.
Isn't that going to be great confidence for an in-game leader that's pod botting out at 2 and 8 that now has to go into round 12 with $1,900 and a Mac 10? It's all things that have to be considered. And Fluxo still got themselves a couple of the AKs of both Descenti and from Kai. Bestia would like to at least try and end the half on a high note.
Try and deny Fluxo's 8-4 if possible. It's what they're on for at this juncture. AK stands to attention, backs up to harder cover. Sees him coming, Luchov draws out the first kill of Descenti on the outside. Bestia's focus is the ramp control. 1 player might be low, but none of the 4 that are going to challenge Kai.
Well, Kai's not hearing any further pressure, so because of that, they don't need to force over rotations. They've got a second player down on B, but they've still got Hell being watched by Zevi, and then the top site being held from Lakowzi. Lakowzi knows that he needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Buy time for Zevi to rotate up in heaven.
Kowzi hears him coming. Fights awkwardly on Thomasin, who turns on the double towards heaven. Zevi down and all, 2v5 now for Fluxo's retake. Have to go for it. The final round of the half in mind. Both Kai and Art will group together. Kai will lead the charge on the AK. Art's M4 is right behind him. A little bit of noise being made by the first man. K-Sin leaning up, checked at Squeak, unable to get the kill. Kai continues to try and fight him, but this is all just time stalling at his best. Art with 2 kills to his name. 13 HP to make the next 3 happen. Timo waits for the quick burst for the head that closes it out. Instead of 7-5 half, and favors the opposing force, but it is that consolation prize the best you're looking for.
All things considered, if we're just looking at it from a scoreline perspective, I think both teams could be fairly happy. Fluxo have been able to give themselves a lead of 2, and Bestia have had some trouble in that first half, being 3-2 up, but at least they've held weight towards the tail end. Now, I get the vibe, just off of how the first half went down, that this is probably going to be a 13-10, 13-11, even OT kind of game, where maybe 1 good clutch or 1 good anti-force buy sets the money up for disaster. I don't think there's going to be much in it. I think this is going to be a really competitive secondary half of Nuke.
On the basis of both teams going to blows with each other at every single opportunity, I concur. Fluxo are still 2 rounds in the lead, though. They have a small advantage. And Bestia will know that. Understand the significance of the pistol win once again. Seen a lot of these matches converging on pistol wins so far today.
But even Fluxo, upper bracket final of ECL to get them closer towards the Pro League qualification. They took on Solid, picked Nuke, and had an 8-4 T-side half. Didn't really get tested by that opponent at all.
And can they do the same against Bestia, though? Kowzi on the outside will lead them all the way out towards Hell, seeing the player that quickly moves up towards Heaven. That man gets out of dodge immediately. Downstairs into the A bomb site. No man at Hell or Heaven to contest. Ramp can be taken by Fluxo without any counter, without any aggression, without any resistance.
A crazy amount of space here for the T side. I mean, all the Ts are basically in CT positions right now. They've got A-split potential. Descenti's just trying to clear as much of this top rafters in case someone's close on that left-hand side.
Kowzi and Descenti. Players on the outside split play in with the bomb outside of Mini. Descenti challenging Noxy, seeing what's going on. Zevi now tries to lead him. Kill found to start things off in the half. Noxy with a decent trailer. Kowzi's wary of a player coming up from the Hell. Will deal with Luchov. No, Thomas actually gets that kill together. Kai returning 3v1 as K-Sin He's left alone, isolated, confusion. Catching up with the CT forces, Fluxo take the second half pistol.
And just knowing that Fluxo and Bestia are looked at as tournament favorites, this is such an insane matchup to have in a quarterfinal. So I'm looking at all maps across this best-of-3 series, and I'm just thinking there's going to be entertainment. We got very much entertained out there in the first half. And then going into the second, you've got a pistol round win from Fluxo and a force buy attempt in the next from Bestia. Now, we went back and forth quite a bit in the first half, so you'd expect for the majority of this best-of-3, teams are going to be wanting to force buy post-pistol.
And that's what Bestia are going to do. Just like they did over in the first half as well, except this time Fluxo had to jump on them. Desenti opening up the first kill, Lacalzi wary. And that popped out of heaven very quickly, but couldn't quite get the shot he's looking for in time. Art take his pistol forward. Yeah, check all the rafters. He may well do so. Yep. No, he doesn't. But the spray's awkward from Noxy. Art gets some initial damage. Lacalzi can finish off the job. Can't transition to the second man downstairs at Hell. So 3-on-3. Fluxo now start moving up to the bomb site. Desenti needs to engage against Luchov, and he'll deal with him. Zevi on the outside has Kai in support, and Kaysin alone with the scout bomb in danger of getting dropped, but he peeks back in towards Kai, can't finish it off. Zevi's got easy access to the bomb site now, and Desenti will just get the kill before the bomb plant even is required. Fluxo back on a roll, 9 of 5, looking for number 10 now. Bestia do not have the cash to buy again.
There's no denying that both Desenti and Lacalzi at times have looked a bit uncomfortable with some of the timings and some of the overall gameplay aspects. But in terms of the sharpness, the confidence is there. I mean, look at that round for Lacalzi. He doesn't need to take that fight down there towards Hell at all. But I think that gives you the spark of experienced players, is that they know that they can make a statement. They know that they can just body you on the server. And fast out the ramp, this is where the T should start going elsewhere. I mean, Art is still trying to press the issue to protect that one rifle. But this is now 10-5, and if you're Bestia, you're probably getting quite nervous, because you know, lose this gun round, and your chances of this best-of-3 are just finished.
Their map pick. Here and now required to find success, because Fluxo might be a new roster, but the core's the same. How successful this map was for them. Kaysen's already struck, so Bestia put the front foot forward. Looking for a second kill as well to extend said step. Shot connects, Art is down. Kaysen providing the impact. Kimmo's going to try and also get involved here from Secret. Finds Kai, sees both of the remaining Fluxo players. That should be enough info for Bestia to shut this round down. You said they needed this rifle round? Well, they just got it.
It's nice to see Kaysen making a bit of a statement against a strong team like Fluxo, because he is an inexperienced AWPer. He's only got about 400 maps played on HLTV, and only about 70 of them have been with the Bestia organization. Now, this is a guy that, was most recently on Pain, and then before that, he was on their academy. Come out, first gun round in the second half, and he's just instantly generated impact. He's aggressive, he's searching on the outside, he gets 2 kills without even a response. And if you're Fluxo, you have to try and put this by you. At least the economy's really strong. So even though they haven't got a single kill, even though they haven't got close towards the bomb side, there's no problems with the next buy for them.
4 AKs on a Galil, full automatics and rifles for Fluxo.
I was just thinking, Jay, we didn't see a single vent play from a T-side perspective in that first half. And I know when I've casted Fluxo in the past, Art likes a lot of door plays. Maybe not so much just from himself, but for his team to try and push that.
Well, still some time to see Fluxo pull off a strat like this. 4 rounds to the good for now, though. It's outside control. Desenti almost caught the player that peeked in from back sight. Noxy going to reposition to try and check the other side. The Cowsy going unchecked as well towards Mini. Thomasin holding the closed vent corner. Dead by Zevi's part. The AWP, Kaysin low HP. Luchov also low. Does find Art at least, but Timo in a very pressured spot in this 3v4, making it 3v3 at least, getting away relatively unscathed right there, but the HP difference is just too staunch for Bestia. They don't have faith it's going to be a good retake, so they'll hold their gun, save it into the next. But Fluxo will get to number 11.
Noxy's just having a nap out on A. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the stress of trying to outcall an opposition when you're struggling to get a read on the situation. I know as an in-game leader, you can kind of suffice the struggling of the stats, but a 4-13, it's been a poor game. Right there, you got seen on the back of the silo from Descenti, and you what? You just opened to main without even having good crosshair placement, without even being ready. You can't be getting, especially as an A anchor, you can't be getting caught napping like that.
Well, he was. No support from that mini position. Again, left open for Fluxo to exploit Bestia. Once again in a position where this next rifle is important to their survival, let alone thriving in this best of 3. Down by 5 on their own map pick. Fluxo 2 from the win on Nuke. It's a very scary Fluxo at that. New look squad. Decimate the Argentinians for that time. This one's done. And Noxy's down again. First casualty, this time over at the B-bomb site. And a quick charge from the Cowsy. Catches Kaysin. Looks for a triple and damn it gets it. Art will finish the job, but that is a successful, fast, quick hit execution. Nothing Bestia could do about it. They have been decimated in that round. Map point of Fluxo.
And I'll probably give a pass there to Noxy. I don't think he's done a lot wrong. He's rotated vent, he's tried to get into secret, and he's missed the timing by, what, half a second, 1 second at absolute max. He's been caught to a player too far forward. It's the rotators out from ramp. They're just not ready for the pace. They're not ready for the swing out from the double door so quickly. They're hoping that they can maybe get out towards dark or get out there to the observation window, even out towards the rafters. Beaten by acceleration. Bestia, they've just looked uncomfortable on their map pick of Nuke, and I said it was a mistake going into a best of 3 to be picking Nuke, and it's not the outcome that I was expecting, but it's a scoreline that's seriously punishing.
I thought if Fluxo were going to win this, it was going to be a close affair. I can't necessarily call this close. 13-6 looks to be our scoreline as Kaysin's caught by Kai, dead down at the lockers. Art bearing down upon the next player at Hell, does end up losing his life, he gets a little bit too greedy, and Timo converts that and springboards it into Kai. So a little bit of survival perhaps for the Bestia side. As I say that though, Zevi's caught a kill, Descenti's caught another, and just like that it all rests on Timo to be the heavy lifter. Put the team on his back, second bottom of the board for his squad though. They know roughly of his last whereabouts. Seen at AC, gets the kill on Descenti. Low HP, 5 versus 12. Falls out towards Hell, gets down towards the ramp. Trying to get towards that B bomb site, but with no info to Zevi. None given up either.
It's just a pure gamble from both teams here. It's a lack of info. There's plenty of time left on the clock. Zevi has got basically no util. I mean, no smoke and no incendiary makes it tough. What he needs to do is drop, get the bomb down straight away, and then think about a repos. Now, he could plant open for heaven and try and play it, as in go in towards lobby and play against where the bomb's planted for.
Trigger fingers itching, fastest to the click will win it. For Fluxo, it would mean winning the map as well. Bestia need Timo to survive. I'm sticking, he's got a HE as well. If he uses that in the right place, then Zevi's going to go down, but he goes for the direct engagement. And that's the end of that. 13-6, Fluxo looking extremely good on their opponent's map pick. Not breaking a sweat, it seems, against Bestia. Trav, what do you got for us?
A
Well, that kind of excites me. I mean, I'm very happy to say that's kind of the Fluxo I exactly expected going into this game. They're playing, once they kind of got a handlehold of that match, they started playing that art style in a way, right? They had some fast, aggressive moves down toward B. They had Art doing Art things. Art was actually one of the best performing players in the server in that opening map. And even, crazy moves that aren't going to work necessarily, they open up other portions of the map for moves to actually work, for recoveries to come through in certain rounds. And, I think one of the things most important to mention, sure, it was a very big back and forth at the beginning of the game where it was all a battle for the economy, the chance to really streak clear at the beginning of the half. I do think that Fluxo, even though they've got these 2 new additions to their team, they all did seem pretty much on the same page pretty quickly, right? And I think that's a really good sign for the future going forward. Bestia's firepower is just not at the level. You can argue maybe this opening map was defined by firepower. But even with the calling, I do think that Fluxo already looks like they are on the right track straight away. And sure, you have the original core still, the core that knows how the team plays. But if you're adding a player like Desenti, who didn't look like too uncomfortable, there was only really a couple of moments where he swung from CT vent a little bit awkwardly, maybe a little bit of weird positional errors, but only really small ones, right? And Lukowski is looking to try and play super aggressive. One point I really wanted to make about Lukowski, obviously, I'm pretty sure when he was on MIBR with Insani on the team, those roles clashed a little bit. For the player that Lukowski wants to be and had been in the past, that did clash a little bit with how Insani was. And, Insani had to take a back step, or Lukowski would have to take a back step on any certain map or any certain situation on that team. And in a kind of way in which, Virtus Pro kind of have nullified Flamus and made him a totally different player from the player he was on Gamer Legion. I like MIBR in a way changed how Lukowski went about his job and went about his game as well. And I was kind of sad to see that after, even though it was an exciting move at the time when Lukowski got added to MIBR, thinking how he would play with Insani. It just never seemed to really work perfectly. Sure, MIBR actually had some pretty good results, to be fair to them, with that roster they put together, and some really good wins across the scene internationally, not just regionally. So, I've got to give them their fair due on that one. But I do think now Lukowski is on Fluxo. Maybe I'm just being deceived by the fact it's one map and they look pretty good. But it's Bestia. It's a decent opponent at this sort of tier. It's a very high quality quarterfinal. And I'm very happy to say that it looks like Lukowski has maybe got a little bit of that X factor back. It's not all there yet. It's not all back yet. That sort of thing takes time. But overall, Fluxo had Bestia's number there pretty comfortably. And of course, we already discussed it a little bit in the pre-game. We go into map 2 now. Fluxo have a very, very solid Ancient. So if Bestia are able to bounce back from that, that would be certainly impressive. But, as Drake mentioned a couple of times, Fluxo regionally, old roster or current roster, they are that cut above. There's a reason with the old roster they qualified for Pro League at an absolute canter, right? So expecting more of the same. We'll see if we get that after the break. Once we all got those 4 spies figured out and we settled down a little bit, Fluxo streaked clear and looked very solid against Bestia. And unfortunately, really for Bestia, now we go into a map 2 where Fluxo have not just been excellent regionally against some of their domestic opponents, they've also been pretty good internationally. It's Ancient Dweg, surely a 2-0, no?
It should be. I mean, I'm not expecting a huge amount here from Bestia. I'm expecting more than Nuke. I mean, I was really let down by that second half from them. And I think just for the idea of this squad to go out in the first round of the playoffs, they've got to give them a run for their money. They've got to at least put up a performance here on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because I feel like Bestia, you know, historically are okay on Ancient, but also, even though they have played it a little bit, it was also a month ago when they're, you know, really properly playing this map. And sure, it's in CCT, but it's against Flamengo, and they're, you know, a domestic opposition in Shinden, right? To the other Argentinian roster kind of in the scene at the moment. So, yeah, it's really not looking too hot. And it purely from the firepower alone on a map like Ancient, when you can make a lot of these fast plays work for you toward A or toward B, Jay, I don't really see how Bestia can kind of hold up to that right now.
No, like Fluxo are firing on all cylinders. You mentioned Lukowski having his impact up top the board as well. Like there were just so many elements in that team that just were overwhelming, I think, for Bestia on that last map up, and a map up that you should expect to do well. I mean, look, I'm not so certain they're going to do much here in the second map.
I'm not so sure either. We'll see how it goes now when the game is live. Already the pistol run is going crazy, so take it away, guys.
Yeah, we're diving right in, wasting no time whatsoever. 4-on-3 as Fluxo will claim control of the B bomb. So Bestia starting things off on the CT side of things, and Noxy is good to trade it back to a 3-on-3 situation. So we're all good in the hood on that one, but not for much longer. Desenti trying to keep that man advantage. Kaysin able to get it right back for the Bestia side. Desenti now stands alone. 1 kill already in the pistol round. Can he make it 2 and 3? He's just revealed himself. Swings to the USP. Noxy trying to catch him up close. He's running out of ammo in case he can take him down. So Bestia will secure the retake and claim the pistol round.
That's a real mistake there to be able to pick up the USP. I mean, of course, you'd rather run the USP than the Glock, but you've got no idea what ammo is in it. And what you find is that as soon as you drop the Glock, you go over to the USP and there's 3 bullets in the mag. Overall, from Bestia, it didn't look like there was going to be much success in the round. They lost a lot of the anchors quite early on, overwhelmed, but yeah, a bit disappointing there from Fluxo to not win out the post plant. They'll look to try and force buy up, keep that pressure on. It's all about getting the right weapons in the right hands, and instead, it's coming down to 2 hero AKs on a force. You don't see that very often.
And on the 2 new boys as well. Lukowski and Desenti. And the rifles as appropriate. Upgrade pistols for everybody else. Of course, Fluxo are forcing the issue overall. Those heroes can make all the impact. We saw it from Bestia in the last map. Fluxo will look to try and return the favor here on the second.
I've got to be honest, Jay. I love this from Art. The fact that you've given 2 hero AKs to your new 2 players instantly tells you the faith he has as an in-game leader in his new pickups.
Santi looks to try and prove that faith, but fails in doing so. Thomas in. 2 players total there towards the cheater entrance will get the kill in against the man. It's a rifle lost and can't be recovered. Actually, it was by Art. They move forward towards Kaysin next. Tech9s look to fight, and they do overwhelm. 1 more man left on the A bomb site. The jump of Kai will see him. Thomasin, however, has got other plans. He sneaks in and cuts down Art, the AK of Lukowski. Will look to try and cut them back to a 2 versus 2. 3rd man involved. Timo holds his nerve, and Kai returns fire. Now it's up to SMG versus M4. Bomb plant both will at least be secured. Smoked out for Timo as he charges in. Not sure where the man is. Kai catches him off. Both players are low. Caught on the reload of the AK. The USP could still do the damage, and he lands him right between the eyes for the second round of Bestia.
Oh, that looks really uncomfortable if you're Bestia. I mean, that's a 4 versus 2. Shouldn't even be getting a bomb plant out of it. And for a moment, especially when Timo is not looking towards the left-hand side, just the pure chaos, thinks that the plant is wider towards Brokey. If you're Fluxo, though, let's just consider this for a moment. Not only is your lost bonus getting better, you get another cash injection with the bomb plant, you have 4 players dropping for Bestia, you'll look to force buy in round 3 and do what you did out on Nuke and just set the force buy territories. Just look to keep resetting one another.
scrappy as this series has been so far, it will be no different in the early portions of Ancient. Fluxo will have 4 rifles this time. Reduced it to 1 player, so Bestia on the verge of reset. They need to continue to win these rounds, and they need to start getting them with more confidence on the board as well. Luchov has fallen first this time, though. Timo with a decent trade on Descenti out towards that B bomb site. Lakowski takes that as his cue to charge up Red, bring 2 teammates with him, staggered on the pushes of those 2. Kaysin's now looking to lean forward from the back lanes, and he'll blind spray through that smoke. Arts Deagle will also make some noise, but not get any kills out of it right now.
They want to try and punish either the Donut player and get themselves back up towards Shelf. Now, Thomasin is stuck. He's not much that he can do out from Donut. The best that he can hope for is try and work distractions, and that where's Noxy in from Red is just trying to hope that he can get 1 more kill with this MP9.
Fighting with the M4 right behind him as well. Kai keeping his distance, trying to pick his moments, but picks the wrong one as Kaysin will take that trade. Zevi bombs on the back. The Cowsey sees one of the 2 men. The MP9 is forced back, as is Lakowski, to group pack with Zevi and rethink the strategy. 30 seconds for Fluxo to plant the bomb.
You've got Timo making a bit of an info play out towards A main, so it means that they can play passively towards this B side of the map. Now, there's a timing here where as soon as that bomb goes down, Timo can just sort of jiggle, try and get them off of the plant, and then that should pretty much cancel the round entirely.
12 seconds. Timo goes unchecked, gets the kill for it. Bomb plant trying to come down to the open as Timo repeaks. And will disallow any bomb plant bonuses this time. 3 players get away alive for Bestia. And a 3-0 start will ensue.
The surprise at the moment has been how passive the line of offensive is from Fluxo. I know that they've been trying to use mid quite heavily. They're putting pressure towards Donut and working the red room. But haven't seen many plays out towards Cave. You had a little bit of a ramp lurk from Descenti towards the start of the round. But overall, it's been fairly slow from Art. And maybe that's just because of where the buy state is. I think when the buys get a little bit stronger, we maybe get the AWP up for Zevi and more AKs and full util, that's where we'll have a little bit more pace towards lane from them.
That means I have to wait for 1 more round before that does come true. Because this will be a half by a best max loss bonus for Fluxo. Of course, no bomb plant from the previous round.
I think it's a positive sign, though, for the likes of Fluxo that they haven't played an official in, what, 38 days? I don't think match sharpness has affected them in map 1 or even in the first few rounds here on Ancient. I think it's always quite difficult when you've come out of a player break. Teams can look quite rough. They look sort of off the ball. There's been some teams in particular that have been working quite hard during that sort of season. I mean, you've got Bestia that's still playing a lot of tournaments over the last few weeks or even the last month or so. But Fluxo, they've just decided to take their holiday break early as soon as they got eliminated from the major.
And clearly coming back less ring rusty and more refreshed. A refreshed lineup as well. It's worked out really well for them. Bestia have suffered so far in this series, but they are starting to maintain a position. Flux have actually gone a little bit more heavy-handed with the buy than what I was expecting here. The hero AK for Descent. He's still a half buy overall.
I rate this because you're working with the loss bonus, and there's enough backing here where I can see damage. I can see real danger in round 4.
And I put that damage so well so far. Thomasin being the only player on the site as well. There's potential behind his casualty, and indeed he'll go down towards R. Second player of Kaysin still up there. Lakowski picked up the M4, trying to catch him on the reload, but runs into backup as well. So that removes all the forward players on the A take. Now it's the back line 2. From main. Tech 9 of Kai fighting. AK revealed at tree as Timo can get 1 more kill out of the round. Kai's at least got 2 kills towards his name. However, Descent is up in a 1 versus 2. 1 pick found. Noxy seen in the open. The AK is running out of ammo though. Needs to fall back and reload. Bomb's been dropped in the open and also he needs to reaggress. Noxy also taking that chance to top out his bullets, but the SMG at range, the AK has the advantage, and Noxy knows it, but how does he outplay his position? How long does he wait for? Beaks out, goes towards the center of the bomb site, and gets a little bit closer near the signpost and tree boost. Descenti still wins the clutch though. Fluxo have their first round.
Oh, well, that's easily the worst 2v1 I've seen all day. I mean, come on. Like, they know that he's out there towards A main. They know that Kai boosted him up. They saw him on the jiggle out in Brokey. Why are they not playing together on that one? And that just tells me that Bestia are not checked out the series, but they feel as if that they can just ego them on the server. And right there, they get punished for it. It's a well-played 1 versus 2 where Descenti's just kind of playing with the patience. He's not over-peaking. He's waiting for the fights to present. And that's a shocker of a round from Bestia.
Can't find many silver linings myself, Blake. I think you're right. And you can see what that does to them as well. We're talking about the force buys and the ecos. The Fluxo have continuously output damage. So Bestia, they lose that 1 round and they've only got an AWP on Casing and SMGs, pistols for everybody else. He at least strikes to that first round of Descenti, but Art's taking Noxy back in turn. Malasovs with smokes sent. Arch going to watch and wait. Peek forward from Tomazin. Gets away with the kill. Timo with another one as well. Lekauzi and Zevi. There were 2 versus 2 with those 2 trades back. Still 1 player back of A, plus 1 closing in the back stab. That bomb might be exposed towards him, and the AWP serious threat though. Zevi from range, sees his contact, takes down Luchov. Now they've got to hunt for the AWP, they've got to find him, and now they have.
And that's how you play a 2v1 right there from Fluxo. They know the AWP was towards Temple, so don't even peek. I mean, look at the patience that Zevi has. He's playing the off angle, and he's got himself a great position to deal with the flank and A main. And then straight away, he doesn't jiggle peek, he doesn't overextend, he doesn't wide sweep the AWP, he just waits for them that they can play off of each other. That was just textbook CS. And for Bestia, this is now where you are up 3-0, looking quite comfortable. You've now lost it to a scrappy round. You've followed up on the loss. Now, it's not only going to be a 3-3 game, but Fluxo can start generating some serious cash. I don't expect them to take many casualties at all in round 6.
Up against pure bottom line basics.
And isn't it crazy that we have Fluxo that made it to the Major, qualified to Pro League, yet they've played 17 maps on HLTV in the last 3 months? I mean, especially in Europe, Jay, we're used to teams playing, what, 100, 120? Less than 20 maps is crazy for any team in any region.
Here's the player break. As you said, Fluxo took it early. For them to have those few maps and still look this good is the key shocker in my eyes. Money farm for the Mac 10 of Art. A couple of kills out of a eco pistols. The 4 rifles need to stay in. That's what they'll do. Plenty of cash to gain. It's not quite casualty list as you're expecting to make, but we're still looking good all the same for Fluxo. Down 0-3, now up to 3-3, and certainly not in the reset position that Bestia were at.
Yeah, Lekauzi previously played on Fluxo from August of 2022 to September of 2024. He was even a part of the team when they played at the Paris Major 2 years ago. So it's got to be a good feeling to come back home, to be up and reunited with Art again, and to do it with a new teammate in Descenti too, in which all of you were at the last Major. It tells you that this team is ready to make a statement at the Tier 1 atmosphere. Art, out here towards the A fake, has drawn in a bit of attention off of the B players. Notice how it's only the K player left. I say that, but they do start regrouping on B.
AG's down on Art. Bestia regressing towards the mid control. Smokes return from the B defensive. Fluxo might get caught off guard with this, but they are starting to readjust, so they might start to spread away. AK leans in. Kai gets one of them, but Zevi gets caught back towards elbow. Tomazin gets that bomb dropped, as Kai was not expecting it to be a second player. Bestia with an advantage.
Real fakey round there from Fluxo. Went for the A fake, then went for the B fake to walk out elbow, and the timings haven't really caught that many good duels for them. Lekauzi is desperate to make a response, but he's going to leave the mid players for now and just focus on B directly instead.
Casing finding the Senti next. Lekauzi 1-on-4 for the man. Caught back by Timo. Bestia return to the board. Return to the lead and shut down Fluxo's streak. We're seeing that reinvestment again from the T-side line. They've still got cash to play with.
Even though that round is a failure, I think it's still a positive sign that Art can still be creative, even with the first few officials of trying to sort of cement the likes of Descenti and Lacalzi into the team. Now that was very fakey, very timing-based. They now go into a double elbow play with a lot of util in terms of the flashes. Thomasin is keeping his eyes locked out there towards elbow. The aggressive duel from Lacalzi is good. Thomasin is struggling. The entries are everywhere for Lacalzi out towards elbow.
Lucho trying to generate response back here at lane. Gets onto Descenti at least, but doesn't do much more than damage to Art next up. He's hiding inside that smoke, but he can't hide forever. Teammates can start to reposition out towards A and B. You're right about that. Art does get caught by Timo in the end. Now they start adjusting towards the A bomb site here. This B player going to be a backstabbing element as Lacalzi tries to find an entry path. Kaysen's going to be the threat here. And Kai backs away for it. Lacalzi faces, sprays, goes awkwardly all over the place. And Kaysen can strike back. And now Zevi has cleared out the B bomb site. We'll look for Luchov instead. Just about comes up with that kill with very heavy damage sustained. Kai's got to go to safe option. And it might not be safe forever. Timo has to fight, and Zevi needs to win it. And that's what he does. At 7 points of health. He's now got only Kaysen to deal with. He takes him down. To a 1v1 we go. But where's Kai? Kaysen thinks he's still on his way towards A. He's wrong on that assumption.
And the combo's got to be that we've at least peppered him up a little bit. Zevi knows that he's got at least a couple of bullets into the red player. So from Kai's perspective, he knows half HP roughly is what I have to deal with in this 1v1.
Still gets to cover.
Could just spam. I mean, knowing that he's been tagged up, he might think about just spamming the wood wall.
Bomb's planted for it. Nathan's going to smoke, so might even be the best I should have. It's a little bit farther off the wood wall, actually. On the defuse, holds the spray. Kai gets it anyway. All's well that ends well for Fluxo, continuing to respond to Bestia, go blow for blow in these rounds, and keep the CT economy at a questionable state.
Well, right there from Fluxo, you can understand why they're trying to over-peak on A, because they want to buy that backstab. They want to allow Zevi to get in on the wrap. I think there was a little bit too much over-peaking, though, wasn't there? I mean, out in Brokey, it's probably a duel that doesn't necessarily need to be taken by Lacalzi, and then Kai gets himself in a bit of trouble. That's an excellent round from Zevi, though, to get the kill in Red Room on the spawn player, go back to Red against the Donut player, and then do half HP on the third player that comes in from CT. It's a miracle that he's done as much as he did.
Fluxo continue to apply this pressure against Bestia. Continue to try to look for another lead here. Map 1's first half ended 7-5 for the favour of Fluxo. Close to an 8-4 with a consolation prize. Fluxo would still aim for that here on an Ancient, especially with the buy state not being full investment on Bestia. Just the one rifle for Thomasin again.
I don't like these buys, Jay. I know they've got a little bit more behind it because they've got armor and a 5-7 upgrade from Cassin, and that it was 4 alive or 4 fallen from the opposition. I just always think if you need a hero weapon, you need more backing. So I don't like this buy from Bestia at all in round 9.
Didn't do much for them in the previous map. In this case, for Kaysen, it won't do much for him. Thomasin's down in an instant as well, as Lacalzi just takes that first engage, domes him right in the head. Following up on Timo as well from Lacalzi. Noxie will fall back towards Temple. Really not much to speak of now, Fluxo. Keep that M4 away from Bestia, so not even Luchov can escape with it. P250 will be close. Lacalzi will drop, so that's something, but nothing that should make a massive difference. Bestia to rebuy into round 10.
And not only have we spoken about how the disappointing exit from the Major that Fluxo's decided to shake the roster up by bringing in experienced players, they've brought in Descenti, who was at the Austin Major with Imperial. They brought in Lacalzi, who had a great run at the Major with MIBR. I mean, they were, what, 1 game off of making top 8, actually making the playoffs? So you brought in guys that I would almost say have been peaking in terms of the team's careers. You don't really want to be picking up players that have looked average in the scene. You want players that have been successful. That's exactly what Fluxo have done.
Well, Lacalzi charging up straight up with a kill and a double, and that's round pretty much done right there. Bestia needed an absolute miracle. The spray's blind through the smoke, even getting close to target against the next man. It's Kai that finished off the job against Thomasin. And Fluxo gave the biggest right hook right in the dead straight face of Bestia. A speeding bullet into that B bomb site. For minimum 6 on their board. They're even going to go hunting, it looks like, against these last 2.
I mean, the next question now is, does Fluxo's map pool change because of the new 2 players? I mean, we knew that previously they picked a lot of Ancient, they picked a lot of Mirage, they were able to get Ancient as a map pick here and the Mirage as a decider. And that's always something you've got to think about from Art's perspective on what changes now that you've got different pieces involved. I mean, at the moment, their Ancient looks fairly comfortable from a default perspective. I mean, right there, we've noticed there's been a lack of pace. It's been fairly slow overall. It's been very mid-driven. And then instantly, you just got a ramp play in which someone like Lekowski, you just kind of let him go wild, don't you? You take him off the reins completely and you send him in.
Improving what Trav said earlier about him having the impact. Top frag of the board was obviously the reason why they won the round right there. For Ancient, at least, it feels like it's going to remain the dominant map for the Fluxo side.
I definitely think you and I, Jay, we've always been on the side that we don't particularly like recycling players. But I think in this case, the fact that you left, what, over a year ago, and you've gained experience on the side of the likes of MIBR, I think it's kind of given you a lot of time to learn and a lot of time to adapt in that period.
Especially when you consider that this year, when he was playing with MIBR, he was attending so many top-level events. Obviously, the majors, the biggest one to speak of, and the Shanghai major prior to that.
2 majors back-to-back is a good ticket.
Even got close and within 1 series of making the playoffs of Shanghai.
Yeah.
Lost out to Maus in that particular exchange. And even then, the likes of Astana, Melbourne, Pro League Season 21, Cluj-Napoca.
Well, it excites me for when Fluxo will get to LAN, because I think that's kind of what we're hoping for, right? Is that not only are we going to see them locally on LAN, but we're going to see them at the international Tier 1 LANs.
If they keep playing like this, I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to get there. Overwhelming their rivals in Bestia. Taking the half 7-4, looking for number 8 as well.
And surely, just quickly, Jay, surely Art has got to look at this now and say, right, I've actually got the pieces. Like, when you consider what he had on Furia, and then you consider what he's had to work with for the last year or so, I mean, he's been having a lot of rookies in this team. He's been having a lot of the new generation youth, and now he's legitimately getting Tier 1 Brazilian players in his system.
The series is not over, but I will say that already I'm excited to see Fluxo in the near future. On paper, it excites me. And the way that they've composed themselves in this opening series, it is only an opening series, yes. Their debut as a full 5-man roster. But enough to make me look forward to how the semis and finals might look from the Fluxo side. Art, Descenti, lean in, Molotov sent, Luchov caught down first and foremost. The kill to start. Looking for the next as well over at Cave. Meanwhile in mid, Lekowski's just tapping away. Descenti is not caught off guard despite looking him away into Noxy. Will tank that nade to the face, but then he's caught Timo in the meantime. So down to 3 men, making it 2 with Zevi striking back towards Ramp, baiting the orb shot, sees his head, takes it clean off his shoulders for a triple in the round, and Descenti will close for the round, the final round of the half. An 8-4 half for Fluxo.
I mean, to even give you an idea of Fluxo's roster in 2024, they had, what, Pyria, they had History, they had Nyx, they had that Milzen guy, and now you sort of think, okay, well, Art's been able to bring Kai into the system. They played together on Furia, they've been going for a little while now. Zevi was on the team, he got brought back in, and now you've got Descenti and Lekowski. I'm even thinking about the coaching staff that they've got. I mean, Tactus, he was the assistant coach out in Furia. He was the assistant coach on MIBR, so he's familiar with Lekowski. And then even their assistant coach that they picked up about, well, I guess close to a year ago now, ex-pro player in sort of the lower divisions of the Brazilian scene. So you're starting to get the alignment in which Fluxo kind of go from a team that could qualify to lands to a team that not only are going to go to lands, but are going to start pressing teams for series wins. And this is still a Bestia side that have placed, what, third, fourth, second, and third, fourth in the last 4 tournaments. So they're going deep in almost every tournament they play. Yeah, you can say they're not playing the top quality squads. It's true. But for them to dismantle and just destroy Bestia in this best of 3 series where they haven't even held weight, it's a real good statement for the future.
Balls are the good as we go to the second half. Fluxo stand with Zevi, the first port of call and defense on the A side. Flashbang finally blinds him off, but Timo struggles to get that kill in a timely fashion. Plenty of backup right here as Kai gets 2 more headshots. Lekowski there to close out 2 more of his own. Descenti steals the last, but it's all good anyway for the Fluxo side, winning yet another pistol and setting themselves up to close this down probably in a very short space of time. Only 4 more to go.
And Kassan was the highest rated player in the tournament coming into this series. 6 maps played, positive 64 KD difference, a 1.56 rating. Absolutely farming the group stage teams. What's he done here? What has he done in this playoff game? And there's been almost nothing from him. Even Thomason looked really solid in the group stage. He's been struggling individually. Fluxo have won the last 3 best of 3s in a row versus Furia, and it does pose the question, is it just a bad matchup style-wise? Like, maybe we need a bit more sample size now that Lekowski and Descenti are here around the core, but is it something that Art does as a caller that Noxy just can't defeat, just can't overtake at all?
You ask these questions because they probably do need to be asked at this stage. Fluxo got the best of Bestia in their last 2 meetings. Last 3 meetings, excuse me. They need to make it number 4. The way this one's going, Bestia losing their first pick before they even get the execution started on the B bomb site. They look to go. Lekowski will still find Timo. You got plenty of backup, also inbound. Luchov take the 12. And beyond that, smoke in the pre-fire positions. Bestia will sneak in a bomb plant, but they need a whole lot more on a force buy round like this.
They need to retake long, and they need to be active. If they sit back and play defensively on this post plant, they've got no chance of winning.
Okay, Sin does try his hand at taking long, but Descenti is the only casualty. Kai and Zevi getting right back on the trades. Luchov at 12 points of health. Not going to last long. 10 to the border. Fluxo now.
And it was what I was kind of talking about at the beginning of this best of 3 series about Bestia's form overall. I think it has looked quite inconsistent recently. I mean, they've won, what, 3 out of their past 6 best of 3s on HLTV? The way that it's shaping up now, it's going to be 3 out of their past 7. When you're a squad that should have been at the major, I think every tournament leading up now, going from basically the present day towards the end of the year, you've got to up your game. If you want to be in a position to qualify to the next major, you need to get your VRS points up. You need to be a threat in the local scene. And with what I've seen recently, Jay, I just haven't quite got that spark from them.
Talked at the start of the series about both teams' major performances. Obviously, Fluxo going there and not quite having the kind of showing that they would have liked to, and Bestia qualifying but not going at all. And both teams are having to move forward from those failings of whatever nature they may be to try and take the stance in this next season. Well, Fluxo put a far better foot forward than Bestia here in this matchup. Luchov will try to take Lekowski down on 4-on-4. He lost his teammate earlier, Art, and he blows with Kai also on the A defensive. Look at the damage that he's done. He might only get away with 1 kill, but might as well be a 3K here with Noxy on 2, Kaysen on 19. There's no way they win these fights. Easy pickings with Desenti. Fluxo on 11. Yet to lose a round on CT side. And it looks like it might stay that way till the very end.
And considering that this was a 3-0 beginning, Bestia have just got to be kicking themselves that they haven't shown more in the first half or even transitioning into the second. Now, I think from this point onwards, you might as well just keep force buying. I don't want to see a half here. I don't want to see a rifle. You're down 4-11. The buy looks okay. I think you just got to keep sending it. You've got to give yourself the best chance of creating something, creating some sort of magic in this second.
Take 9's brought down with the Galil in for casing. Reserving some cash for the ultimate comeback of will be 8 in a row if Fluxo take this. Ideally and realistically, if we're being honest with ourselves, they need to take this round though. Set piece into the B-bomb site. Molotov sent. Smoke start coming down. Counter smokes are already inbound for the CT side, and Lakazi, whilst blind through that smoke, takes down Lushov anyway. HG's to open the smokes. The bomb carrier's back is turned towards Art, who gets 1 kill. Lakazi with a double. 2 versus 5. Finally a trade from one man, a Bestia, and a second from beyond that smoke. But Desenti lines him up and knocks him down like dominoes. It's map and match point for Fluxo.
And it's the perfect debut. The fact that you've come into a map of Nuke and a map of Ancient, and you've been tested at periods. There's been some competitive rounds. There's maybe been some shifts of momentum, but you have stuck at it, and fundamentally, you've played a pretty chaotic game, and you've allowed your new players to shine. Individually, everyone looks in good touch. Everyone seems like they're having fun. And this is what you want for a tournament run. I think right now, Fluxo are just the #1 team in the comp. They are the tournament frontrunners for me.
And after a performance like this, how can they not be? I think probably the best team in show over the course of today's playoff games. And one more round to take. One more out of a potential 8 for Fluxo. To close it down in 2. And the night on a high note, and this series a lot earlier than it was scheduled to run for. Art's taking damage, Luchov a lot more. As is Thomas and then a 66.
For Bestia, individually someone needs to create an opener. Whether it be the contact in A, whether it even be Noxy out here close towards the red room, they need someone to get a start. And it might be against Kai out here on A.
Flash blinded, gets out of dodge. Desenti strikes against 2. Kai with his. Not quite his double. He's got backup on the way. Bomb plant for Bestia. Now needs to convert into a post plant. Blind sprays of Art. Still gets Thomas in again in the pre-fire positions. And the last man caught with his back turned to the opener one's main. 13-4. Fluxo looking overwhelming, overly confident, and a force to be reckoned with as they move on here in the playoffs of the Thunderpick World Championship South America. In the semi-finals as well, they are a team that looks like they're on to win the whole thing. Trav, do you agree?
Yeah, funnily enough, you say that, Jay. Like, genuinely, I'm not gonna, toot my own horn or anything, but just go looking at the roster straight up, right? Like, I looked at it, I looked at the playoff bracket, I saw that the announced signings on HLTV. Genuinely, I looked at it and thought to myself, they could be the favourites for this tournament, right? I mean, just look at the name value, look at the players who've got recent Tier 1 experience, look at the teams left in the bracket as well. Like, the likes of Red Canids, who are not there yet, sure, they've also got players with recent Tier 1 experience with dropping Cowers, right? But they look like their T-sides are kind of all over the place and are not really there yet at all. But Fluxo just played the recent major. They've got the players that have delivered there. Kai's improving as an individual day by day. It feels like. I think Art has a lot of trust in him, and he has a lot of trust in Art. But vice versa. Zevi still excellent. I've never been unhappy with what I've seen from Zevi as an individual, on an AWP or a rifle, really, historically. And this is just an example for me, seeing what we've seen today of why this team is exciting. So many rosters are in South America. There's so much like quantity over quality, I feel like. This definitely is quality. when it comes to the individuals and the calling to some extent as well, right? There's again an early portion of the game which was a bit up and down. It was a bit of a force by war between Fluxo and Bestia, but again, once they got it all confirmed, once they got it all on their side, once they got the money under control, they street clear as if it was as nothing at all, right? So very, very happy with what I've seen from them. They should be the favourites going up against 9Z as well, or ODDIK, whoever 9Z or Red Canids, whoever they might play in the grand final, and they should be the favourites against ODDIK in the semi-final as well. So, they qualified for Pro League at a canter with their old roster. Now they've got arguably a better roster, so it should be even better, right? So yeah, I'm just very happy. I'm very, very, very happy with what I've seen. Running through the highlights here just tells you that even the rounds that got close, they had under control. They read the game well. Even those flanks that Timo was trying to make happen, even those late round scenarios, it was all like, I don't think there was any doubt for me at any point in that game that they actually were going to lose that map, right? So yeah, I think ODDIK have definitely got something with their current roster. In fact, they've got some synergy having had it for so long. But yeah, Greg mentioned honeymoon period. I think that's an argument that's fair, but I do wonder if that honeymoon period is not actually going to be a honeymoon period. It's going to be a constant period, right? I think they still might dominate South America with the name value they have right now. Greg, would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I would say, especially this level of competition, I think they'll pretty much farm everyone until they start getting to the international events. But even to touch on Bestia, right, I know the heartbreak that Nine Pandas had when they qualified to the major last year and couldn't go. It's the exact same situation. I can only feel for the players. However, this only generates the conversation more. Was that just a fluke run? I mean, the MRQ, it's online, it's not on LAN. You had a good run there, you qualified to the major, whatever. What have you done since then? I mean, this is a shocking best of 3. The in-game leader was putting up single digits, like crazy, awful performances on map 1 and map 2. If you want to back Bestia for them to respond in the second half of the year, I need to see it quickly. Otherwise, this team is going to start dropping quickly from the top fly.
The reality of the situation is that's not a lie, right? I mean, Noxie's got a 0.84 rating over the last however long, right? He's not AWP IGLing anymore. He's rifle in-game leading, and rifling was really his strength. The only reason he stayed relevant for quite a long period of his career, I feel like, because he was AWP and in-game leading. That's what extended his career to really make this a factor. Sure, as you say, that the major qualification run was dreamy. It ended in heartbreak and a nightmare, but still, that's why it's so sad in a way, I would feel like, right? Because that might be his last ever chance to ever get into that position again, unfortunately, not going by current form and how he's played. So it's a shame. Jay, I'll let you have some closing thoughts and I'll close out the broadcast.
I'm willing to be a little bit more forgiving to Bestia. I echo Dwake's sentiments that we need to see something very, very soon. But at the same time, you're up against a very scary side, I think, in this Fluxo camp. I mean, we talk about the Senti and the Cows coming in and how strong that should be on paper. I think we just seen that on paper play out. It's only one best of 3, yeah, sure. But you are taking on a squad that we said in this context could be a grand final here in the Thunderpick World Championship. And I think now that they've surpassed that with ease, they're going to be making it to that close qualifier. I could see a lot of good things involved for Fluxo in the very near future. If you're not a South American side at this kind of level of competition, and even within some of the tier 1.5 sort of elements, and you're not at least having a little bit of concerns about this team, then I think you're doing something very, very wrong, because I think this is a very scary showing that could catapult into the very near future.
Yeah, and also, if you look at one of the other teams in the semi-final playoffs right now in 9Z, right? I mean, they're about to go through another rebuild, another one, right? Taking 2, the rumor that's just been posted on HLTV today, saying they're taking in 2 Brazilian players from W7M, and they're losing Martineza probably to that Iberian Soul / Genital Mates project. Looks like it's going to be coming to the fore. So yeah, I mean, there are teams falling by the wayside, and it will only open up the path for Fluxo, right? But anyway, great fun today. All the quarterfinals are now said and done, of course, for the Thunderpick World Championship in South America in Series 2. 9Z, Red Canids, ODDIK and Fluxo. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow for more action there. We'll hand it over to some of our colleagues, of course, for that. But for now, we'll say good night and see you soon.